Hello, sorry for that, folks. We are finally back and ready to get back in for more Valorant action. If you don't know who we are and you can't read, I'm Cairo, joined by Hazza. Once again, mate, we are back for some good Valorant action.
We certainly are. Today's game, SMU versus Purdue White. We got a few rounds in there. I'm not sure if that's going to have to be reset or where we currently stand at this point in time. However, we got a little tidbit there of what we can maybe expect to see between the two sides. Both currently 0-3, looking for that first point to get on the board. I believe I'm hearing in my ears that the gunfire between the two sides. So potentially we're back in, but that is yet to be seen. We will be obviously transitioning onto that screen as soon as possible to bring you the action. From what we saw so far, a pretty strong start from Purdue White, but SMU starting to grow back into the game. First map being Haven, one that a lot of territory is required on, and some aggressive plays coming out from that defender side as a result. And yet, we will just be resuming from where we started. The score reads 4-2. Cairo coming into this one. What's the play got to be like for the defenders to change things up? Do they carry on, or has there got to be some kind of alteration?
Oh, I thought that Sky Flash was perfect there. Unfortunately not. A nice trade though there, Hazard. But yeah, I think the defenders were doing things perfectly. I mean, they were almost winning things out. They just, again, as you said, the kind of meat of the sandwich, the middle needs to be better, and already we're seeing that with Prodigy taking out Fooder.
Yeah, Prodigy carrying as they mean to go on with a nice opener there for their side, having locked in a 4K on the last round that we saw before the pause went into effect. Red Priest with a lovely position boosted up inside B already, and well, this should be all the space that they need to get that spike planted. Spider will be going for a res towards the garage position with that Bladestorm Smasher, just happy to drop a gun over. 4 versus 3 now, the score flipped on its head. These players need to be flushed out though.
They really do. Look at this Bladestorm coming in here. Can they get one? Yes, they can. They're actually having to use the shotgun style, the right click on that Bladestorm, so there will be no knives retrieved. Kelly trying to walk through. Spider taken off guard. Red Priest. So it's Oasis versus the Phoenix. Can they win this out? Will Kelly actually win out? This is it. They're going back and forth, but well played by Kelly. The golden dab comes out. Has a 5-2 the scoreline.
And that was a piece of gold from Kelly there. I absolutely love the play. And, well, at this point in time, putting up the biggest numbers across the scoreboard already, has to run it back online once again. And that is just textbook play from them. They were 8-0 at the start. I was somewhat expecting to see not a single death registered for them yet, but seemed to slip my mind that Purdue had actually managed to find a couple of rounds themselves. Nicely played from them in the clutch though, that retake good, and well, once again, we see the use of a res from either of these sides, and it's just enough to get that round over the line.
Yeah, it really is. I like this sort of elevated position from Oasis, trying to see if they can contest any sort of aggression in towards the Sure's position. But no, look at the players on A. They're actually kind of really playing a really fault-like kind of back position, which means they're probably setting up for more of a retake style on A, which I really, really like, because it's probably one of the easier sites to retake on.
I'm not sure if I entirely agree with you there, Cairo. I would say sometimes A can be a bit difficult. C would maybe be a bit easier. So I guess that does beg the question, why are there so many players towards that side of the map? Because, well, if you look at the map itself, there are 4 players now creeping towards A. The Cosmic Divide is available for a retake, and, you know, that would bode well on A, but don't want to try and lose out some of those first players. And actually, it's the Cosmic Divide that we see from SMU that's going to come out first. Shock darts to try and deny this plant, but it's just going to be a little bit of chip damage instead. 5 versus 5 in the retake now. And, well, let's see if it's easy for them. They have to run it back as well, so plenty of opportunity to get in and sink their teeth back into this one.
Yes, the jet dash in there has a look at this. It seems to be a bit easier, but no, just as I say that, it's a trade. But they're only going to get one, and that one is they run it back for the attackers. Nice little paint shells to come out there. Fudar will take out Elo. So things are getting a bit easier here, Hazza. But can they keep it going? The Red Priest in an elevated position. Smasher C takes out Need Barry's. That's the Astra gone. It's all up to the Astra, no, not the Astra. I was all up to the Raze, sorry.
Oh.
And it's actually working out. The ultimate to come out. No, misses out. Who's going to win this one? It seems as if it's going down to the classics. And then will the retake work? The plant was already gone.
No way! I don't think that any of the players expect Red Priest to be so high up in that situation. Really nice use of utility to get their way back in, but those are a couple of ultimates that have no value now. Red Priest able to clutch it out while that spike was halved. Not enough time for Smasher to finish things off. They do find a triple, but not the round, and SMU continue to grow in confidence.
I tripped over my own words there, Hazard, but it seems as if these two teams are tripping over one another on this site when it came to that post plan. A 5v5 retake is so difficult, and while they made it work, I mean, it needed to just be a bit quicker. Lovely shots from the Astra. Actually takes out the Sage, so no sustainability. Every shot will hurt in this round. Only to see exactly how the defenders will be able to bring this one back.
They have opportunities to do so. Half HP on the chamber player of Elo, who, well, was going to be the first head forward in towards this garage position. Absolutely no fear whatsoever. Fudar trying to lock down that angle, but once again, Red Priest on those elevated angles using the Raze satchels so nicely. Blast pack for movement is fantastic, and eventually they will finish off Fudar. Melly can't quite connect the shots to support their teammate and find themselves in a 1 versus 4 situation. Looking at the HP bar of these players left standing, could probably body shot each and every one of them. Only 55 HP per shot will be exactly enough to finish them off, but we do see that heal come through from Oasis, taking a sip from the pool of life in the middle of a stranded desert. And right now, I think Melly will be hard pressed to do anything in this situation.
Yeah, they really will. As time does tick down, I mean, they're going to have to try and destroy the kind of barrier orb that's also down Hazza already. We're just seeing chip damage, maybe trying to get exits here. The shock darts don't connect to Red Priest. That's about the only one that could probably get rid of with that shock dart that's close by. Elo's coming from behind. It is all but over here, and it's not going to be able to save anything. A lovely double kill actually down to rifles. With all that being said, seems as if the attackers, again, I was talking about footholds in the match, kind of climbing back into this one. Seems as if they really have got into this and actually doing a lot of damage here, Hazza.
Yeah, I think maybe a slight lapse in communication between the players there, not to identify that there were all four on low HP and that Melly could have got in there and really given them a run for their money early on. But in the late round, taking away a couple of weapons will be really big. Good economic damage means that this economy for the attacking side of SMU is somewhat sitting on a knife's edge. Same could be said for the defending side of Purdue White. However, at this point in time, it is yet to be seen who that will affect most. And well, the first person to draw blood will be Elo. Spider is going to get dropped, and for the defenders, their worries just made that little bit harder. On the defending side, you somewhat lack the players to get things done, and well, when you lose out on those fights, it's only going to get worse, and Prod will add to that.
Yeah, Prod really will. It seems if the entry kills is actually really going in favour of these attackers are doing so well and they're actually working the picks to perfection. Well, the Sage is going to be sacrificed. The plan is confirmed. 4-3 is the kind of man count here as Kelly tries to shoot off a couple of shots to try and get a pick, do some chip damage, nothing to come through. The intel dart doesn't get anything, but look at this, the flash is perfect. They don't find the Raze though. Red Priest above, ascended almost, but look at the long angle here being held by the Sky of Prod DG. They have the ping, the spam comes through, they get one, can they get the second? The flash to actually get rid of Fudar actually doesn't do it, and Fudar wins this one out, but do they have enough time, Hazza? It doesn't seem as if they do. It's very close, and it goes boom.
Certainly not enough time left there. I really think that the spike needed to be halved, but unfortunately for them, ProdDG with a fantastic smoke, or a fantastic spray, sorry, through the Nebula smoke to take that player out. Melly with not much success there after investing the Hunter's Fury to down that spike planter. Now the score leveled up at 5-5. Things getting worse for SMU since we saw that pause come through for the technical issues. Maybe now that they've been resolved, we're seeing a much stronger side and, well, a much more even contest between the two teams as we maybe would have anticipated coming into this one.
Yeah, the initial spam on towards the garage doors is just to kind of initially so they can kind of start spamming through, do some damage. Kelly, Kaza, they're relegated onto a stinger. Don't know how much that's going to do. It will have to be a close quarters type weapon. Smasher C actually does have a rifle. They don't check the corner though. Elo will trade it out, so it's perfect for these attackers. But Elo dropped very, very low. The rest to come through. Kelly will get taken out also, but Spider's lurking in the Astra smoke here. Will it work out for them? But it seems as if this round is all but over.
It certainly seems like that. We've seen Purdue White do things on the retake before, but this would have to be some feat. That recon will find a few players, but information being given away on the other side as Spider has to try and slash their way through the ice wall. ProdDG happily posted up towards the back of the site, and well, none of these players are yet to emerge towards seeing really contest anything. Good damage done by Melly there though, and they may just be playing for these exits. Those players on the SMU side will have to escape at one point rather than the other, and actually they're just going to be cut down where they stand. At this point in time, it drops to a 3 versus 2. Advantage does sit with Purdue White, but there's no way that spike is getting defused. It will be a clutch of sorts, I suppose, for Red Priest. But it has to be said, very good damage on what would otherwise have been a difficult round to find anything from.
It seems as if the Red Priest is the clutch player here for the defenders. I mean, every time sorry, not for the defenders, for the attackers, sorry. Every time we're seeing the post plant come out, the Red Priest just does exceptionally well just to delay and win out the round. And I think that's the key thing, is it's not about fragging out, it's not about entering for them. It seems to be in that post plant, it's about just delaying long enough and staying alive long enough to make sure that that spike does not get diffused.
You always need a clutch player in your corner to bail you out of a bad situation, and well, if they can fill in that role, then that'll certainly do them some good. That was a round you somewhat feel was already won. It didn't hang too much in the balance, but just having them on hand will always be a good thing to have. So ProdDG looking for that entry once again. We've seen them do it before, but they will get shut down on this occasion. Melly's the one to find it. Cosmic Divide will push them away, but there's an investment from the side of Purdue White as well of their own. Double up draft with the Bladestorm in the hands of Smasher R to see if they can't maybe find the planter. But that spike, it's rotating all the way out. These two parallel dissecting walls are just going to be cutting so much noise right now. It means that the defenders will eventually spread themselves thin, but you can't really say it looks like SMU have much direction themselves.
Nice pick there from Kelly on towards Elo. It seems as if things are all going wrong here. They run it back, does come through the curveball, but no, misses the shots. Can't pick up Oasis. Need Barry's will shut them down, and now Red Priest shuts down Smasher C. Seems as if there's a couple of traded bodies, but there's 20 seconds remaining. The rest to come through on towards Smasher just to confirm this round. And well, with that being said here, it seems as if this plan won't even go down. 6-6 is the half. A very even half, you have to say, Hazza. But do we see there's an advantage towards the defenders because of that?
I'm not necessarily too sure. I think the defenders did well for what they had in the end. Only being able to find one round off the back of a dominant 4-0 lead will be slightly frustrating, but if you look at the numbers being put up currently, it's the two duelists on the side of Purdue White that are leading the way. Kelly and Smasher C both putting up some good numbers, almost 30 kills between the two of them, 27, only 3 shy. Whereas SMU, while they were able to claw their way back to an even scoreline, yet a single player to break into that positive KD. Obviously, kills aren't everything, but it can be a huge reflection of the way that these gunfights go. And, well, when it gets to that attacker's side, which we're now seeing, that'll be all the more important in trying to have some more success.
That was nice paint shells being used by the Rays to initially delay the push by the attackers. They've got the initial information here now. Will Smasher C be able to enter and get those players at the back of Snipe? The trademark is actually perfectly lined up there. Melee will take out Elo, so that's actually down. Prodigy though gets a trade, a flurry of kills to come through, and it's the attackers that get the advantage. But look how low they are. Oasis only needs one spray of that pistol to potentially take out all three. How will this one work? There's a player very close to the right here. Will the Sage check it? Kelly just there. Will pick up that kill. The pistol round towards Purdue White. And well, what an entry for those players.
Yeah, what an entry indeed. I mean, just rushing straight onto the site, cohesive as a unit, and successfully taking control of a Prodigy, able to be somewhat of a respite for their side, as what we have seen be the trend so far in this game. But yeah, Oasis not quite slicing the pie there as they make their way in towards the site. 3 players on only a slice of HP as well, but unable to find any of them. Now, with Purdue White having that pistol round on the board, much better guns in hand, and a great opportunity to start to kick on some of this momentum.
It really is, and look at this, they execute this time towards C already, players rotating, but it's actually a bit of a bait. They're actually going to rotate off, but do they know? Do they know where Elo is? They'll know now. A nice kill from Spider and now they look to progress towards B this time. The Phoenix actually making that entry and will do so with an entry kill on towards the site. It's the second of the round, need batteries close by, and here we go. Nice wall to actually kind of subjugate the map, but will they get the spike down?
I think they will. No paint shells or anything of the sort to deny. It does come in, but timed a little bit late. There's also a guiding light which will throw Food R astray. They eventually get dropped, and well, Priestess is flying in. Those blast packs elevating their game once more. However, it will be a round on the board, and a very comfortable one, all things considered, for Purdue White. The scoreline now reading 8-6. They get that initial boost away from the even 6-6, and now is the tougher test. There's going to be a full set of rifles with only a Spectre in the mix for Red Priest, maybe just trying to use that superior movement to their advantage. But if Purdue White are able to get much out of this, it could be huge for their hopes in securing this first map.
Well, another thing that we need to comment on is, remember the bonus last time when it came out for Purdue White, they were able to actually do some pretty good damage on the defense, but the difference was they could actually look in some pretty off spots, and already there seems to be a little bit of damage actually done towards the Rays on southwestern Michigan.
The thing I really want to comment on is the forward thinking from these players to get that run it back online as soon as possible. Kelly already won away in this pivotal round, which could really shift the dynamic of the matchup, at least in terms of economy and recent success. So I love that they're proactive. They like to think about getting it up as soon as possible, and right now they're just hunting, seeing if they can find any kind of an opening, an opportunity to get that run it back online potentially if there is an overstep. And while it might be coming through here, Elo peeks out, gonna take those first couple of shots. Kelly able to heal up, but it's Prodigy that will draw that first player, and it's Smasher C that falls.
Look how low Elo is. Potentially one spray could pick up 2 players in this round. But will that happen? The spike has
30 seconds left.
taken away from Garage, but it looks as if Melee still is looking in towards there. See if that Prodigy will peek out. But that's not to be. And now we're at a point of no return. There needs to be a decision. A decision is made towards A. They're starting to move fast. Move as that pack. But can they find their prey? They'll find where Elo is, but there was actually a heal to come through. Getting ready to swing. Kelly, look at this. The Spectre comes through. As a second spray with one bullet, with one gun, is able to take out 2. The plan isn't good enough.
No! Oh no! The time, Cairo, the time just ran all the way down. You thought that there would be just enough to get it done, but no, just as those kills come through, it's actually going to be the spike looking to be committed, I thought. But no, we just don't see it happen. For whatever reason, Melly... Oh no, it was the gravity well. The gravity well is committed from need batteries. It pulls them off of the spike plant, but I'm still asking the question, because for the whole plantable area, as long as you hold down the button, you should just be able to get the spike down. As long as your feet stay posted on that area, it should be able to happen. I guess it's not too much of an issue. Right now, Kelly is going to have a weapon in hand and a run it back to try and take some space. Garage control firmly in the hands of Purdue White, and they look to capitalize off of it. Or at least you'd think so. Right now, just sitting posted, and will eventually converge towards the C site.
Oh, bending the wall through to actually get the entry. Kelly, he seems like the expert Phoenix is something like how I wanted to trade though, with the gun. The rifle actually comes out. The thing is, though, look at these defenders. They're actually stuck out of sight right now. There seems to be somewhat no oasis. The reload not working out, but it's the player from behind we're worried about. It's Elo as they start to move forward, progress forward, but they're all on their own. Their player isn't working with them. Red Priest has actually went towards Garage, which is allowed to space towards the back site, where the two players are still worried. Here comes Red Priest now as a couple bullets is shot out. Warning shots almost. Spider gets taken out. The second coming from Red Priest. Well played. 8-8 is finally evened out between these two teams.
Maybe just a lapse in communications there. Both attackers completely set on holding the CT angle when both players that were advancing towards them coming from Garage and Long C respectively. So not too sure on the thought process with that one. I think it was somewhat of a lighter buy though, as we are still seeing a full set of rifles in the hands of those Purdue players. Smasher C maybe teasing an Ares buy in there, but I think we will see a return to normality as they do go for that Phantom instead. Both of these players, Kelly and Smasher C, opting to use that gun. It's so rapid sometimes. Getting in and finding the entry with that kind of gunfire can be very important. Lovely recon dart that we see here is going to scan out at least Red Priest towards the site. However, there will be no commitment as of just yet. Elo trying to play off of this teleport, see what they can find, but they're hard pressed and pushed away into that corner.
Obscuring vision.
Food, sorry, was looking in towards C, which is a really big position there.
Yeah, so these players are now going to be hitting towards the C side of the map. It's Foodar that's already pushed up towards that spawn position. And well, SMU, they have absolutely no idea whatsoever. Smasher C punishes Oasis on the other side, but it's Prod DG that's holding it down, only for the time being. Eventually, the trade will come through, and we are back to level pegging.
Well, we really are. It's 3-3 Hazard, 8-8 the scoreline, everything even, all on the knife's edge. Player close by. Will they be able to react? Yes, they will. They'll take out Red Priest, but not the second. Elo trading that one out. It's still 2v2. There is one player out of the site. That is the Phoenix of Kelly. Well, they'll need to be eagle-eyed, ready for the gunfights, the long-range ones. Spider moves into the crosshairs of Elo, and now Kelly actually doesn't have a line of sight on towards the spike. It's going to be pinged, but look at the spray. It's not good enough. They can't find a player. This might just be too easy for Southwestern, and yes, it is. They'll take the advantage.
Oh, that really should have been Purdue's round. It's yet another one that goes against them. 3 now in a row. One where that spike should certainly have been planted. The other two both defusals. You would have maybe backed Kelly in that situation. They could have maybe tried to have save the curveball to flash through the smoke, or even the fact that we were talking about their use of the Phantom. It's the ideal gun to be spamming through the nebula there, but nice use of utility from the SMU players. They secure another one, and Purdue really just looking for that response right now. They have ults to try and work with, but once again, it will be Elo in this position towards those bricks stuck away in the corner. Looking to maybe find that first opening pick. It will just be the rendezvous though. But the rotate's already come through, and I believe Purdue may want to just back off.
Oh, here we go. Hazard, the crack of the tour de force takes out Spider, but there's a trade on towards Red Priest that was on site. Kelly stuck in this corner, doesn't realise that they could actually escape somehow, but maybe they're actually looking to play for a luck. 4v4 right now, the Bladestorm available for Purdue White. It seems if they have control of the C site, how will this work out?
Yeah, I mean, right now, it's just free for C to be taken by these Purdue players. Smasher C's pushed so far up, could yet to be in a position where they punish Prod DG, but decides against it, backs away. Numbers advantage sits with Purdue, and it will only grow ever greater. A flank through towards mid could be damaging on the remaining two in defenders spawn. Prod DG will flash them out, but the sound cue alerts their position. Smasher punishes, Elo twists and turns, but Melly lowers them into the grave. The score leveled once again, and SMU leaving a lot of gaps in this defense half.
Yeah, it really is starting to be worrying now, because Hazard, when you look towards how these teams are playing, SMU, you kind of see the rendezvous coming out on A-Long to get the initial information due to the fact that they don't have that initiator really. They'll have the Sky. You don't want to waste the Trailblazer. You want to use that for a retake. And now, because they lose that round as well, it just seems as if they're going to be really in a really troublesome position, because they're on the lower buy right now. They're going to be on that eco cycle if they can't win at the next one. We need to see exactly how this is going to work. They've run it back 1 point away from being online. Need batteries, can't get the angle though.
Can't for the time being, and that will bring it online. All 5 ults available for these attacking players. Elo just trying to headhunt here a little bit with the Vandal, see what they can find. This is a dicey one, not one that I would want to contest for too long, and they lose out as a result. Red Priest, the only player left stationed towards the A side of the map to see what they can do to lock things down on their lonesome. Will just be a ghost in hand to try and do so. Paint shells can maybe stop a player from coming in short, but they're all just pushing in from long. The reinforcements finally arrive, but just as that wall drops, so does both players. Oasis and Red Priest fall into the hands of Melly. That spike will go down this time with no issues whatsoever, and it is a 5 versus 2 retake.
Oh, Hazard, this seems all but over, and as I was saying, I think it will be the eco cycle. Prod DG stuck out of the barrier orb. Sorry, you go.
It's their teammates' barrier as well that's locked them out. So they're stuck towards that position. Need batteries with a Marshall from CT. Not too much you can really do, and you have to play for exits from now on.
Yeah, it's just going to be the luck. Look at this, though. Only good for 1, unfortunately. 10-9 the score. Potentially 11-9 if they don't win it the next. I can really easily see this being almost over. This is the biggest round that decides it all. We need to see SMU actually answer back, Hazard. See them, well, potentially kind of upset their opponents as well. Their opponents of Purdue White have 4 ultimates online here, and they're not just measly ultimates. They're probably some of the 4 biggest ultimates in the game.
Yeah, that Resurrect is going to be absolutely huge. No Cosmic Divide for Purdue White, but it does sit with SMU. If they want to try to play for a retake, they can. This has been a matchup so far decided by fine margins, and that fine margin of Prod DG's shoulder is instantly shown towards mid. As the flash doesn't really come to fruition, they decide it's best to just sit back and wait for a more favourable engagement. Smasher will try and push them back further with the spam. Oasis gets spotted out as well, but still, that first engagement, not really find anything just yet, although that could be very soon. Elo pushes up, but gets punished by Melly. The defenders drop their first player in this key round, and it only gets worse as the run it back runs through towards C and claims another life.
Yes, certainly has a 2 versus 4. It needs to be a miracle here for these 2 players. But will they find anything? It doesn't seem to be as well. Look at this. The spike is in towards Garage, but it is going to retreat, and they're going to go towards another site. Whoever the IGL is a mastermind as well. They're going towards another site where the 2 players have just tried to retake and done so successfully, but only because there was no players.
Yeah, and this is a really smart decision. If you look at where the kills are littered across the map, 2 or 3 of them are towards this A position. So Purdue, they know that this is going to be a place that they can attack and have free reign over. Currently, there is one player lurking towards that B position and could yet hear some footsteps. Melly just waiting to see if they can catch one of these players out. They had the owl drone to make an incisive mark towards the C position, but didn't spot any of those players. Eventually, their position is given away. ProdDG on a triple set here to maybe find an ace. Melly, though, still staying stagnant in that position towards B. No rotate coming through. If Spider gets picked off, this could be a real issue. I'm not sure what the thought process is here. Guiding light comes through. They will stay reserved. Peak not quite finding its mark just yet. And, well, just like that, it does eventually come through. Purdue White secure that round. It got a little bit dicey towards the end. But for the most part, that was another dominant showing from them.
Yeah, I think that the play was maybe they were just playing for the Hunter's Fury there, Hazard, but I mean, you're totally right. Why did the Sova stay in towards B mid? I mean, let's be honest here, they could easily have tried to pincer maneuver, but well, I mean, it was a good effort nonetheless by ProdDG, and now Hazard, we're at that point, the point of almost no return, the penultimate round almost, 11-9. Purdue White win this, they go on towards map point, and this is where things start to get really worrying for SMU, because they'll have to do everything perfectly. There is some ultimates available for SMU, don't get me wrong. They do have the Seekers, they do have the Cosmic Divide, and they do have the Raze ultimate as well. Kelly will pick up Elo, that's the most important thing. A trade actually comes through here, and that's potentially an upgrade available. Oasis will drop towards the back of the site. The barrier orb invested, potentially trying to get a plant down. Spider actually in behind the wall, I think. Yes, they are. And there's the information gained by that boombot.
No upgrade available for Oasis. That barrier orb will deny the opportunity to do so. You can have ultimates in a round like this, but what really will it contribute if you lose your life? SMU with this buy potentially just conceding the match point, not really investing too heavily into this one. And with that spike ticking away, Red Priest only holding an Ares to try and do anything is really going to struggle. Especially after those changes with the spray pattern, it's just so much more vigorous. You really have to pull down to try and get any value out of it. And, well, we won't see that on this occasion. Across the board, only 2 players without ults, like you said. So it could really come to a melting pot here on this final potential round. But like I said, halfway through this game, just looking at the scoreboard, no real kills for SMU. Really struggling to just get these on the board right now. Purdue having all of the luck with opening the map up.
It seems as if there was an op being bought up here by Kelly. I'm wondering why. They're looking towards a long. Here we go. The ultimates are starting to be invested. An assault almost in towards the attacker spawn has a... But I'm wondering how this is going to go. It's going to go huge. That's massive, Hazard. 2 players left, and it looks as if, well, Purdue White, they don't know how to answer.
Oasis just slashing that team in half as they try to cross. Flash will come through from Kelly, but it's good for nothing. Players able to dip out of the sight line before they get an opportunity to take that gunfight. Melly now stuck in a position with their teammate where they've got to try and recover this one. Really nice aggro play towards that mid position. I thought that Purdue would maybe have a reactionary response to it, but it doesn't seem like it. ProdDG will find that final player, that penultimate player, and it's just going to be Kelly left alone in the window. Players circling around from all angles. It's only a matter of time before they lose their life, you feel. Trailblazer and Guiding Light available even if they wanted to add insult to injury, but it looks like it might just be a standard peak, a standard kill, and a triple for ProdDG. Not the first time we've seen them put up numbers here. And actually, I think at this point in time, that's going to just about get their head over the water. The first player on their side to break over that even mark.
Well, Hazard, that was probably one of the biggest rounds. Well, I mean, every round is the biggest round now for SMU in the way that this game, well, kind of works. Purdue White are on map point. One more round and then we get to that 1 round shootout, OT or not. We'll need to see exactly how things are going to go as we start to move towards this position. It seems as if Purdue White almost defaulting, taking their time, trying to see exactly what information they can gain, but it seems as if nothing is going to be given away just yet. Intel Dart to go on towards C, but didn't get anything. Here Hazard are really taking their time. The patience from Purdue White is exemplary.
Certainly is. Need to just try and find that opening to punish. They've done it time and time again, but no such aggression will be felt from SMU on this occasion. Not opting to push towards mid. It was a flash in the pan, but one that paid dividends for them. Now, once again, I think we're going to be seeing that A finish. We've seen it from Purdue on a number of occasions. They found success going up against a team with no real sentinel that can actually shut you down other than the chamber of Elo. But there is a rotate, a constellation. If they were to play guerrilla warfare on the other side of this nebula smoke, they could be in for some trouble. There is time to try and sit and think about this, but as that barrier orb sits, it will stop them for the time being.
Hazard, this is the thing though, time is slowly ticking away. There you go, the announcement announcing that there is 30 seconds, make it 25 now. The players have finally made a decision. Here we go, the run it back comes, but the barrier orb is actually destroyed by Red Priests. Oh, the cosmic divide comes through, but can this work out by SMU? Yes, it can. It seems to be so far. The thing is though, the spike isn't down just yet. Finally being procced. Here we go, the gunfire coming out now. It's been finally committed. 2 versus 4 situation. Res available. But who can win this? This is it. This is where it all matters. Spider gets one. The curveball to come out here. Goes wide, but doesn't get anything as a player on towards heaven. Posted up. Prodigy finally shuts down Kelly. 2 players actually stayed alive. I wonder how the eco is after that round, Hazard.
SMC, they're able to pick that one up. They bring it only 1 away now from securing overtime. Purdue wanting to try and get this one done in regulation, but struggling at this point to do so. It's a round that sort of could have gone any way, really. Rez still saved, so that will be one to carry into the next round, but it is the final round to try and do so. They've got to invest them here. We've got a Hunter's Fury as well to try and work with. There is a Rez on the side of this defender's comp, so maybe that slower style will be adopted from Purdue once again, but this one's going all the way to the wire, Cairo.
It really is. Knife's edge, as you always say, Hazard. The thing is, though, with the way that these players are playing right now, look at Elo getting really aggressive here. Has put the rendezvous down. Shoulder peeking, hasn't picked up anyone yet. But look at the 3 players ready to bite down, get their prey. Rendezvous out and nothing to be found. C may be the option here for these players. With that being said, here we go. The slow orb, sorry, to come through here. The astral constellation comes down. Right now, Hazard, things really are getting to that situation. The Hunter's Fury comes out. Perfect, gets one. Ping on to second, doesn't get the second kill. But here we go, the Blade Storm comes through. Can't get Prodigy. Traded 4-4. 50 seconds remain.
Oh, no Rez is going to come through as well. There's no way the Purdue are going to be able to find one of their own. They've got to contest this other side of the map. Red Priest is stationed. They've been a clutch player at times, but what have they got in their locker on this occasion? Nothing. Swept away by Spider, caught in their web, and now it goes back to a 4 versus 4.
Certainly does. Hazard, who can retake, who can win this one out. This is where it all matters. Pressure, well, pressure makes diamonds. Prodigy, well, they may be the diamond in the rough that they need right now. Time is slowly ticking away. The Seekers could be huge for winning this one out. Time again is the key factor in this one. The frags come out. Melee getting 2 huge ones. Oasis though answering back. Can they win this out? Can they retake? Time again is the big factor here. Oasis isn't good enough. 13-11 Hazard. Now there was no diamonds to be found. They were all failed at the end. So well played.
Yeah, no diamonds this time. Maybe fool's gold, those SMC players, thinking that they had an opportunity at the end, and Purdue just snatch it away from them at that last gasp opportunity. Absolute hellfire rained down on that site at the end. Melly getting a lovely triple there, as we see. The res came through from Spider to add insult to injury, and unfortunately Oasis couldn't finish it off all on their own. There was insufficient time to do so, and we are going to be going to that second map with an advantage sitting with Purdue. They looked strong at the start. Their levels maybe dropped off a little bit before we reached the halfway mark, but eventually they just about had enough in them to get it over the line. This game's certainly not done yet though. Both teams showing glimmers at times, maybe of that diamond capability. Prod, for example, just looking really, really strong on that Sky, sort of having to put their team on their back a little bit, I have to say, in many situations. But maybe just a little bit more consistent across the board for Purdue, whereas that individual brilliance really broke through for SMC.
Yep, certainly was. Well, we'll need to see exactly. Remember, we didn't actually get a glimpse at that map graphic, so maybe when we come back from this break, we will be able to get a look at that, see whose map that was, and maybe get really into the nitty-gritty of the analysis. But with that being said, we are going to take a quick break. We're not going to be long. Don't go far. Get a snack or something and come straight back here for some more Valorant action. welcome back. Hope you didn't go far. Hope you're not rushing back to your PC soon as you've heard some Scottish tones. I'm Cairo, joined by the wonderful Hazza, ready for some more Valorant action. Hazza, we saw Haven there. How was that?
I mean, it was a really interesting contest. Both teams very, very closely matched in the end. It seemed as if it was sort of starting to go Purdue's way at the start, but luckily for SMC, they were able to claw their way back into that matchup. They really tried to push it the distance, but unfortunately, those fine margins that had really been separating the two teams just toppled over towards the end, and Purdue White were able to secure that first map of Haven. So I believe now we can actually have a look at the map vetoes, so we have a clearer idea of where this matchup is starting to head. Icebox and Fracture being the first two bans. Haven being the choice of SMC, actually. So them losing out on this one on that attacker's side is, well, really going to be a struggle for them, I suppose. Ascent then as our next map is no real surprise. One that I think that we see very, very frequently. We especially saw it in the Samsung Invitational over the weekend. We're seeing it now and across the season in general, really.
Yeah, we really are, Hazza. And I mean, we always come back to the same point every single time we see Ascent. Look at this.
Oh, look at this.
The percentages. Yeah. I've not seen this before. This is a new one for us. 30% pick rate. That's almost double the most kind of standard maps that we see, which is a really interesting dynamic that we're seeing here, Hazza. The point I was going to make, the fact that we're seeing Ascent so commonly, the fact that we're seeing teams continuously play it, it's not really a map pick, if you know what I mean. There's no really... We're going into Ascent with no kind of favourability, if that makes sense.
I think it's sort of the thing where when you have Ascent as your pick, you don't get that inherent advantage anymore because it doesn't work the same way. I think there's also the issue with the bans, which ultimately means that you're in a situation where you're almost forced to pick it simply because of the fact that if you wanted to go for a Fracture, for example, it's only 1% of the time. So the chances are it'll be gone in those first set of vetoes before you even get an opportunity to do so. One that has racked my brain just a little bit is that we're seeing Bind so highly picked. I would have maybe expected Icebox to be that second favourite because it is frequently those two that we do see. And maybe like Breeze as well. I'm surprised that teams don't want to play Breeze as much, being such an open map. Great for duelists, great for those long angles. Really strange that maybe these teams just don't favour it so much. But Ascent, it's a clear winner every single time, and 30% of the picks isn't really too surprising.
No, it really is not. I mean, we are just waiting to get ready and straight in towards our agent picks here. Has it? Oh, honestly, Freshie, you're a wonderful producer because it's like a click of a button. It's like the snap of a finger. Every time I see something, I feel like some sort of god being able to call it out. But well, has it already? We're seeing both teams going for a KG.
Yeah, both teams going for the Killjoy here, but actually, I think I have to say the glaring change with the lineup here for SMC is that they just haven't picked up a Sova on Ascent, a map where it's such an integral agent to the way that you set up. Not bringing Sova to the table, you're almost shooting yourself in the foot, I think. You know, there is that sort of very niche play with using the wall bangable area in B site and using the Odin and the Ares, those heavy penetration weapons. It's a little bit cringe almost. It maybe isn't that important, but the amount of penetrability across the map as a whole towards A, hell position, even on the button, there's so many opportunities for you to get some good impact here. I mean, even on button on B site, for example, not bringing Sova to the table for those opportunities for assists, for additional play, really is a little bit confusing. Also, though, we have to mention Foodar has picked up a Brimstone here instead of an Astra. Some choice plays across the board. I was looking forward to seeing that dynamic, actually, between the Killjoy and the Sova, but now that we have a Brimstone and a Sova both on this side of Purdue up against that sole Killjoy on SMC, how much value is this lockdown really going to have if there's two counters in play potentially at all times that they can rotate through?
Another thing, Hazard, that I'm actually just looking at here is Smasher C's dropped off of the Duelist and on towards, well, the pseudo-Duelist of Sky. So there's that sustainability as well, which is an interesting one here coming out from Purdue White. We'll need to see exactly how this is. It is kind of a slow, kind of solo Duelist type map. So that's an interesting one for that. I was just going to point out.
And Cairo, not only that, speaking of soul duelists, who is the omnipresent power in Valorant right now, with Ascent being regarded or heralded as one of her best maps? Jet. There isn't a single one on the composition of both sides right now. It feels like we're playing somewhat of a randomizer. As we get into this first round, though, things will be restored a little bit, as, you know, everyone loves a little A take on the pistol. So we're going to be seeing that shortly, potentially, or just an orb scalped as they look to move off of this early presence from Smasher towards the B side.
Yeah, but look at the position here. All the way up on towards B main. It's the Sky for Purdue White. Here has it Smasher C, and with rotates coming through in towards mid, we could potentially see an easy take in. Oasis is the only kind of, well, resistance right now as the smokes come through from the Brimstone. We're waiting for the entry to come, but it's not actually happening. It seems if these players are just delaying the Trailblazer to get initial information. Again, this default style, the patient play from Purdue White, really working out right now. With that being said, the blinding light does come out twice, actually, to defend, or to kind of flash these players already. The gunfire comes alive. Smasher C with two huge ones, but will it work out for them, as we need to get the plant down soon?
I was maybe thinking for a second that would go against Purdue not having the smokes anymore. One of the things about Brimstone, as Smasher just carries on a rampage, is that utility, it lasts for a fair while, but once it's gone, it's gone. That incendiary now burned towards the lane position. The most damaging Molotov in the game will hold those players at bay for a moment, but as their position towards stairs is revealed, Elo's able to collect a couple of their own, a couple of swift headshots will open things up, although they'll be hard-pressed to find too much more here. A swivel around will collect a third, but that will be all. Only a triple. Food Art will go one better and finish off the round for their side. Purdue White, by the skin of their teeth, get the pistol on the board.
Yeah, they really do, Has. I saw how low a Smasher C actually was at the back in Boathouse, and I thought, this is actually winnable here. And when I saw Food Art and missed the initial shots, I thought, no, Elo isn't winning this. If Elo wins it, he is a god. But unfortunately, even gods can fall. Well, Purdue White will win out that pistol round. Again, the patient play, actually being able to continuously pick up those orbs. It seems to be the play right now for Purdue White. When you think about it, those ultimate orbs are really in aggressive positions for these attackers to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to build those ults up right now, which is a really commendable way of trying to play this. Purdue White just showing a little bit more forward thinking. On Ascent, all of the orbs naturally do sit favoured towards the attacking side, so you might as well make the most of it. Red Priest doing what they can, making the most of that classic, able to find one, but eventually them and their comrade is shut down. Well, Spider's just on an absolute rampage right now. All of those mid players dropped into a coffin. Need Batteries does have a flank, but maybe just a little too late to try and find anything. Oasis left alone. That Oasis has dried up. A couple of puddles left on this muddy B site. What can they connect? It'll be a headshot onto Smasher, but it's nothing to really cause them too many problems. Spider on a quad now, hunting down for that ace. First ace of the evening as the owl drone goes flying. They'll try and maybe find it, and there we see it. The swing through drops that player on the low HP. Need Batteries left with absolutely nothing, not a positive or a negative charge, and just like that, another electrifying round from Purdue White.
Another electrifying round. What a nice little comment to make, Hazza. Sorry, that's actually quite condescending. I didn't mean it to sound that way. I was actually just appreciating the commentary. But with that being said, Red Priest actually opting to go for light shields on the Spectre rather than heavy shields when it's available on a rifle round is questionable for me. I'll need to see how this goes. It seems as if it's going to be a quick push on towards the A site. Lockdown committed, but they're actually being delayed through the Astral utility.
Yeah, speaking of electricity, these players could be left static if they're caught in the lockdown, but actually it's going to be a nice reposition that we see from the rendezvous there. Gets himself out in time, and Oasis has arrived to try and bail their team out of this one. It's going to be a triple for them. If they can do anything, I can do it better, says Oasis. The Killjoy for their side will pick up a triple. That's all she wrote. It's going to be 1-2 now on that round, where you expect SMC to have a bit more success. Only a bonus from Purdue. They're not able to get the spike down, so no real extra buff to the economy, but a nice showing from them at least to try and push the site. The lockdown invested, maybe a slight misplay. There won't be any ults to try and meet the one on the side of SMC right now, so they're just going to have to post up and look for another push. I think what we're seeing is Smasher going towards A once again, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is just a play for the orb here from Spider.
Well, it does seem to be the case, Hazza. You're spot on there. Mystic Mac comes out once again, but maybe Hazza, Red Priest was able to do some work there. The KJ turret actually doing work. Prod DG, that's beautiful. Straight onto the head like a magnet. Maybe some scripts running in the background. We're not too sure. Location revealed by Prod DG in towards the market. And with that being said, that's key information for moving through, but they don't know where Elo is. Will they check it? No, they won't. Huge there. Only one player left. It's all up to Melee. Elo on for a 4K and we'll get it. Lovely play. The luck was perfect.
Elo, hack and slash, cutting them down. The cogs were whirring away in their Vandal as they chain a couple and spin round just to find Smasher there as well. The sound cue given away as their feet rattled across the metal boardings above them. And, well, a very, very nice quad from them to shut down what could have been a really good round for Purdue. They had all of those guns and then 4 players left, just completely wiped to the floor.
He did it in 1 mag as well.
Yeah.
Like, oh, sorry, they did it in 1 mag as well. That's the crazy thing about it. And with that being said, we are going to move through here. Prod DG getting picked up. That's an upgrade available now. And Mid completely in control of these attackers. The Empress invested as well because they'll have the rifle. Will it work out? No, it won't shut down just like that. Seeker's invested as well. They know there's one player around the corner. Fudar will win that out. 2 upgrades available now for these attackers and with a 1-man advantage.
Yeah, not certainly looking like such a bad round so far. Picking those players off, sometimes when you're on the pistols, you're a little bit on ice, right? The movement is so much quicker, and it can be difficult to try and deal with them. Prod just cuts off a little bit, or bites off a little bit more than they can chew at that time. Chokes to death on that one, and it's going to be a 4 versus 3. Lockdown available for some kind of a retake. Tour de Force unlikely to be invested in this instance, but could certainly carry into the next round. For the time being, though, they've got to try and focus on this one. The lockdown comes through, but surely that's just going to be wall-banged out of play.
No, the Brimstone ult comes out, Spider trades out, and it seems as if the attackers are going to take a huge advantage. 1 player left, it's all up to Need Batteries, but Hazza, again, is one of those situations where you can't help but feel it's over before it's even started.
Right now, Need Batteries just having a Astra-shaped sort of person carved out on the wall behind them out of bullets. None of those really connecting, and I mean, it's a little bit of a question maybe to be raised about the orbital strike getting invested there against the lockdown. I know that it's that play that you want to commit where you're able to trade it out 1 for 1. There are 7 ult charges on the lockdown, but there are, 7 on the Brim ult as well. So they will be going up against each other in a race to get them both in play. Melee being that little bit further ahead, but the problem is they've got to pick up 8 for the Hunter's Fury. So yeah, maybe if Purdue White, for whatever reason, are watching this back, just, shoot through the wall. You can break the lockdown. Either way, I like the idea to just make certain that nothing was going to happen there. And it also forces those players back as well. Yeah. Good round from them to get on the board. And as long as they can keep in the lead here on the attacker's side, it'll be good for them. Tour de Force invested, though, and it's looking to take some of these players.
Oh, already taking those dog tags. Kelly will be dropped. The Reina, the entry, gone off the board, and there's no resurrection available on this map. There's no Sage actually in play, interestingly enough. Looks like the blinding light. No, it's actually the Trailblazer that comes through, actually picks up Prod DG. Easy as that for Smasher C, even out that man count.
Yeah, kind of unlucky timing there, as the dog actually is able to punish really nicely, and it's just going to be need batteries stationed on the site. Elo towards this tree position will try and get a good timing, sneaks out behind those players but gets shot down. Spider finds them, drops it back to a 2 versus 2. Turret to take that contact from heaven as the players are both stuck towards generator. Paint shells will try and flush them out but doesn't quite connect. HP bars pretty much even across the 2 as we see Red Priest go flying in with the blast pack over the top of Spider. Sprays them down. Fudar now pressed into the corner, shoulder facing out. Oasis finds them through the wall, and just like that, we will go once again to an even scoreline. SMC just punching back once again.
Hazard just seems to be trading blow for blow right now. It's somewhat of a very even boxing match. Something, I mean, two Titans clashing against one another almost the way that things are going. You wouldn't think that these two teams were at the bottom of the table in the way that things are, but with that being said, both teams really need to put something on the board in this game, and well, they'll be vying for that opportunity. Maybe that's why they're fighting so hard, tooth and nail, bloodied and bruised right now. But with that being said, how is this one going to go already? Looks as if there's actually a bit of aggression from Prod DG out in towards B main, and they could be catching a player off guard.
Not only that, there's aggression towards A as well, and as that first of player of Fudar drops, it will be the spike collected. Aggression from all fronts here from the defender's side, and just like that, the numbers are already cut down. 4 versus 2 situation, half as many, but Smasher has a response. They will level it back out, and they will level it like a skyscraper, toppled all the way to the ground. Elo not quite catching that good timing. Spider pushed up towards spawn, and now both of these players are going to have to try and work together. We see that regroup come through towards short. Elo hears the footsteps, but what can they do to reposition? Don't think they're going to quite get the timing towards mid here, and it should be that retake scenario. Lockdown also in play to try and solidify it that little bit further. Guiding light starting to come online, but they're not taking any risks here. Purdue White in this do or die situation want to maximise every round on what's been a good attacking half so far.
I've been calling it the blinding light, but I mean, to be honest, that's probably the right name for it, considering how OP Sky's flashes can be sometimes. Again, there's none available for this denial of the retake, the post-plant scenario. One out anyway, they don't need any of those guiding lights. With that being said, Hazza, maybe a little bit of a guide needed in this round for one of these teams?
Yeah, and I mean, look, I was calling them blinding lights as well, but the weekend was yesterday, Cairo, and now it is the guiding light. So, you know, we're going to be seeing Purdue start to take the lead here once more. Melly yet to register any kill impacts, actually, which is interesting. Does have a couple of assists, but no eliminations, so to speak. SMC going to be relegated onto that slightly inferior weaponry, or at least we'll be seeing that coming out from the Killjoy, because they want to make sure they have that utility stationed up. We saw how good that turret was in the 1 versus 2 to just take first contact there, and now first contact will be taken in this round towards mid. Elo just seeing if they can spot out a good timing, and they find it. Spider dropped, and just like that, Purdue left with one player less to try and find another round.
This is the thing though, Hazard, the aggressive, like the map control taken by Purdue White is exceptional. They're able to get control of mid pretty easily. The bit that we're worried about is that how aggressive they're actually positioning when they take that. They're giving away easy picks, and with that being said, already we're seeing that the Seekers invested. They're trying to equal out the man count right now. Maybe possible through Prod DG, because they're the ones that are very low, and it looks as if they're assaulting actually in towards short through catwalk.
Naturally funneled themselves in off the spear tip of that Seeker, which found Elo, and well, it's just going to get pushed even further back as they have to deal with the recon bolt. Kelly walking a little bit astray there, gets collected by the paint shells, which will lend the advantage back to SMC for the time being. Seekers also invested. This is an ultimate heavy round for both sides, yet to work out who the victor will be. Trailblazer comes through, and so will the Showstopper, sending themselves back a little bit, not getting quite the velocity they were looking for. They will find it eventually, though, and those gunshots rain on through. A triple for Red Priest, painting the A site red on this occasion. But the red team of Purdue White, a lot of colours being thrown up here, are going to be on the losing end this time, 4-4.
It's an absolute rainbow, has it? And well, do you know what? Flying colours for that retake and the way that that worked out. Do you like that one? Well,
oh, that was fantastic.
Thank you. Well, the thing is, though, right now it's 4-4, and we're not really seeing an advantage being taken by either team. It seems to be you take one step forward, I'll be following you right behind. Shadowing each other. We need to see someone take a kind of hold of this map and really take the forward foot. And something that's interesting has as Ascent usually is even, but I never expected it to be this even.
Yes, I suppose it really can lend into that because, you know, both of these teams so happy to just play on this map as Spider finds Prod through the wall. Nice use of the recon dart there. Melly having great passive impact. Red Priest just getting caught with the pants down. Lockdown will be invested towards B, and well, it's just going to funnel those players all the way towards the spawn position. Batteries is waiting, but they've run out of charge on this occasion. 4 versus 2, and these players look to swarm towards the A side of the map. I think Elo is going to be somewhat aware of that situation. The glass broken, and their dreams not shattered just yet. Able to find Smasher, but going to be between a rock and a hard place. That flank is coming through swift and fast. Kelly is waiting for you and dumping you off with a shot in the back of the head. Just Oasis now on the Spectre. Ults in play if needed, but it looks like a surefire round for Purdue on this occasion.
Oh, beautiful stuff there by Purdue White. I mean, the way that they walked through mid, it was like a hot knife through butter, Hazza, cutting that team in half and winning out that round. So well played. The info dart as well to actually gain information and allow them to walk through in towards market, making sure no one could catch them by surprise. Everything was, well, dare I say it, perfect for Purdue White in the way they played that. Only thing they were missing was not dropping those 2 players. But everything that was happening, it was traded out, it was good stuff. I'm really liking the stuff that I'm seeing. The advantage now lies with Purdue White when it comes to economy though.
It does. There would be an opportunity maybe for Elo to get that tour de force online and rocking, but Kelly says no to any opportunity of that and will suck Red Priest out of the sky, picked away just like that. And well, this is another round that's been reduced to atoms, really. SMC in a tough situation to really try and find anything. Need batteries forced all the way back. And, well, this round looks like a complete mirror of what we saw on the previous one. That player on short will get dropped, and it's just the retake from B to have any opportunity. And, well, that's just going to be it. You were talking about a team looking to extend an advantage here. Now we see 2 even buys for both sides, but if Purdue White can find this one, they'll have the advantage going through the half secured.
Well, as I was just going to say, I think potentially we might see a chink in the armour starting to form for the side of SMC. I know SMC were on the lower buy, they didn't have all the guns available to them, but it seems as if Purdue White are really being able to kind of manipulate that mid position. The tour de force has been procced by the defenders. That player of Elo, you hear the voice line coming through, but he's posted up towards B short, and well, all these attackers, they're on looking to execute on towards A.
Well, they were. The commentator's conundrum, as we have coined it, rears its ugly head once more, and, well, those players actually could be going towards A. Just as I'm sparking up this dialogue, a lot of short presence taken, few shots exchanged towards the market position, and well, Elo has a lovely position here as well of their own, drops the spike, and now they have to go to try and reclaim it. Smash the C will send one of those flashes to push them further astray. A Trailblazer does follow it up just for good measure and will lend another shot out of their hands, but right now Purdue just on the slight back foot, and we'll have to try and find a gap to look to exploit, and it will be that trusty short position once more.
You should run. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
So on that round, we're going to see it get picked up for SMC in the end. One more opportunity now for Purdue to come out with the advantage this side of the half. Really lovely hold from Prod DG, just showing what they're capable of time and time again. And right now, this could be the real difference maker. Spider going to be picking up an operator here. A nice confident play from them. Maybe trying to work in the footsteps of what we saw from Elo. Just dropping that spike and causing a bit of trouble for Purdue White, I think, is what really helped seal that previous round. It meant that they had to go towards a push they didn't feel comfortable in, didn't have that entry to work with, and they lose out as a result. Now, focus does shift to A once more, but this time they will have all 5 players to attack it with, and they will shift that number even further towards their side.
They really will, Hazza. Here we go. We're trying to see exactly how things are going to go here. Well, looks like there's plenty of utility being committed right now. The advantage towards the attackers, the spike being planted. Will Red Priest be able to find the first flag? No. Seeker's invested though. Look how much, look how oppressive this is right now. Snatcher C will follow one of those angry cabbages, but won't be able to get Red Priest. Look how many ultimates invested. They know it's the last round. They know that they have to use it, and they know that they need to find this last remaining player to confirm the advantage for this next half.
And you can already see what Red Priest is trying to do here. Looking towards the floor, expecting to drop one of those blast packs, but actually they're just playing for the KD, it seems. The teammates' voices will echo in their ears saying, it's the last round, you should go for it. In they charge, met in the face of 3 players. No chance in hell you find that one. All of them will eventually get dropped to the spike, except for Melee. And just like that, Purdue White will lead the advantage eventually into this second half.
Well, the advantage being taken up by Purdue White has, and we'll remember they're the ones with that map advantage. So for SMC, this is worrying. This is where we need to see some heroics, need to see some sort of, I don't know, maybe a miracle, but it's only 2 rounds right now. If SMC win out the pistol, we're looking cushy, we're looking nice and comfy for the next half. But with that being said, if Purdue White win out the pistol, that's where we start to get worried. Start to see the sweat form on the brow of SMC. I'll need to see exactly what happens in the next half, but this round is absolutely huge.
Always a lot riding on the shoulders of a pistol round. Interesting approach we see here from SMC. Just so much different to Purdue White. The way that they played was always hegemonized. They would always play together as a group, as a 5, collect those orbs and work for picks. It seemed to pan out for them pretty well, but this will be a variation. SMC seeing if they can't go one better. Elo finds the opener towards the market position, and just like that, it's an opportunity for them to exploit. They'll group up in a similar style to what we saw before, as those paint shells will clip at the heels of Melee in the defender's spawn position. No one left to guard the B site actually, so it's just as free for them to go and chase this one out. You maybe have to question the Killjoy player getting picked off straight away, because it has made this one so easy for SMC to collect. Now a retake situation, and players towards B main to be flushed out as well.
Well, we'll need to see exactly how this one's going to work. Checking all the corners, working together. Fudar will be getting picked up by Red Priest. Prodigy taking out their opposing number, and well, just like that, has all the defenders that tried to retake are dropped. Lovely plays there by the players, and the way they set up for that post plan, only dropping 1 player as well. So there's plenty of economy in those pockets.
Yeah, I mean, when you're currently fragging as the best player in the lobby, talking about Spider here, of course, you know, it's easy to just get overconfident and go for those peaks, but losing out in that mid position there is a real misplay in my eyes, because it leaves the B site completely open. All of that utility that you invest there for your side has no value then whatsoever. Nice recon bolt coming through to try and find these players, and as it gets broken, there is information that at least 1 player is currently stationed towards tiles, but for the most part, it's another defaulty setup. Right now, Purdue White just looking to sit back, but SMC in that mid position, seeing if they can't punish a potential overstep. It came out on the previous round, and it may yet do so. Little bit of a shoulder peek coming through from Spider. And well, once again, they take a bit of damage as a result.
Oh no, do they know? Do they know where players are posted up? No, that's absolutely huge! What's happening here? Seems that Purdue White are just closing people down. 2 remain, they won't be able to pick up those upgrades though, Hazza. And now it looks as if this anti-eco round might all be over. Oh, Red Priest doesn't know that there's a Predator lying in wait close by. The classic being readily available. All they need to do is look up, but no, he's looking down. That's where their first initial engagement from behind as well. Spider with the third. Red Priest looking to try and get something. Spider, the person of the round for us, Hazza. That was absolutely huge for Purdue White.
That's one of those ones where I guess I just have to hold my hands up a little bit and say, when you're feeling overconfident, you might as well blooming go for it. You see it here. Really, really nice combination of team play between the two players. I think that is ultimately the difference between what we saw on the previous round, which would have been a bit of an ego peak, and then playing these angles to perfection. On this occasion, Spider is able to get a couple there. They reposition towards tiles, sorry. They find a couple more, and just really nice. I slipped into a bit of a Scottish accent there. What was that? Into the tails position. But no, anyway, that's a huge shutdown from Purdue White. Being able to take away that round means that there's no bonus anymore, and they get an opportunity. It's a bet against themselves, and Kelly's already ripping them to shreds. Nice trade comes through, and a Phantom into the hands. We'll be looking at a 4 versus 4 retake as this Spike is thinking about going down.
I mean, the lockdown's almost available now as well because of that previous round. Doubt that will want to be invested, but then somehow Purdue White need to find the picks. There is 2 players in towards Hell. That's a really hard position to sometimes clear out. Dropping straight down. Fudar's actually been flashed. Gets 1, and Spider will get the second. That's that lockdown available for another round if they need it. All the players are locked out of sight. It looks as if the spike is going to be half right now. There's going to be spam coming through. Look at Smasher C getting 1, and look at this. What?
Elo just chops them all the way down. That Phantom they gave away went into the wrong hands. That's going to be the round for SMC. And, well, it's a thrifty round. Not really what we were expecting, talking about the weaponry being so good for the side of Purdue White. And they pay the price. The Sky Smokes are so good in that situation, right? From Fudar. They last for 20 seconds, so that's the retake effectively done, but as soon as it clears, it's just a spam all the way through. Takes out the planter and that remaining player. Now only 1 round separates the 2 teams. It's just always so even.
I'm just looking at the ultimates as available. There's 2 lockdowns that can be traded. If it comes through, as we can see that all the players are stacked on A. The attacker lockdown has been committed. But is there going to be anything to try and deny it? Maybe just a back out right now. Smasher C knows there's a player close by. It is Elo. But that's a key kind of gunfight that will come through. The Sky Smokes will come down, and look at that, has a nice upgrade for Smasher C there. Here we go, the Raze ultimate comes through, but isn't actually good enough. And like that, Red Piece will pick up melee because they have the better weaponry. Kelly though, coming through, using a Spectre will trade, and will Smasher C just firing off warning shots with that Judge to clear that smoke on towards Switch. Paint shells to come out just to deny the retake a little bit longer. Seems as if they're going to keep that lockdown in pocket for the time being. It is 3 versus 2, so the right weaponry could maybe win this one out, but we need some beautiful mechanical ability. There's the first. Spider needs to get the second on towards main position. There is gravity wells available to deny, and Oasis will stop the push in towards Hell. Spider just playing for X's at the time being, making sure Oasis stays down and towards Hell. Spider spraying, won't get another, and it seems if that Astra is able to escape.
Yeah, Need Batteries doesn't get caught in the web of Spider this time around. They're unable to chase them out of the site. But it's a tough situation. There really wasn't too much time left. It's a fairly good round, all things considered, with the amount of money that they had available. That Phantom went from the hands of Kelly into Elo, winning that round, and then back to Smasher, who wasn't able to get too much done with the upgrade on the retake. So Now the score finds itself level once again. No real surprises as these teams have been so close. It is a tug of war, and at this point it seems like that piece of rope is starting to split because there's so much tension between the two sides as we're yet to see that opening engagement, but a lot of space taken early on towards A main.
Well, it seems as if A main is not going to be the decision for these attackers. Oh no, Hazard. This is what you talked about in the pre-game when we were talking about what could potentially be happening. The cringe plays could work here. Who is going to be aggressing in towards A main. It seems if potentially a chance to actually get that play isn't going to work. Here comes a spam, doesn't get anything off of that. Completely missing actually, but they don't know. The Seeker's invested. Now the information is there for these defenders. Red Priest paint shells are perfect.
Yeah. Smasher just about went into the Trailblazer as those paint shells were coming in, so no opportunity to cancel and reposition. Gonna lose their life as a result. Spider, though, able to find one, and now Kelly with that advanced position. That space they took in A main at the start of the round finally comes through. A double dismiss to keep them at bay. Fudar's hungry, and they're eating up these last few scraps. Finally, Purdue find the lead once more.
Purdue eating well tonight. Hazard, the way they're finding these kills, the players that are coming out here. I still can't get over Elo's play in the first half, but that was just as good from a team perspective. Look at Kelly missing those first initial shots, actually managing to make, well, I guess not make do, oh my god, make do, but actually kind of work out in the end. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is the execute is going to probably come in towards A. There was a trademark put on towards B main to stop any push out or potential flanks that come from the opposing site. But with that being said, we see exactly how this one's going to go. There's no lockdown available, but it's actually the Seekers to help out for this round. Can we see SMC actually win this out?
The Seekers are going to come in. Those angry cabbages, as you put it, are loose from the patch, and Prod DG will capitalise off of it. Kelly falls, and well, they could soon lose their life as well. Lockdown here to try and keep these players at bay, and we're met with an orbital strike. There was a great combination there, but unfortunately it won't find anything at this point in time. Nano Swarm grenades will be stationed on the spike to try and slow things just a little bit longer, combined with a gravity well. Could be a taste for success, but well, they've been taken out, and so have those two players. Lovely spray from Smasher, made into a third, a triple for both players. Who can go one better? It will be Elo on this occasion. Once more, we find ourselves at a juice, 9-9.
9-9 has a wow. This is really turning into a game here. I mean, I know you haven't seen Waynesboro, but that's all that comes into my head because I'm just thinking game on between these two teams. Nobody wanting to let the other away for a moment, keeping tabs on one another. It is a rifle round for both teams, but as you say, is one of your iconic phrases, the eco is on a knife's edge.
It is on a knife's edge, and well, if it carries on as tight as this, speaking of Weans, the Weans are going to want to go to bed because it's going to be getting a little bit late. Fudar playing towards this short position, seeing what they can find early on. Won't be anything, and well, it'll be another ultimate orb collected on that attacking side. SMC pick it up, goes into the hands of their Killjoy player, Oasis, and that will be the lockdown available now, looking towards maybe committing on the B side of the map. No Hunter's Fury, no Orbital Strike to respond, but there is an Empress. Kelly will find the first one, now looking to re-aggress towards mid. Two players peeked out, the first one chopped down. Again, the Lear comes through, and then again they manage to find a pick. A triple for them now. This round slowly starts to collapse. Not too much that they can really do. It will just be Oasis with that lockdown in hand, but you can't help but feel it won't be used on this occasion.
Oh, Kelly with a beautiful 4K. Purdue White, a great use of the Empress to move forward. A great individual performance from Kelly. Look at this replay Hazard that we're seeing here. Beautiful kind of just picking of the heads. It wasn't really any body shots, I don't think, as Kelly picked away at all the heads. And with that being said, 10-9 is the score. And well, as we were talking about knife's edges, we're talking about economy, Seems if SMC are going towards that lower buy once again, Hazza. And it's the same kind of scenario that we were in the Haven, where we thought, well, with that being said, this is really a point where we're seeing Purdue White potentially moving on towards that map point after a rifle round. Red Priest, though, gets Smasher C.
Yeah, Smasher punished early on. There are a couple of marshals actually in the hands of these players, and well, we start to see that Fudar finds Oasis. Not such a bad idea if it pans out, considering how the economy is. They don't have too much money here, Purdue, to be spending. So as long as they secure this round, it should be full rifles and a little bit of a healthier situation. Need Batteries has managed to find the spike, but just around the edge of the smoke, lands a dink. Kelly on only 10 HP. Happy to see that the Trailblazer will be dropped, because it means that they're not going to get caught out on this occasion. Elo's pushed all the way up to spawn, just staring at Spider. Hey, how you doing? Hey, little baby, can I whisper in your ear? Can I tell you something you might like to hear? I wonder what that might be. Actually, they're just going to sit pretty. Elo's seeing if they can maybe find more than one. Spider in a sticky situation, I guess you would call it, and they find both players. Kelly gets dropped on the 10 HP. They had to look for a heal at some point in time, but with Smasher dead, that's not going to happen. We're going to see that the Tour de Force is posted up, and just as Melly thinks they're peeking in towards a Marshal, it will be that souped up ultimate instead. Red Priest just teasing them for the time being, and this is a round that's collapsed on all fronts for Purdue.
It really has collapsed, Hazza. They had full control, fine well, and somehow Spider just let go of the ball. I think that's probably the key position. I don't know how, in God's name, Chamber was able to make their way all the way through in towards the back there, just behind Spider, and waited for Kelly to run by. Nice play though, good trigger discipline. I think time is just going to tick by as we wait here for exit frags. So with that being said, Hazza, we are actually going to see a 10-time scoreline, something that we didn't expect to see. What do you make of this round? What do you make of the rounds to come?
I'm not too sure. This one could be a little costly. I think both of these players are actually going to lose their lives, and they do, to the valence of the spike there. But yeah, looking at this once again, I'm not sure. I don't think there's any way they possibly could have come through short. I think Spider must have had to have repositioned from market or something along those lines. But yeah, Elo just sitting and waiting, waits for the footsteps. Along comes Kelly, and they finish them off. I was expecting them to have shot Kelly earlier on, actually, but I hadn't realized that both players were actually lined up. So now we're going to see a bit of a mixed buy coming through from Purdue White here. I don't think they're going to be able to fully buy up, and well, actually, it's a couple of classics in the end that make their way through into the play here. So Ult sitting with SMC. Spider takes that first contact. They've been good on a classic before, but up against a Randall, you have to say it's going to be a lot more difficult.
Well, we'll need to see. With that being said, Prod DG actually, I think, knows that their opponents are on the lesser buy. Is actually going to take an aggressive position there. Paint shells to clear out market, and it seems as if the KG is stuck by themselves. Down the sky smokes do come through from the brim. I don't know if that's enough to deter the push that's going to come through. No, it's not. The lockdown invested. But is there going to be a rotate after this one? Players are just almost ready to leave out in towards CT. Not to be though. The lead's almost perfect. Spider again with that classic does so well. Traded out by Oasis. 4-4 for the retake.
Kelly being one of the players who has a weapon in hand, a full rifle, just lands over the side of the turret. They don't get the movement accuracy, and they're not able to win that one out. Such an unfortunate situation. Melly right now just giving up too much information. Those thunderous steps are met with a thunderous response. Oasis gets a triple. SMC start to etch in towards the lead. Purdue White will be able to buy up again here if they want to. Will be mixed once more as the finance just isn't quite ringing the same. But you have to say this half has been mostly for the attackers.
This is true, it has been mostly for the attackers. I mean, I think that's probably the same for both halves, if I remember correctly. 7-5 was the score that we went into at half time in favour of Purdue White. Now, right now, I think we are about 6-3. There's going to be a trade of guns there. I don't know what that was about, but potentially they've obviously thought about this one. Purdue White are forced as well. They're actually trying to contest the map point, and they're actually doing okay as it's 4-4 in the man count right now, and the Seekers are available for Purdue White.
Yeah, I think the Seekers are going to have to be the key one here. If they can get a good utilization out of them, it'll be huge. Also, Kelly has to come up big, and they do. They find the first one onto Elo, but there's one more player. Prodigy hiding in that corner. The Seeker's going to blind them out. They get finished off. 4 versus 2. Now a much better situation for Purdue to try and push in towards this one. The shots of the Sheriff are just going to bait things out. Kelly sweeps in from the speedway, slides in and leaves a dab on the triple box. It's going to be a defuse for the defenders. And just like that, the scoreline once again will return to an even footing. Neither team looking that much better than the other at this point in time. But as we reach this stage in the game, one of them will have to at least secure the overtime while the other one scrambles to make it out of regulation. How is this one gonna go? It's looking fairly even. Red Priest has opted for a ghost at this point in time. There's an opportunity for them to get a full rifle, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do. We see it eventually. Vandals and Phantoms against Vandals and Phantoms. Lockdown in play and an orbital strike as well, so you'd think that the better control sits with Purdue coming into this one. Momentum as well, potentially. It's all going to be about that first engagement, though.
I think the thing is though as well, Hazza, we need to make comment on the Ultimates 2 come online. There was a couple there that were just 2 off. The biggest one was the Hunter's Fury is 1 off, and that's a round-winning ultimate if I've ever seen one. The Trailblazer is there to clear out tree, but doesn't actually get the hit onto the sky that is in there. So with that being said, as I was about to say, Smasher C's readily available to take the gunfight and will win that one out. Do they know where Elo is? Do they know that he's looking very close? Well, they'll know now.
Ooh.
Kelly somehow loses that one out. I'm sure if Spider swings, they'll be able to clean this one up, but they know there's plenty of players there not to be advised to take those gunfights, and already there seems to be a little bit of a leniency towards the A side as the players start to rotate.
Those players are making their way towards A. Gonna try and at least cut a little bit of noise here. I'm not too sure how much the lugs of Smasher C have scooped up there, vibrating into the eardrums. Maybe not too much. I think they're just going to be sneaking their way up now. But there's an orbital strike. There's going to be a lockdown for a potential retake. Low HP on at least one of these players. The showstopper comes through, shot towards heaven, but can't find anything. Here it comes. The orbital strike in towards the site. It goes down onto the plant, and look who's stuck bang in the middle of it. Oasis, that's a lot of chip damage. Red Priest, though, is going to light the kill feed up red. It's met with a flurry of blue. Eventually, Elo solo by themselves. Purdue White eventually find it, but it did look very, very close. Both of these teams still looking so strong in the closing stages of this second map.
Absolute perfect there. Shout out to the observer, Caroline. That was a beautiful shot that we saw of the orbital strike coming down, Hazza. And with that being said, 3 ultimates online for these defenders. Still, they have the Hunter's Fury, they have the lockdown, and well, we saw Kelly on an Empress before. It's salted in towards mid. Will that happen once again? There is an operator online for Spider. Also, that's going to be a big one.
Yeah, so not the most ideal of weaponry for these attackers. Spider posted up with the op. What can they find? It's nothing at this point in time. Elo gonna be able to pick up that ultimate orb. Is now good for the tour de force. It's a weapon that can be tossed over, and the advantage is somewhat nullified. A sniper for both sides now. Information that they're playing towards tiles as the Trailblazer will go hunting, but as Elo does have that rallying cry, Purdue will know that there is a sniper in place, so they're not going to want to try and contest mid as much as they had previous. Although, Kelly does not care. Head ripped straight off, and the advantage sits with them for the time being.
Somewhat of a revolution there in towards mid as the head came off of the tour de force player, the chamber. Elo, but well, he's in Elo hell right now. It seems if the assault is going to be in towards B main. Red Priest could blast pack away from that alarm bot, and Spider is posted up in towards mid, stopping the assault from any potential aggressor.
I've got
This
your
has to
trail.
be decided. Here we go. The Seekers are invested. Prodigy swings out. Smasher C from the side. Actually, swipe. And now look at this. The other player, Need Barry's, actually assaults and gets the upgrade. The attacker Killjoy ultimate. The lockdown is invested, but they are being delayed by constant
10 seconds
utility. Can they get the spike down? It seems as if it's going to happen. But there's ultimates to be used. And here comes the Hunter's Fury. Good enough to deny Hazza, but not good enough to deny the plant. The assault come through. The retake, they need to get rid of Needs Barry's up and towards market. It's a 1 versus 1 to decide the map. Can Melee win this one out? Has the info dart, will be used, but the player is in Boathouse, which will probably be decided and known by Melee because the info dart doesn't ping them out. It's a Bulldog versus a Phantom. Who's going to win this one? Tapping the spike. Red Priest actually getting ready to swing. Melee knows, sees the shoulder, but doesn't actually go for it. Again, the spike is going to be tapped. Red Priest peeks out. Melee wins it for Purdue White. 2-0 fashion. And there comes the defuse. GG's cascade through the chat. And what a match between these two universities has. The way that they played out, the way that we're constantly trying to keep up with one another. What a match, what a game.
Yeah, I mean, that final round, it really goes to show these two teams so strong, and only a player's difference in the end between them. And across the two maps, only 4 rounds between them, the score in the end. It does read 2-0, but 13-11 on Haven and Ascent. I don't think you can really say that either of these sides was especially better than the other. Purdue White on that retake at the end, I have to commend the use of the Hunter's Fury, not to just go straight for the lockdown as you would maybe expect. You're playing more reserved as a team, so you're not going for that fight straight away. Saves it for the plant, knows that you're able to get one player there at least because time isn't on their side, and automatically shifts the man count back towards their favor. A lot of plays like that we saw coming out from Purdue were just so strong. I think overall, there were signs of individual brilliance from both teams. Kelly, especially on that map, was very good. Prod, more so probably, for the side of SMC, and maybe that's what they relied on in some instances. Elo as well, I guess. But cohesively, Purdue maybe just that tiny bit better.
Yeah, I think that's just the thing, and you know what, both teams will go away, they'll VOD review, and the thing is though, we do have one player that, one team that has got one kind of, well, I guess one best of 3 in their pocket now. But with that being said, I really am maybe not struggling. I can maybe see some weaknesses, but I don't understand why SMC are 0-4 now. They seem to play really well. I just don't know. Maybe they're a bit like Rory McDonald, if you remember from the UFC days, an absolute bloodbath in every fight that he fought, but was never able to win it out, which is just heartbreaking.
I guess it is one of those ones, you know, you really go in all guns blazing, try and get out of it what you can, but unfortunately they are on the receiving end this time. I said going into it, I thought Purdue White would be the stronger side. I guess in some respects they were, but maybe not for it to be as tight as it was. Both teams came into this one 0-3, and the first scalp that Purdue White collect will be that of SMC. Back to the drawing board for them. The season not over just yet. It is week 4, as we have been reminded, not week 7. Getting a little bit ahead of myself there. But overall, I think so far it's been a great start to the week, but we are going to be leaving you for this evening. Myself and Kyra, of course, will be passing over to the next set of casters to bring you through some more games this evening. So we'll be going to a short break, but don't go anywhere. We will catch you all very soon.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone? 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun?
Yeah, his baby said that they don't got a future like that. It burns, so give him something worse to kill his head with, make him forget somehow. Might be that another day she would have wished he stayed, but they're done. Sorry's won't be enough this time. Yeah, he's calling all his friends to get some action and distract him right now. He's fine, got Lucy on the line, let's get this started. Where's the party tonight? I feel good, nothing weighs me down. I can't believe my luck right now. Red eyes while he said, don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone? Don't you wanna have fun? Never mind my dumb heart, it needs a little kickstart. 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Ooh, who needs a job to pay the rent? Is busy. Gotta feel free sometimes, right? What doesn't make you will only make you stronger if you believe what they say. Might be that another day she would have wished he stayed, but they're done. Red eyes while he said, don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone? Don't you wanna have fun? Never mind my dumb heart, it needs a little kickstart. 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Just make it go away. Can't take another day. Yeah, his baby said that they don't got a future like that. It hurts, so give him something worse to pass the time. Don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone? Don't you wanna have fun? Never mind my dumb heart, it needs a little kickstart. 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Don't you wanna
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
NECC Valorant Week 4 returns. I'm LEGDAY, joined by Kremer, and the Valorant action's only going to get hotter and hotter today. We've gone down to Emergence White to pick up 2 new teams and 3 new maps for a best of 3. And, well, Kremer, we're about halfway through our regular season now when everyone's gunning for those playoff spots.
The teams we casted today, Harry, are yet to win a series. We've got Leeds McRae versus Limestone. This is going to be I would say it's going to be a fairly close match, purely because these teams haven't won. So I imagine their skill level's relatively similar. Right? I mean, the theory crafting's there, and honestly, I am looking forward to seeing how they're able to play moving into this, because they are playing there's a chance of playoffs here if you win every single series from here on to the rest of the tournament, but you need to start that win spree here.
Indeed we do, Kremer. Sorry, I just had to quickly refresh and get back into the call. And when we look at the teams in Emergence, we're going to be looking at some basic fundamentals when it comes to Valorant as to the caliber of play. We're going to be looking at effective communication, good agentry building. Oh, that just
Aaron,
went very wrong.
To you? I've lost my co-caster.
I lost you, but that's okay. I'm back, and we're going to be looking at the basic building blocks of communication and effective team comps as well. Whether that means either playing towards the strengths of your roster, if they've got maybe one-trick agents they really like to play, or attempting to emulate what's been seen in the pro scene on these maps.
I'm going to try and sound nice here, Harry, but it's not going to sound nice, which is these teams they're not going to be great. What that means is the duelists particularly are going to have quite a bit of impact, purely because when you have teams towards the lower ranks, they definitely struggle to deal with players who are popping off, players who rely solely on aim, and it means that Jets usually get a little bit more space to work with, Razors get a little bit more damage from their utility, and in general, it means that your aim is going to have a bigger and actually much more profound impact.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit more of an aim duel, I think. When we go into the lower ranks, we definitely see that aim is a bigger contributor to the overall powers, because people find it harder to deny space and shut down these aimers. And also, when you swing together, if one of your team isn't like a great aimer, sometimes that double swing cannot be as valuable as it would be in a higher rank, where one of you is going to be winning that battle no matter what happens. So I'm definitely looking to see if we might see some teams leaning into creating unfair fights with things like flash engages, particularly initiators and duelists working in tandem, like a Breach or a Sky, able to flash in a Jet on an entry.
What you find as well, particularly, again, I hate alluding back to it, but particularly in these lower ranks, is you will find players who definitely play other FPS titles that begin with C, and what that means is that usually the flashes, particularly that of KO and that of Sky, get used a lot more frequently as pop flashes rather than in set executions, and it means that individual aim duels are able to really have quite a profound effect.
We should be able to head over to our map Vita real soon to see which of our maps are going to be here in our best of 3. We've got our bans, we've got our picks. Thank you very much, production. Ooh. Breeze, Bind, and Icebox. An interesting first pick here, Kremer. We expected a lot from the duelists, and on Breeze, we're going to be expecting even more.
I'm very surprised to see the Breeze pick here. Usually when you are at those lower ranks, teams don't kind of stick to the beta maps like Ascent, like Bind, Haven, and Icebox occasionally. Sometimes Split is in there quite a lot. Split has fallen out of fashion quite a bit, really, just in America in general. But to pick into Breeze is going to be very interesting. Luckily, Harry, you no longer have to listen to our nattering, Gorsey, our ugly mugs, and breaking cameras on screen anymore, as we're able to head in game.
Here we will. Let's head over to the wonderful beaches of Breeze. Enjoy a balmy breeze by the seaside. And then, of course, the wild whistling of bullets past the heads of multiple members. One of the things that you really got to look out for here on Breeze is in the anti-eco round, the prevalence of marshals potentially, because this is a map that is filled with long sightlines, Kremer.
And what that means is that Chamber can be a very effective agent to play. Sometimes we have seen teams sort of shift over to the KO, and looking at the Limestone agent select, I quite like this to have the KO Jets and Chamber. It's bloody aggressive, and it does mean that you are skipping a little bit on Sentinel, but I quite like that. I quite like that agent selection.
I think that Chamber is starting to really erode into the usual territory of where we want to see a Cypher usually, but Chamber is a great choice for this map simply because the Headhunter doesn't suffer from damage drop-off, and damage drop-off really does become a problem on Breeze. It's an absolutely huge map, Kremer, so while you're ADSing and you can get those long-range headshots where a Sheriff would only hit 145, that can be a real difference maker and one of the reasons why Chamber's become so popular.
Something to highlight, though, for Limestone is you mentioned the lack of Cypher. This is actually something that's going to be on both teams here. There is very little static defense. You have the trademark on the Chamber, but that's about it. And that really isn't much to work with, especially when the rotations are so big on this map that even if that trademark gets activated, there's nothing really to stop it. We're back on camera, Harry. I forgot we're going back on camera before we go on live. Will we catching you mid-swing there?
Yeah, just getting some energy down. You know me. I got to get that energy rolling through my brain if I am going to be casting some high-tier Valorix. Of course, it's going to get wet, wild, fun, and fantastic. And the second we go back on camera, things start to break again. You know how it goes, Kremer. I don't make the rules. I simply am a victim of them.
You simply play by them. And honestly, I can't wait to get in-game here. There we go. Now's your chance to have your swig of your non-disclosed energy drink brand. And for Leeds, as they start on their defensive side, it's going to be a fairly early start from them. Nothing too interesting when it comes to their investment, bar the Sheriff being bought over on Primed. I quite like it. Bit of an ego, buy on your Jet, try and build that confidence before you head into your kind of the depths of Breeze. Over on Limestone, it's going to be a fairly standard buy with a very heavy stack outside of A.
What I'm interested in here is what the main modus operandi of Sled on this team is going to be. Usual buy. And the Chamber using one of their limited bullets in the Headhunter to do a little bit of damage to the wall is at least a small dub. This is going to be a somewhat mono-directional attack. Interesting, but I think we saw the tailwind from the Jet to actually get out of there, and now this rotation has been noted by Finley, who's yet to actually put down their toxic screen. Now it can be committed. Let's cover the main entrance here to B. Well, they actually want to go through the snake bite.
That's brave.
Back out. A little bit of blocking, boys. Unsure of what they want to do on the attacking side of Limestone at the moment.
Limestone have been called out as well in rotation. Crime's good for one. There's the trade. But does that embolden the rest of the team to commit to this side push?
Finley lies in wait. The right click eventually. No, actually going for the left instead. Preferring the greater accuracy. Looking to try and stop the spike plant here. Stone Fergie wants to try and find a battle. And indeed, they are granted one against Sled Source. Hallow now stands alone in a 1 versus 4. A ghost in hand, a recon arrow as well. Can't quite hit the headshot at range. I believe it's a Sheriff up against him from What's Up, My Boy.
That's a great name. What's up, my boy?
What's up,
Barry?
Well, their
It's a
health
Sheriff.
is soon going to be down. And indeed it is. Kareen removes Hallow. Limestone, despite some executional hesitance, managed to pick up the first round and keep 4 players alive. So that's 2 Sheriffs that remain in circulation.
Let's see how the ego buy is from Limestone here. Bear in mind that they were able to achieve some fairly one-sided victory in their pistol rounds, and that's sort of reflected in their buy here with a couple of Spectres and 2 Marshals. The 2 Marshals, of course, as you mentioned, range being such a prevalent problem over on Breeze that the snipers just allow you to play that range game of What's Up, My Boy. It's an early push through mid, as with such a successful round with the aforementioned Sheriff, they're getting a bit confident.
I mean, why not? What's up, my boy Marshall? not of the Mathers variety. The trademark here should detect, but actually, no will for the extended fight. A shot taken and a teleport away. The information was enough for the chamber.
Finley trying to catch out the old player here. Unable to do so, though, as it looks like, for the most part, a bit of a messy engagement through mid there. Not quite clearing your angles, but it doesn't matter when your aim is what's able to give the full stop to that sentence.
And your aim doesn't need to be sublime on the Marshal as well in the anti-eco, because you're not dealing with armored opponents. You do 101 damage on a body shot, and obviously if there is no armor in circulation, that can make things dangerous. At distance, the classic, not the most deadly weapon, but still is at least doing a little bit of economic damage to the shields of Limestone, who thus far have had a flawless round. Hallow may look to open the door here, and they are at least going to be noted by multiple players as Stone Fergie comes to wrap around the back at range. Respector's not going to be the ideal weapon, but it beats out just a classic. And now Popco getting in close with the SMG. This should be easy clap as the right clicks cannot connect, and Popco takes out their counterpart.
Solid stuff. Limestone, they go 2-0 up, and they do so in very clean fashion, only sustaining one casualty so far, as Primed finds himself the only man to draw blood on the side of Lees McRae. And for the college team, let's see if there's a bit more success from them now as they move to their full buy. And with Vandals round the board, there is a few gaps in here. There is the odd Bulldog, which is going to make that buy a little bit more shaky. And as Stone Fergie brings out the Ares, this is going to be a very interesting buy, Harry.
Yeah, very interesting third round buy. Usually you try to go up to rifles to match that which would be profit against you on a full buy for a team that's down 0-2. Primed with the Vandal here, remember. The Vandal is the weapon of choice for Breeze because it doesn't suffer from damage drop-off like the Phantom does, so you can get one shots at range. A dink onto Primed. Do they double down for the fight? Indeed they do. Popco now, if they want to risk it, they can grab themselves an upgrade, hence the investment of the Sonic Arrow. That allows, I believe, for the Jet to pick up the Vandal instead. And now Hallow will pick up where their Jet left off. Primed couldn't do it. Neither can Hallow. What's up, my boy? You're dead, baby. And now What's Up can try and crunch on in towards Finley. Isolated that Ares you were wondering about. Kremer has picked up 2 lives. The Lurk has been activated from the KO. High ground for What's Up, my boy, as they detach themselves from the fight and beckon themselves away into the loving embrace of the poison clouds. Because guess what? Finley's the only one remaining. And at the moment, they're blockaded in.
All right, I know how you feel about assumptions, but can I make one?
Go ahead.
When you see teams that go 0-2, 0-3 in brackets, that doesn't necessarily mean the players are bad. It can mean that sometimes the teamwork isn't there. And what you commonly see, particularly in collegiate teams, from smaller colleges or universities, you have 1 or 2 players who are quite good, but then the remaining 3 don't quite have the same amount of experience. And what it means is that you need to get to a stage in the bracket where those 2 good players are good enough to carry. And, well, having seen both Fergie and What's Up, my boy play, I think we found our 2 players, and I think I found what could really be a bit damning over to the members of Lees McRae.
And it feels like Limestone at the moment have a good understanding as well of where to divvy their resources. Like we saw that Popco got that kill, won the battle against the rifle, and by all measures, Kremer had earned that upgrade. But actually decided to hand it over to What's Up, my boy, instead, knowing that they'd likely be able to get a little bit more value out of it. 7.1k on 2 separate members right now of Limestone Esports, and both of them would be the designated operator users in the Chamber and the Jet. This has got to be worrying for Lees McRae if they weren't already very stressed about this scoreline.
Absolutely right. Prime now. Hiding on the close angle. Sled the first to fall, and once again, Lees McRae, they go a man down. Look at that shock dart placement. Just heartbreakingly a few centimeters too short there, as Popco is going to have another crack at it in just a moment as the Aldrone clears just how close these players are.
Oh, the right click doesn't connect. Primed had a good idea. But now the shorty. What could it do? That's 1. A quick reload. They don't know about the shorty. No! They simply do not know. Starstruck finishes down Finley, but hey, that's a lot of value out of 1 shorty, baby.
That is Popco. There's a bit of satellite delay.
There is a little bit. My man's on the long ping.
Yeah.
He's got that Starlink.
It'll kind of get back to you in 2 to 3 working days.
Out of office hours.
They are able to be shut down, but Leeds are great. They show they still bear teeth. Now, what's up, my boy and Stone Fergie, both still kind of leading the kill counts, and we look at the ult management as well. The null commands ready, the Hunter's Fury, the same story. Over on Leeds Grey, that we are still waiting to get their ults online, but the fact they haven't killed anyone yet means that they aren't quite able to really, dare I say it, match these ults.
It's no command. Going to be tough to deal with for a less experienced team, but Hallow has a good idea where Stone Fergie is. Evidently has that geometry in their brain, saw where those waves were coming from, triangulated the location of Stone Fergie, who once again suppresses multiple members. That might be up to 4 players who now no longer have utility. Sled Source falls on down, certainly not go to with the Source anymore. Primed hits a headshot with the Operator, showing off their viability. Even more damage done, but it's Finley who strikes the killing blow. Stone Fergie now plays it close once again. It's those who are tucked into corners who claim the most lives. Primed, they've swapped over to a Phantom, but with one bullet left in the chamber. A wallbang dink. That was so close to Lees McRae being able to get their first round, but unfortunately, reality is the cruelest of mistresses.
That is heartbreaking for McRae. Look at this final shot from Prime, Dan. It's a clean kill. Very clean kills the KO. Final bullet just isn't quite enough as we see Limestone go 5-0 up. And while they are facing 5-0, this is still a recoverable half. You need to remember that it's kind of been argued that Breeze can be ever so slightly attacker-sided. And with the ult management now over on Lees McRae looking in their favor, the Blade Storm has been deployed early on to try and ease any economic impact.
While you are being the good cop, Kremer, I'm going to be the bad one.
Go on.
Lees McRae picked Sprees.
Yeah. That is a problem. And
that is a long-running problem.
I acknowledge that's a problem. I hope I get bailed out by one of the players here who are able to... Oh, no.
Okay,
no!
So they have bailed themselves out here. It's not the most... It's not the greatest spray, but hey, the cardboard box won't stop too much. Lovely Blade Storm mechanics. It's a blind from afar. Stone Fergie's here with the peel. Don't worry, Bird Daddy's home.
I humbly ask our cruel producer to get us a replay on that, because... That was
You mean the one thing our producer said not to do, ask for replays, and you've done it in round 6?
We got it anyway. Yeah, look at that. Oh, what's up, my boy? What is up? That was that was laboured. But...
Thanks, Freshie.
Our producer, I'm not used to having a producer who's so authoritative with us. Like, this is great.
That spray was so laboured, you could admit it to a maternity ward.
The water's broken, just straight off to the ER. As Limestone find themselves getting ready to push up through mid here. Prime to one man to try and stop him. He does have armor behind that Marshall, but the firepower is really where he could be tested.
An attempt at a direct hit here. Finley only armed with a classic, though. It's not the ideal. Primed peaks again with only 26 HP. The bravery on this jet. Cojones of tungsten. Unfortunately for Slim, simply cannot stand up against these kind of arms. Hallow caught from the back. But they did manage to grab themselves a headshot. The Marshall. Now freshly healed up. No connection there. Onto the Viper, pinged multiple times, surrounded on all sides. Kareen takes the swing, precision gaming right there.
Oh, Harry. I can't help but think that this may turn into a bit of a one-sided series. I don't want to commit to it.
Hey, you know what? Hypercopium time. Breeze is attacker-sided.
this is some. I'm huffing on some copium right now, but these are great. They got ults to play with. They're gonna equalize with the res on Sled in just a moment with that 3-3 ult splits. But for Limestone, the Tour de Force, and particularly that Viper's Pit are some seriously kind of after-plant guaranteeing rounds and ults to use. As what's up, my boy? Hopes for an angle here with the SOP. Looking to challenge Sled the second that Viper's Wall fades. And with a very early commitment of the Sage Wall as well, dare I say it, Lisa McRae could just get timed out here as Limestone just drain all their util.
Hello? Oh, I don't think he got the second ping. Kill will be impossible, but some damage done. Kareen, they've had their armor stripped away, and they're down to only 70 HP. Makes them more vulnerable. 2 bullets from a rifle should be able to take them out primed. Not suppressed. Actually, they will be now. That's an uncanny miss. That looked so good. The second one is better. What's up, my boy? You're down now. Does Primed want to go up high? Remember, they can't do the shot into escape. There is no tailwind while suppressed. That Viper's Pit makes things a little bit more difficult. Random shots maybe, hoping for one-on-ones. The door is open because that means that Kareen is actually making their way around the back, undetected thus far, but actually counter-rotated here by Primed. Kareen is so precise. Stone Fergie takes down the Sled, and those who remain is only Slim, I believe, looking for their first kill in this match. Unable to find it.
The night is still young. These are great. Go 8-0 down. Now, they go 8-4. This is a very recoverable half. Very recoverable, actually. And 8-4 is really not so all uncommon a scoreline to see on Breeze. But it needs to be turned around, and it needs to be turned around quickly. This is the first time we've seen a round get about this close. So it does fill me with hope. Unfortunately, that hope is fleeting when you remember that Sled and Slim still haven't actually killed anyone. And they're still holding on to their ults. Slim now should be able to bring out the Tour de Force, and so that does give a little, it does ease the damage of the economy, but instead it's actually Kareen to bring out the Tour de Force, meaning, are we just going to see Slim hold on to a pistol without using the ult?
Might be the choice. Oh, no. Oh, Finley, lovely shot. What's up, my boy? Spammed out within the smoke. You can spam for free with the Phantom. That's why it's a preferred weapon of so many controllers. Even on Breeze. Obviously, the only controller you're usually going to be seeing on Breeze is going to be the Viper. Sled waits. Oh my goodness. They were unprepared for the toxic screen to go down. Starstruck. Got rid of it. That's a beautiful flash from Stone Fergie. Still Finley with the peel. That's their second kill of the round. And if you want 2 people to clutch this out in a 3 versus 2... Finley and Primed are probably your best options on the side of Lise McRae. Snakebite, you can see the trajectory. Revealed to Kareen exactly what's happening, but Primed was around the back. It was all a distraction tactic, and now Primed has space to work with, but they do not have the time. Finley gets another, and there it is. Lise McRae, they should be able to grab the clutch.
Over, they get themselves their first round, Harry. Again, 8-4. It's a very winnable half at 8-4. But, there were a few mistakes made by Limestone there, but certainly. I would like to see potentially the Jets either go with the Phantom and or maybe panic a little less. They sort of engaged, took 1 bullet of damage, and kind of dashed into the crosshair of your opponents there. In terms of ult management as well, Limestone don't have anything for at least this round. They should be able to get 2 or 3 available before the end of the half. There's a little crab. As he scuttles away from the camera, these McRae are going to try and scuttle their way back into contention of closing out the map.
Caroline, you've made the crabs nervous. Got stage fright.
Are you sure that's Caroline's fault, Harry, and not ours?
I don't know. I don't think I'm very intimidating.
I might be a bit intimidating. I've been told I've been intimidating.
That's the most well-meaning laugh.
Jesus, man.
Oh, that's a wallbang. Minimized damage means that the Jet can hold to life for yet another day. Now they're being brought into Slim's zone of influence, but the timing simply is not there. What's up, my boy? Gets away with a freebie. and removes the Tour de Force. It could be resurrected, though. Remember, the Tour de Force does remain available for the entirety of this round.
They've completely left B.
Oh, let's see the Tour de Force rezzed, ideally, to be honest.
It looks like they've let Sled has left B to go res, hasn't used the res, and just gone back to B. When the execution comes, it's going to be a 5-on-4, like that 4-on-4 retake with Hallow hitting a very clean shot onto Popco.
Hallow's now got quite a few of these Marshall headshots to open things up. Maybe a little bit of a Marshall specialist. A miss there from What's Up does reveal their location. Now the op is confirmed to be on the site. That might be valuable information for the remainder of this. Prime's taken out through the wall. You can't survive 2 wall bangs, I'm afraid. Do you invest for resurrection here? It might be too far gone. Lees McRae play with 2. It's Sled, Source, and Hallow. Hallow's upgraded from the Marshall to the Vandal and already hit themselves starstruck. And right now, the Jet is incredibly low. Hallow would love to be able to finish that off and deny the Operator from another round, but Stone Fergie returns to the forefront of violence with a 3K.
It's laboured. I think What's Up, my boy? I think he has quite a bit of an issue with panicking. In kills where you don't really need to move your crosshair too much, it's a calm kind of shot you take and then you dash. He's panicking quite a bit. He's got flicking onto players he's already aiming at, and it's been a lot of the shots he's firing, which would have been very clean kills if he wasn't panicking, have turned out to be turned out to be misses. 9 to 1 hit. Lees McRae need at least 2 or 3 rounds to make the half winnable. They're still sort of leaning towards that. We're on a tech pause, which is why we're back on camera. You got a moment there, glimpse of the caster's life, who leans closer to the screen where they're casting. Spoiler alert to me. But...
I mean, I've got to lean back a little bit, Kremer, because I've got a big monitor. I've got a 32-inch monitor.
You lean back, I lean forwards.
just getting into the pixels, you know.
Yeah,
Right now,
exactly.
2 members of Lees McRae are Owens, which is not ideal. That was a foot shot through the wall.
This was one of the most realistic trajectories of a bullet we've seen thus far this game. I quite like that. I could quite like that indeed. We're currently at 9-1, Harry. Now, I'm not saying Lees McRae are out, but with this being their map pick, if they're not able to close it out, I can't help but say this could be dictating of the series.
You know what? I admire the tenacity of Prime. To like, okay, I'm dead.
Well,
I'm going
the
over
KO's
the
a
shorty.
big kill. The KO's a really big kill, actually.
Ooh, going into a double. Slim did have information that multiple players were there. I'm not sure why you wouldn't try and play the corner instead. What's up, my boy? Caught running, caught lacking, but will their aim be described as the same? Multiple players are going to be pinged here, but the crossing is dangerous. Dark and full of terrors is the beach. I've left a bad review on TripAdvisor.
Hello. 1v4. Starstruck will send him to the ether. And, well, what we originally said was a great opening. Killing the KO, he's the top fragger. You remove one of the big heavy hitters from Limestone. It just, well, Harry, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. 10 to 1. Now, I don't even know if I can say it's recoverable, Harry. There's 3 ults to throw from either side into this final round, and Owen is still very much present on Lees McRae here.
Yeah, Owens, the Owen League have arrived. A team of Owens. Oh, that might be a double ping there. Still, Finley might be able to avoid it. Indeed, they will. Just too close to get the good aim at range. A counter. Hunter's Fury to try and belay the push that was betrayed from the side of Limestone. A perfect half has been denied from Limestone, but 11 would be just as fun here on Breeze. Very conservative positions thus far from Lees McRae. 1 player on B has been struck on down, and now it's a rotation, a foray through mid onto an abandoned A site. It'll be a freebie plant, and this might actually give over the Viper's Pit. Indeed, it will for Starstruck. There's no need to save this, so you can imagine that it's going to get instantly invested.
I like the fact we're finally seeing the res as well, because you now have the counter Viper Spit available as well. But for Limestone, with a Viper Spit, with players in CT, they're really looking to take this fight, and very quickly.
Oh, that might be Slim's first kill. Into the back of Popco. It's an all-out brawl. In the defender's spawn. And now Hallow leads the way. Kareen so precise yet again. Tap, tap, tap away with the Vandal. The walls have started to segment this site. Kareen penetrates through one to be able to get the drop. And now Kareen. Oh, it was a laboured spray that time around, but the spray transfer was good. And quick clap for Caroline there. The second that the Vipers came out, the transfer over to the third person for the overview, that was spicy.
Yeah, Caroline hitting all the marks today. You've got us the crab. Even though you did scare off the crab.
It's true.
It counts the victory of my eyes.
Knows how much I love seafood.
Yeah. You like seafood?
I love seafood.
Oh.
I especially like eating crab, actually. So maybe that's what it was, Kremer.
Realize you weren't looking at it as like, oh, cute little crab. You're looking at it as, what time is it? 1 a.m. breakfast.
Lunch.
11-1 in the lead now. This pistol round will all but secure the game. And for Lisa McRae, they're going to try and have their stab at freedom by pushing over to B.
All right, now on the attack. This would be a weird place to TP away to. Slim is just charging in. TP's back into a snake bite. Starstruck's got so much damage off that utility. Sled Source is down, and we all saw how much damage that the chamber took. It's been a big respondence to this from the side of Limestone. The stimuli was heard, and so 4 players did begin to amass around B. The chamber now TP'd away to make sure that it's a wider spread at range. The sheriff shots aren't quite there. Exchanging with the headhunter, Slim gets the ADS, and so no damage drop off, no worries. I've got the zoom, baby. And speaking of zooming, might be that it's going to be zooming over towards A here with the spike. Kareen lies in wait, ran out of headhunter ammo. The classic might be enough. No TPing away now for Slim. While they're suppressed at range, they can't do much. Slim can do more. The sheriff headshots are tight. 0-11, not anymore.
For a moment, the stars aligned there, Harry.
Would for real Slim Amy please stand up?
It would have been absolutely awesome if he was able to get that kill. Unfortunately, Harry, dreams may have to stay as dreams, and any thoughts that Leeds McRae may have are currently on the wall behind them, as Limestone are looking ruthless at 12-1 in the lead.
That was a ambitious fight to take with a frenzy against the sheriff.
Yeah.
And Slim, unfortunately, getting pinged there because they had to reload. No time to destroy the recon arrow meant that everyone could advance in a pretty good crossfire / double peek, and it was going to make it pretty impossible to win.
A judge comes out on Fergie here. That's a unique weapon, a unique arsenal from Limestone. But hey, why not? When you're starting the lead, you might as well make it unique. And he's even being aggressive with this. Oh, Harry, the trigger discipline.
Unchecked thus far. Slim has not noticed. Wait, even more so. Still unnoticed. Fergie's been here for years. He's paying rent. And that's going to be 2 off the back of the judge. Limestone can't believe how much value they got, but at the same time, it's still 3-2. Primed hits the headshot they need to remove Kareem. At range, Starstruck is spotted, and actually might decide to duck out of dodge. Primed was so vulnerable. They actually tanked so much of a snakebite there, and now Popco could tear through them with the Spectre at range. Here comes the swing. The first player goes down. The second is easy, and now only Primed and their 12 HP remains. I can't remember my numbers, Kremer, but what I can remember is that 13 is the number you need to win in Valorant, and Limestone have just hit it.
They take their opponent's map pick 13-1, Harry. That is pretty dominant, if you ask me. You look at Stone Fergie here. He certainly takes his time with this.
Now that is Judge Gaming.
This is Judge Gaming right here. There's a whole subreddit of people whose hair stands on end looking at this.
And it's with a KO as well. Like, there's no
Yeah.
escapability. This is like a knowing martyrdom, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, to kill 2 players and tag a third as well, that is a very successful play. It just sets Popco up to wipe the remaining players. Their solid game on the half of Limestone. Remember, they just won their opponent's map pick. Harry, I can't help but think that the series could be over before it even starts.
Where are we headed to next? I think it's Bind's next, and then Icebox is out of Cider. Bind is going to be really interesting because we're going to move away from the jet meta and towards more of a raise meta where we see double controller. We haven't actually got to see any proper controller plays so far because, of course, on Breeze, you're unlikely to play something like an Astra, an Omen, or a Brimstone, and often it's those controller players who have the most tactical responsibility. And in these lower ranks, we are going to be seeing maybe some questionable smokes if there is a difference in the aptitude of the controller players when it comes to the usage of things like Astra's universal utility, setting things up with gravity wells, nova pulses, and of course the normal nebula smokes as well. That could be what decides Bind. However, it's all just postulating and theory crafting until we get into the map, which we will do after this break.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Well, I can't guarantee that headsets might make you float. I think that maybe an upgrade of a gaming chair or two for our losing team might be in order, Kremer, because we're going to be heading over to the map pick of Limestone now. And Lees McRae, on their own pick of Breeze, didn't play amazingly. 13-1, I think it's fair to say. It's a little bit of a stomping in favor of Limestone.
Just a little bit of a stomping, Harry. And on the topic of Stone, there's someone here who I do need to extend an apology to, which is Stone Fergie. I'm really bad at names. I'm really dyslexic. And when we cast the same team over and over again, usually we're okay with it. Of course, the NECC is quite big. There are a lot of teams, and inevitably, we're going to mess up someone's name. We do keep an eye on the chat. So, in the break, if you think we've said your name wrong, not just Stone Virgie, but anyone else in the matches, there probably is someone there. Do tell us. I just look, man, I'm just bad at names. I'm so sorry. We're going to look at some lineups now, and Harry's going to go through the pronunciation.
Oh, Kremer, there's something comedically amazing as we bring up our lineups about you apologizing to Fergie, saying their name correctly, and then saying Fergie again in the next sentence. That is frankly amazing, Kremer. Here's my lineup from Lees McRae. And Primed has been playing the Jet. I think that it's been pretty clear that Primed and Finley are the real carries of Lees McRae. They managed to get that 2 versus, I believe, 3 or 4 clutch over on the B side of Breeze, which did deliver Lees McRae their only round so far.
It was a solid round, actually. And I noticed you've thrown to me, so I now have to go through the lineups, Harry. But you're right. We're going to talk about Primed a little more, so I can send it back to you. He definitely had a really good game on Jet. And honestly, on Bind, there's definitely room for him to play Jet again.
Mm-hmm. Like, it's not mandatory that Jet show up on Bind like it is on some maps like Breeze, and you can pop it out in conjunction with a Raise, potentially. Would like to play Bind with a double duelist. It feels like Bind, because it's sort of fallen out of favor with the expanding map pool available in Valorant, it's become a little bit less crystallized in terms of the meta that's demanded. Agent select soon so that we can see what is actually going to be done here. I think that thus far we've seen some fairly coherent usage of kind of meta. It might be. At the moment, it's only a hover. But could it be real?
A hover betrays intention. Oh, the agent someone hovers over tells us more about their psyche than the agent they select.
And Sled Sauce is feeling real emo right now.
I would also be feeling real emo.
I hate everything.
I hate everything. I hate Valorant. I've just lost 13-1. I could be doing homework right now. I could be doing whatever else it is you do when in. These guys are a college team, aren't they? The American college, that's university for us, isn't it?
Yes. In terms of our understanding of how education works, it is university.
I could be morbidly drunk right now. Wait, no, that's like the whole point of going to university in the UK. And you can't even...
Also, Kremer, I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh,
I'm just going to stop you in your tracks right there. Let's talk about some Valorant.
Because
what's up, my boy, has swapped over from Yoru to the Raze, which we expected.
Omen, Cypher, Sky, and Arena. The flashes available for Lees McRae here are going to be morbid, to say the least. I'm really looking forward to seeing how that plays out.
All right, we have ourselves an actual Omen doing some actual Omen things. It seems like on the side of Limestone, they're playing a fairly standard composition with a single controller of Astra, which is globally preferred across many of the maps, as well as a double initiator in both a Sky and a Sova. I personally prefer the Sova in the Breach, but not enough that it's a bad decision to go for the Sky. Obviously, the Sky and the Breach offer different things. Over on the side of Lee's McRae, a single initiator in the form of the Sky and a double duelist.
I quite like both teams' agent compositions. I mean, it's a bit of a throwback bringing out the Omen, but having 3 ways to disrupt, flash, or harass your enemy can be really quite a useful piece of equipment and a lot of utility to use. For Limestone, with the Chamber and the Raise, it's a little bit more duel heavy, but the aim was solid throughout our opening map of Breeze, so I kind of understand that.
Ooh, turn away just in time. Oh my goodness, primed! Holds down the trigger, tries to go as fully automatic as you can go with a Ghost, and they're rewarded with 2 kills. Surely they are traded out, and there is going to be a touch of blocking in the market. I've got to go see those exotic spices, boys.
Oh, Sled, this is a hell of a flank. It's messy, sure, but it works.
Oh, that's cleaner, though. What's up, my boy? Brings the numbers back into a tenable situation from 4 versus 2 to 2v3. The spike is out of hand, though. What's up, my boy, for now? Playing alone. Oh, they've got a good space clear here. That has to be Finley dashing for cover, and now is quite low. Remember, if they get a Devour, they can become quite a difficult combatant to try and suppress. What's Up has been seen, and now the Sky has arrived. Stone Fergie on one side, What's Up on the other. The 2 greatest players on Limestone we've seen thus far. But Stone Fergie running it pacifist style, down to a 2 versus 2. Slim on one side, Finley on the other. A dive through the teleporter over to what is presumptively an open B site after the info was gathered on A.
That spike plant's in quite a uncomfortable position as well if you're one of the members of your kind of defenders retaking party. There are so many different angles to worry about.
Trying to heal themselves?
They may have been.
I wonder if on the side of Limestone they might be trying out a couple of new agents here. What's up, fools? Stone Fergie. Now in the 1 versus 2 with the classic, not the ideal weapon for it. The fake flash and then the late detonation. Finley levels the Ghost at the proper place, and Lee's McRae double their round count in this series.
That positive attitude, Harry, is exactly why people love you. It's
what can I say, Kremer? I'm the good cop.
It's a step to recovery. A step in what is a marathon, but a step nonetheless. And some say that first step is the hardest, as we see a full eco from Limestone here. We're not talking eco as in like the odd Ghost, the odd Sheriff. This is about as eco as an eco gets.
Yeah, only What's Up has upgraded at all. Everyone else mostly is
we found
maybe
our
a touch of investment. 5 bullets in the Headhunter at range. What's Up, my boy, is already harassed by Sled Source. Ducks inside of this. Finley will die, and that will allow for the claiming of a Spectre. Sled Source, a little bit of ping there. It's okay. Touch of brain lag. Direct hit from the bird. Nipping at your heels with the beak. It gets out scot-free.
Limestone, now a man down. But for an eco, keeping relatively even on man count really isn't too bad. Slim in mid-air, going for the Assassin's Creed style. Doesn't quite work out as primed. He smells eco frags.
Oh, an upgrade to the classic?
Oh, his rotation's really good as well.
Yeah, there should be another plant here. They are going to be running into the Cypher utility, though, which may slow them down. The Cypher's still alive and, of course, has unlimited range on that. Popco. Oh, are they going to double on back? The double dip, the double pump! And now in through the showers. Could be a chance to claim the ultimate AWP here if they so desire. Not stopping for that. They've got a date with fate.
30 seconds
And utility over on A will betray the intention, surely. It hasn't been read, though, by the Cypher, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, these just went to the wrong site there. As Limestone, with that spike, it's going to be a couple of seconds before the retake kind of comes underway. With them doubled up in showers, though, it's going to be a fairly easy retake for Lees here, unless they really mess up their aim duels. But against unarmored opponents, it's unlikely we see that happening.
Primed. Dropping on down here with the Bulldog, the wrap around their back from Sled Source, able to grab one. Still Stone Fergie is alive with a Spectre in hand, primed, makes the run, guns down Fergie. And that's going to be Lee's with 2 now, but this wasn't a huge investment for Limestone.
Yeah, for 3 kills, the Spike Plant, all off the back of just a single pistol being bought. That is a hell of a round, and this kill here from Sled, if that kill, that final bullet, didn't hit that second player, that could have been a very different round there. You look at the ult management, Fergie, 1 away from being able to bring out that, well, actually, readily available to bring out those Seekers. Over on Prime, the Neural Theft is also ready to be disposed, and the Neural Theft, for me, has had some kind of mixed reception recently. I can't help but think that it's the same effectiveness as a well-placed recon dart from a Sova, except you have to risk your ultimate ability to make it happen.
Oh, what's up? Clean on the claiming there, and Finley just grabs the Spectre, gets out of dodge as soon as possible. Not too much damage taken thus far. I don't think Limestone have even taken a single bullet yet. Out goes for Dog. Unable to identify the location of the assailant, but what's up, my boy? We'll see the jump spot. And now it feels like the pressure's going to be mounting over towards the Cypher on B.
Recon darts out. Notice one of the players there, primed. He could be in a lot of trouble. He is very alone right now, Harry, as the entire Limestone side look to bear down on him.
Noted. In the tube, will they be taken out of this by something like, say, a paint shell? Shock darts there. The shock darts actually hit Kareen first, and Kareen doesn't actually blow up the tripwire after they get caught by it, so they were easily killed through the obfuscation, through the faux smoke that is the Cypher cage. Limestone are starting to lose efficacy on this attack as Primed is still alive. They duck out here. The Gamer Squids will reveal the location of Stone Fergie. Now it's down to 2 versus 1, but it's Finley with an upgrade to a Vandal, who still remains here, has not been detected just yet. A smoke refreshed by Starstruck as they get themselves the plant itself. But if anyone can do it, Finley can. They were a standout on the Viper over on Breeze. And now with the Vandal, and still a Devour to play with, or a Dismiss. They could even get the Empress, but the Empress won't be useful in this 2 versus 1. You won't want to pop it after their first. Popco plays it patiently, doesn't want to reveal themselves underneath. All they need is a couple of shots. Finley needs to get onto this site if they want to win the round, but may decide that, hey, I've done enough. There's been damage to the economy of Limestone, and now they have to duck out of there as soon as possible.
I mean, it's a solid round. I want to highlight, though, that the Cypher had a huge round there. For Lee's, if the Cypher, if Primed can continue his effectiveness there, he gets 1 player in the tripwire, gets a second in the tripwire, gets a kill while then using his cam to hit the 4th. Those are 4 actions there, which all 4 of them could have guaranteed a kill. That is a exceedingly effective round from Primed, and even though it doesn't win, the damage is going to start adding up. The butterfly effect will be there. And you look at the ult management now, and it's Finlay 1 away from the Empress, with Showstopper 1 away from what's up, my boy.
Sled Source on a cheeky angle here. Only a Spectre in hand, but hey, at this range it doesn't matter too much. An attempt to TP away. They are going to get like the bounce on the wall meant that it was easy to reconsider. Sled is just getting wild here. They just love to run. And Kareen's like, hell, hold up, mate. No walking on the grass. It's a public path. You got a license for that. Primed. Wins out their first gunfight. The second swing, though, from Fergie. Too much to bear. And now Fergie, deep in roads onto this site, wants to try and peel for Starstruck. Will they get counter-rotated instead? Watching out towards U-Haul. Finley, unable to defeat Kareen, who has had a bit of a slow game to begin with. A different story to what we saw on Breeze. Out of range to his own feet. An attempt at a direct hit from a shock dart only means that they are softened up for Fergie to finish. 3 players from Limestone survive, but now Lee's McRae should be able to afford a real buy. Oh, wait, never mind. No, they can't.
That they absolutely certainly can't. Now, while Kareen may be unable to find the range, luckily, a 90mm bullet, actually, probably 5.56 out of a Vandal, it doesn't lose reception, Harry, unless it is embedded in the skull of your opponents. And as Starstruck found that round, in the head of your opponents is a nice nesting place for it. 2-2 the scoreline, Hello, a marshal in hand, stingers get bought out, there's the odd Spectre, the odd Sheriff. It's not a pretty buy for the members of Leeds McRae here, and because of that, best case scenario would be maybe getting 1 or 2 kills, maybe 3 if you really end up landing your shots, but the aggression of Limestone is very quick control of Be Short here.
Yesterday, Kremer, on NECC Esports, we rounded out the Winter Invitational, presented by Samsung SSD, and we had ourselves a Viper called Ali, who was a little bit of a Guardian enthusiast. I think that Sled Source might be a Spectre enthusiast. I think that every round thus far, they have bought a fresh Spectre and a full shield.
Man, like Spectres. What can you say?
It's a good gun.
Yeah.
Sleek, stylish.
Deadly in the hands of a master.
Primed, once again, has had most of their utility blown up here, I believe. Most of it by shock darts. And that means that they're a little bit more revealed. Finley reveals their own flank with Valia. This should be a double swing. Will allow for the exit from the TP. However, the Stinger, not the ideal weapon, needs to try and close some distance round their back. Popko, the spray goes through both the duelists. At range, Hallow does soften people up, and that allows for Sled Source to be able to pick someone up on the disengagement. This has been messy for the side of Limestone. It should have been much easier against Leeds McRae's lesser armaments and their very much limited economy. But now only Kareen and I believe Starstruck remain. We'll get the plant here. And with 3 stars to play with, Starstruck can certainly get some good control over this spike.
If this goes to Icebox, and I think with Icebox being on deciding map, Limestone have won this. They are awful at close angles. They really struggle at close angles and any kind of corners you have to re-clear, which is why they were so good at Breeze, because these are long, wide angles. You can take big fights at range, and you keep your opponents at arm's length. That isn't the case on Bind, which is why Raze is so effective. But Icebox, it has the same methodology of Breeze, particularly on that B site, where you can just play the range game, which is where Limestone have proven to be effective. This veto, actually, has been perfect for them.
A tap upon the spike, a jump through. Oh, that's a body block!
Oh, the
no!
block!
Starstruck is doomed, Kareen! Oh, that is a kicking.
Poor guy.
Well, as they said on The Simpsons, that's a paddling.
That is a paddling, and that's a big problem for Kareen.
That's so troll, man!
Luckily, he was able to survive.
Oh. Unbelievable. Oh, we might have it here.
Look at it.
The mad dash.
Look at it. God, on the corner.
Like the full jump as well is what did them in. Meant that they could not change their velocity for a while. Finley's been spotted. Betrayal. Spike spree. Get him, Boombot. An exchange of utility. Primed, not distracted. They decide, you know what? I will die to the Boombot, but I'm going to hold my angle, baby. Kareen. Angie about previous... Starstruck's blocking him again. I think they may be having a little bit of a joke, a little bit of a powwow in the team chat right now.
He just wants a hug, Harry.
He's like, yo, can I get a whiff of that Frenchman?
Well, what do you think of French aftershave? Is that any good? I feel like you would know.
Escargot.
Oh, those 2 stars have been such a good fake. Absolutely perfect. Starstruck able to shut down Sled. 2-on-2 now. And with the spike going down, all of a sudden Limestone find themselves in yet another retake. Yet another 2v2.
Slim. Wrapping around the back. I'm not entirely sure which weapon that is. I think it's a Spectre. No, it's a Phantom. It's a new skin to me, Kremer. Starstruck might be caught looking in the wrong direction here, and in fact, it's a mad wraparound. Hallow sprays through. Beautiful gunplay. And now it looks like Leeds McRae, they're no longer at a real gunplay disadvantage, which it felt like they were on Breeze. Somehow, away from their own map pick, they are much more effective.
Yeah, Limestone are really bad at checking their flank and checking corners. Like, this is like a hallmark CSGO player. I would not be surprised if these are CS players, because their aim isn't bad. put them in a 1v1 at any angle. Their aim is not bad at all. But checking your flanks, because of how quick the rotation times can be, clearing utility and checking the corners is something they just don't do, because they're not used to playing the map. But the aim is there. And so this is where Limestone have found their niche, but Lisa Cray, they're punishing it really damn well.
I feel like I'd like for Limestone to focus. Was that a little bit friendly fire there on WhatsApp? I'd like to see Limestone focus a little bit more on A here. Feels like a somewhat weaker site just because the Cypher utility is always put down on B. It's a good Cosmic Divide. Will allow for the plant. In comes for potential for the direct. Actually misses. And that meant that What's Up My Boy was unprepared for the dive of Slim. Even at that range. Have you never played Halo? You need to aim for the feet with the rocket launcher. Direct hits aren't on your side. Starstruck now lies in wait. Going up against the Omen from the back. It's Stone Fergie with the double for 1v5. Maybe the taps are good, but the timing might not be. No way to heal themselves. Out go the Seekers. Needs to take the swing. One down, but that's not enough bullets. Have they stalled for long enough? I'm pretty sure the half defuse will make sure it happens. A valiant attempt from Stone Fergie, but sometimes you just get confounded by a magazine. That's why I have a grudge with Prada.
A nice attempt there by Stone Fergie. It just isn't quite enough, and Lisa Cray, by some miracle, Harry, have taken the lead. Now, I want to highlight something, which is in the 7 rounds we've seen, 5 of them have had a spike plant in. Right now, it's Lee's McRae have struggled to hold their sights, but their retake setups have been really effective. And once again, my working theory is that Limestone are real CSGO players because their afterplant circumstances aren't working. They don't know where to dig in or how to use the utility, but the aim, as Stone Fergie showed, it's pretty good.
An exchange of util gathered. Concussion delivered as well. Stone Fergie, we talked about that aim. As you'd say in CS, that's a 1-dig.
Slim, good for 1. However, What's Up My Boy? His nade is able to shut down Hallow. And another flank comes. This time, that's a scary gun to flank with.
Do not play the close corner on this one, boys.
No, the poor
They run it with the Marshal. Sheer quantity of personnel to try and overwhelm Finley. Sharing out the primary weapons. Loot for everybody. What are we playing? Borderlands? How many other game references can we get in this one?
We'll see. We'll see what we can do, Harry. Now the gauntlet's been thrown. I hadn't put much thought to it, but now we'll see.
Slim wants to move on in here. Oh, it's a brawl in Morocco with the knives. But will the blood on the sand be Limestone's or Lee's McRae's? It's Limestone who spew on over. That's a I just realized that was a pretty boomer reference for a game. Did you ever play Blood on the Sand?
I think I played it when I was really young.
It was a 50-cent game.
Yeah, when I was really, really young. But bear in mind, Harry, you were considerably more boomer than I am.
I am. I'm about 25% more boomer than you are mathematically.
You're closer to 30% more boomer.
Damn.
That's really boomer. I didn't realize they had video games when you were around.
Well, first we invented campfires, then we invented Pokemon.
What was it like inventing the wheel? What was the thought process behind that?
The biggest leap forward for Swindon ever. 1992, what a year.
Still in the Bronze Age. I realize all our viewers are American, but I appreciated that. Maggie, looking to finish off Hallow. Able to do just that. That's Lee McRae. 2 men down, but here's the thing. They've been at men disadvantages before, but they've still consistently been able to win them.
I'm staying back on the full buy now, though. Fully armed, pumped up, ready to go. Stacked. Over towards A. Plant over in default, the operator. Easily adjusts onto sled source now. 2 players from Lee's McRae remain. Will they give this a go? Primed On the jump spot. Oh, that's a good swing. Brave and Stone Fergie now reduces them to only 2 HP. Didn't need much to try and take down Prime, but hits the headshot anyway. The trademark slows Finley. Could be a shock dart here as well. The bounce is bad, though. I believe that's a bulldog in hand. Oh, that's a direct hit from the dog. Guess who's getting put down?
It's Finley, Harry. It's Finley. 5-4. What's up, my boy? He does enough harassment for Fergie to finish the job. Now that I know I've been saying the name wrong, I keep saying in my head, don't say it wrong, but then when you think of the wrong pronunciation, you know when you think of a word, and you keep thinking of the word, so you then end up saying the word you're thinking of.
You're going to start getting more and more degrees of, like, wrong from Fergie's name, because you go to, like, Fergie, and you'll be like, oh, yeah, here comes Furby.
Furby, yeah. Did you ever have a Furby?
No.
No, I didn't either.
Our producer is not a fan of Furbies. Oh, that's... Wait, that's a miss! A swap over to the classic. It was a little bit messy, but it was good game sense from What's Up My Boy there to get rid of Primed. And now these sites are a little bit more vulnerable with no Cypher util having been placed upon them. It's pretty brave with the classic to try and go for the jump spot. You can't quite hit the one sheriff. I would much prefer to see Finley play the corner here and try and go for a right click rather than try and go up against 2 rifles at range. But hey, if Finley's that confident, more power to him. You do you, Finley.
These are CS players. Like, that convinced me there. That shoulder peek. In Valorant, when you shoulder peek, you jump when you shoulder peek. You don't do that in CS. You proper shoulder peek in CS. That's why...
we shoulder peek like men.
Yeah, exactly. You don't shoulder peek with your toes in CS, but in Valorant you do. And there you go. That's my biggest revelation.
Oh, the paranoia here could be...
This could be really good.
Oh, it's actually a smoke. Okay.
It didn't really work.
Wait. Finley at range takes down Popco. What is this?
Ooh.
Slim with the Marshall. How has this been reduced to a 1 versus 2? Leeds McRae have pulled frags out of nowhere here. It took so long for Limestone to figure out what they wanted to do. The spike having to be planted here. What's up, my boy, with another miss? Slim runs out of ammo. And Kareen on 30 HP was saved by the magazine only. Can they get the operator in time? The answer is no. What's up, my boy's been put on notice. You're not getting that back.
Once again, we find Limestone by some miracle losing a significant man advantage. And the fact that Finley's able to survive that long in hookah is very surprising.
What a shot there from Slim. Lovely stuff. And then Slim, of course, swaps over to the Vandal. Only because there were not enough bullets in there was that not a clutch. 5-5 now. Leeds McRae, their defense has been pretty solid.
What's up, my boy? Another showstopper available. Let's see if he can get some more success with this one than he did the last one. A Slim on the close angle now with the op.
Oh, goes up high. Reach me now, dog. Oh, my goodness. Was that a no-scope because they got concussed? Can't ADS when you're concussed. Might well have been. Find out the other way. They can actually die to a dog, but luckily it's already been used. We're going to find out later. Popco. A raid on a different verticality here to Starstruck. It is a nasty double peak, but they can be a raid from elsewhere. Good cover from Kareen. But are they ready for Finley? Finley gets the advantage, tries to transfer the spray. Noted in now, Hallow's coming round the back, and the defenders are starting to become surrounded. Hallow in the 1 versus 2. But first is Fergie, turned to stone, paralyzed and petrified. They will fall off. And Starstruck now wants to play this slowly. Use a gravity well on a spike tap. There it is. Hallow wrapped off it, and now you can play for the time. Easy clap, well done by Starstruck. Goes through the TP, telling Kareen, well, wouldn't it be fun if you could escape through this?
You see this, Kareen? This is how you go for a teleporter, mate. This is how you survive.
Let's see how this happened. Was it a no-scope? Because they did get concussed by the dog, I think. Oh, no, they didn't get concussed by the dog. Oh, it was so fast. That could have been a quick scope. I think it was.
That was a quick scope. Aloe as well. This is really well played by Starstruck, actually, just by time. Solid clutch on his part. We see Limestone 6-5 in the lead. Now, What Limestone can revel in is that once they hit their defensive side, they no longer have to use their utility. They can stop worrying about it. They can stop sort of fanny-arsing around about where Lees have placed these lurkers or where the Cypher cams are, and they can just aim, which is where their effectiveness has been. So I worry for Lees this could be where they get into a bit of trouble. But for Slim now, Marshall in hand, can you try and stop this attack?
Is that a Bucky? No, it's a Vandal in the hands of a misread.
Another flank.
Finley round the back with the Empress. It's easy clap. Goes invisible. Backs off for just a second. Out goes Valia. The spike hasn't been picked up just yet. An almost full hit there with the bird. No eyes, no head remaining. But now it's down to Sled, who gets one kill, then reload. Someone's been playing too much COD recently. Hallow. I think they instantly shut down What's Up, My Boy, who bought
another whiffed ult, yeah.
Yeah. No damage really taken. And an attempt here to meet Hallow, who's got to...
I quite like this.
They've managed to upgrade as well.
Oh, the whiff.
Oh, no. Hallow's got 40 HP. One bullet from a Vandal would do it. It's a tour de force. This is a risk here for Kareen. I would go for the rifle myself.
I would much rather see the rifle as well.
They're going so close as well with the tour de force. This is mad. Does not care. Not even scoping as they go. There we go. Kareem with the flick of the wrist. And Limestone win the half just about.
They win it, but that was laboured in places. That was really laboured in places. And it's Lee's just... they just punish every mistake that Limestone make there. And for Limestone, they just kept getting outflanked. Time and time again, players shot from behind. And even if for Kareen, I mean, it's a ballsy play to scope in that late. And it does work out, sure, but it works now. What about in the future? As Lees need this pistol round just to keep things even with Limestone, as the follow-up anti-eco should be theirs to take. However, Limestone win this, they could be trying to pave their way to victory. As Lees turn their attention to A to start their round.
Cloudburst through the TP, that's new. And Slim, though, redeems himself there. Oh, there's the shorty that's been requisitioned. An attempt to try and do it with a shock dart. Popco dies in the process, but hey, trade's a trade. Primed. Might be vulnerable. Might be killed. What's up, my boy? Plenty of damage done. The bounce of the grenade is good once again. Kareen just shepherds Hallow back into the grenade. Were you trying to dodge this, mate? Sorry about that. Sled now in a 1 versus 3. Starstruck holding the defuse. What's up, my boy, with a 4K. A heroic performance. I can't believe we saw the Cloudburst through the TP. that knocked me through a loop for a second.
Yeah, I was confused on where it went for a moment there. What's Up, My Boy has a solid round. It uses 3 paint grenades.
Yeah.
And yeah, that first one well placed. It forces players out of the grav well, which allows them to get a second kill. That nade there forces Hallow to back off into it for the second. And well, the third one deployed after he gets that 4th kill. Solid stuff from him there. And remember, for What's Up, My Boy, he's had a pretty bad game up till now. At least he is in top ranking as most raises would be here. And he brings out the Ares.
Kareen with a gap in the smoke. It's a well-placed flash. Can they defeat Slim, though? Straight into the gravity well. What a setup that was done there by the defensive Astra. Beautiful lose-lose situation. Don't use that grenade. Those are your teammates. And Prime just does their best to run away. Finley on the other side simply did not have the firepower to stop Kareen. A flawless here from Limestone, who appear to be a little bit more confident on the defense.
I really, really like that. I really like this set piece here, Harry. Makes me think that, okay, yes, this is a map that's been practiced for Limestone. And that practice, I mean, practice, execution, success, maybe even do it again. As Lees move to their full buy. They're against the bonus of Limestone, and we're talking full bonus here. No one died. No one has to reinvest. It'll be Ares, Spectres, and that's about it. As these Vandals now really need to keep it even.
One of the things you need to note here is Starstruck, how heavily they have to stack their stars over on the B site because there's no real Sentinel player. So that limits the universal utility that the Astra can bring to the table.
Yeah.
Oh, the Ares gets the job done. However, Slim wraps around with the Guardian and upgrades to a Phantom. But make sure, of course, politely to reload the Guardian first. One player blinded. It's Sled Source leading the way here, playing a faux duelist on the Omen, and Slim somehow survives. What? Kareen!
What?
They just TP'd their way into it. What just happened? Excuse me?
I don't know how to describe that. Have we got a disconnect as well? There's a Sova that's still on B. This is such a slow rotation. It left Starstruck alone. Why did Popco take so long to rotate?
I mean, the real question is why did Kareen TP into 3 players? But
that's another pressing question here. For Slim, that's a 4K solid round. 9-6, and Leeds were great. They win their buy round. Now, here's the thing. Winning your buy round, that's to be expected. Question now is, what can Limestone do as they move to their own full buy? And, well, I mean, even with an Ares, what's up, my boy was doing that effective.
Alright, let's see this once more.
This first kill is just terrific.
Lovely stuff with the Ares.
Let's see, I think we're due a TP.
Yep. Have a look at this. This is real weird. I think it's because they're blinded and they panic a little bit. No, the blind actually fades and then, like... Sup?
Huh.
It's a little bit weird. These are the unique tactics you get down in Emergence White.
Yeah. Popco is going to be seen on B long here. He won't be challenged too much. It's more sort of confirmation of presence, if anything, though. That's also my boy. Sells the fakers to push, but Slim is the one to get that opening now. Green falls. 30 HP left on Slim as the rest of Leeds have actually turned their attention back to A now. Now that they've been able to secure that opening.
Softened up. There is a Paranoia used right there from Sled Source, which does betray their presence over on B. And this is how they are selling the fake. Oh, the full shock dart. That's dangerous. That hurty. You can see the wraparound here as well from what's up. They might be able to get a backstab here on the execution onto A. But there's not much that's actually going to stop them.
He's flanked too hard. He's flanking too hard.
They're overflanking it. The cave presence has been bought. Will they turn back here to try and deal with a teleporting player? Okay.
I do like the fact he's turning back.
The jig is up. Stone Fergie, how long do you wait here to do your scouting with the bird? Do you wait? Oh, no.
But his teammate teleported. It gave the audio cue.
Oh, now they're betrayed. Going in together, this will be expected. Once again, the showstopper at range. It's been ineffective thus far and will continue to be. It does a lot of damage, and that means Stone Fergie can get the dog kill onto Finley. Arrgh, let me at him. I want to feast on the flesh of Rainers. And Prime wants to feast on the flesh of defenders. Is there time for a defuse? I'm pretty sure there is. Stone Fergie gets a 4K, or Stone Fergie gets a 3K, and Bruce gets 1.
Bruce revealing himself to be the true hero there. And the showstopper is actually what damages Finley so low. And you see his health kind of shoots down here from that showstopper. Kind of leaves him on just
and then you get that Bruce for dog airstrike.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't think of anything scarier. Tasmanian Tiger from the heavens. Yeah, there's something against you. Yeah, there's something divine against you when that's what's killing you. Limestone 3 away from victory. Leeds 4 away from equalizing. It is... economically, they're not too far apart. With a Guardian having to come out on Starstruck, with a Judge having to be pulled out as well. But it's only a full eco from Leeds here. And with ult management, relatively even, both teams with 2 ults. The Seekers and Hunter's Fury on Limestone against the Neural Theft and Empress on Leeds McRae.
Oh, the attempt. That's a bit of spray control there, Slim. Might feel a little bit ripped off. The investment of the Judge, a little bit of self-damage from the Boombot, but I don't think What's Up cares. Now it's Primed, who lies in wait. The snipe with the Judge.
I think that's probably, that counts as a kind of 40-kilometer
sharpshooter.
Shot. With by Judge standards, that is.
Yeah, that's it. That's a world record right there. That's like the Finnish sniper.
Yeah.
Sniper spree.
The White Death.
What was his name? I forget the White Death's name. Damn.
So, I'm pretty sure his name was never really known, but his nickname was Simo, And essentially, no one knew he was the White Death until after he died. He was just known as a little farmer in his village. And he just known as Simo, and everyone loved him. Then he died, and they looked at his memoirs. It turned out he's one of the most prolific killers there had ever lived.
So we talk about the White Death quite a lot on Overwatch because we got a lot of famous Finnish sniper players. Oh, good avoidance there. Nothing gained from Popko. Both Lynx and Taimu, famed Widowmaker players from Finland. So as a common reference to make, Slim might have been noted here. Yep, indeed, Stone Fergie gets concussed, but there's plenty of time. Neural Theft will reveal the location of Fergie, who wants to try and get ahead of the curve here. Knows that Primed is waiting, and Prime controls the spray well directly into the temple of Fergie. Lees.
There's still no rotation. Look how long it's taking Limestone to rotate. Oh, no!
Oh, sledding through the sand into a shock dart. That's how it be. I mean, they were looking in the wrong direction, right? They were looking into the area where they were planting the spikes, so they didn't know where it was coming from. They expected that the bounce would be on the default spike plant spot, so overall it makes sense. A distraction here to try and bait in for the sky instead. Finley comes out of the invisibility just in time. A double swing here could be on the cards, isn't even needed. Finley will do it all by themselves. And now they duck away. The old bait and switch to allow Hallow to get the kill. Lee's grab a 7th.
It's a 7th, sure, but it was a bit of a heavy investment. We did see that Empress have to get deployed, as well as pretty much every piece of utility they had. Once the Limestone are really slow on these rotations. We criticized Popco for having a late rotation earlier, and I want to criticize them again. Sled did run into that, and I just love the way the Omen gets thrown backwards there, caught by surprise.
Life is
pain. Where did that come from?
Even fate conspires against me. Oh man, that was unfortunate. Just didn't know where the shock dart was heading. It was a relatively normal assumption to think that it would be going towards that default spike plant spot, so I can't blame him too much. Kareen, oh, that ain't great. They're actually standing on top of their own teleporter there, which is kind of weird, rather than having a teleporter that would take them further away. But hey, trade to trade, and Hallow's like, you know what? Maybe I don't pick that.
That's a really nice flash, actually, from Fergie. I'm taking my time with his name now. He has the confirmation that there are players outside A short, and once he sees the Tasmanian Tiger, that should really let him know that this is more than just a lurker.
That's what's up. Round the back with the judge. Mission impossible.
I love it.
Hallow's been noted. That's the spike on the floor. Sled source noted. Once again, the shock dart's becoming a pain, but not nearly as much as this raise. Match and series point for Limestone Esports.
Match point.
What's up, my boy? What's up, my boy? Match and series point now for Limestone.
Dude, Fergie's on 26 kills.
Fergie's having a great game at the moment, and I want to highlight Slim as well. Top fragging for top fragging, of course, for Leeds McRae, and Slim has really upped his game. He was really struggling on Breeze, actually, and he's done a complete U-turn as we move to Bind. However, you're 12-7 down, you need to recover somehow, and that does leave a hell of a lot of pressure on Leeds McRae now to have some flawless attacking sides.
Yeah, as I remember, I think Slim was playing the Chamber, if I remember correctly. And I don't think they got a kill until, like, the 11th or 12th round. Then they got a triple in the pistol, which was pretty nice.
Oh. At that point, it was already too late, wasn't it?
I want to know what What's Up was doing to have run out of ammo this early into the round. Doesn't matter. Running out of enemies now. Finley is slowed. Oh, a direct hit. Yep, that'll do. Slim broken down by the bazooka. The show's over, mate. A corner cleared. Finley stunned, tracked, executed, broken. Limestone unbreakable as they move on forward 2-0 in the series.
What a game from Limestone there, and while their buying did look very, very messy, it was still well recovered. It was still a very good map in the end for them, and they were able to reveal themselves to be the better team of the two. A hell of a game from both sides, and for What's Up, my boy, I'm glad he finally got some showstopper kills, because his first two of the map left me thirsty for more.
We were certainly thirsting for it, Kremer. That was a pretty entertaining series, all in all. We had a couple of funny moments. I particularly like the TP block. At the end of that last round, though, I want to know what happened that What's Up My Boy had an almost empty magazine as they executed the flank on A short.
Yeah.
Because that meant that, like, there was a firefight they took earlier where they expended most of a magazine and no one died.
I
Here
know
we
you
go.
guys won't hear it, but the excitement in our producer's voice when he just went, "I can get it up again," was absolutely incredible.
I mean, it deserves to be seen because that was betrayal.
You know as well, like, the players have just finished the match. They're absolutely watching this back now. Right now, Kareem, he has been wronged by his team. Absolutely wronged. And I expect there to be some... I wouldn't be surprised if they take it to tribunal. Harry, we may be summoned as witnesses to what has been a true and utter... Is that manslaughter? That's probably manslaughter.
I think it counts as manslaughter. I think that Starstruck is going to be presenting around that they clutched up on A in the 1v1 against the Sky, sort of like evidence as to why they should be staying on the team, but honestly, it is going to be a long and arduous trial process there for the killing of a teammate. We thought Friendly Fire wasn't in Valorant, but that, Kremer, is where we were wrong.
You're absolutely right, Harry. And, well, who'd have thought? Team damage comes in many forms. And with that, Limestone, they are able to emerge victorious, taking the series 2-0. But, Harry, that's all from us for today. But that's certainly not all from Valorant for today. Our next matchup is going to be SIUE versus SIUC. I don't know what that stands for because we're not American, but it's gonna be cast by Vincent and Orbital, two casters who, let's be honest, are way more talented than us. So you can look forward to that. However, I've been your caster Kremer. I've been joined by the wonderful LEGDAY. Thank you guys all so much for watching. We'll see you at the same time next week. Bye bye.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Wherever you're bringing this.
And welcome. We are ready to go with our third series here on the main channel. You saw us maybe a little bit earlier, but of course it is myself, Orbital, with Vincent, and we'll be bringing you the third series of the evening, which is set up to be quite a banger here. It is going to be in the Challengers Cyan Division as we go ahead and have the fantastic Southern Illinois University Edwardsville versus Southern Illinois University Carbondale. So a little bit of interstate rivalry there.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely love to see that. And, well, I'm going to enjoy SIUE versus SIUC. Got to keep those two very much, separated. But this is going to be an interesting matchup, I think, by the looks of it. 1 and 2, Edwardsville coming into this thing, and Carbondale, on the other hand, 2 and 1. But let's take a look at our matchups and see who is going to be taking the stage for each of these sides. And that is not the St. Clair Saints, but and I don't think those are the right players either. So maybe we will go away from that for now. Maybe we have a we do have one for SIU, whichever one. Crouton, Chumpy.
That's Carbondale.
Okay, I was not there just yet, but Crouton, Chumpy, Whiny Parrot, which is a great name by the way, Fearsome Sage, and Magrogu.
I love the names. Again, we've had some fantastic names so far, and it's very, very fun. And of course, this is a squad that is 2-1, right? Trying to take a look, see how well they can pull it off, and continue their runs. So far, their matches that we've seen so far have been fairly standard from the looks of it. They bounce between a win-loss win in the record standing, and are currently their most recent match was against Park University, which they won 13-8, 13-7, which I have to say is a very solid scoreline. Now, on the other side, we are taking a look at Edwardsville. Let's hopefully have that one set up for you. But we can run through those names. There we go. There we go. It is going to be Blurski, Dan K. Demon, of course, of O'Hara, which is a fun one as well. And then Swiftfoot, and then between the two that are left, it is going to be Driston. Going to be running that one out with Cody is offline, going to be on that sub roster. Of course, that is the full roster rundown. We'll only see 5 here today.
Dude, he's just offline. I mean, his name says it all. It's fine. You can't be playing games when you're offline. Oh, the good news is we have some maps ready and waiting for you folks as well. It is going to be Ascent where we get to start the old standard, and Haven on there for the second match. And if we need it, Icebox will be our decider. So I gotta say, pretty standard pick ban here. Fracture split gone, Breeze no question, and yeah, here we are. This is exactly what I was just alluding to. You know, Fracture down at 1.4%. There's a reason. Split and Breeze not too far behind, and actually Haven surprisingly low considering how often I feel like I see it. But Ascent is where we start out, and that is where we call home here at the NECC.
We enjoy it. We enjoy it a lot. And taking a look here at that start, it is going to be fairly solid. So what kind of agents are we kind of slated to see here? Or what agents do you not want to see, I guess? Because we know most likely what agents we are going to see. That one's kind of set in stone. But you and I, Vincent, have been seeing some agents come out in some kind of interesting ways. What agent do you not want to see? I'll bring that question up first.
Well, I mean, okay, that's an interesting question only because, there's plenty of agents that I don't want to see. I mean, let's just say Sage being one of them. Don't typically see Sage here. What I actually think is interesting, maybe a conversation point, is that we typically see the Killjoy. So are we not going to see the Chamber? That's a good question mark, I think, just generally speaking. And then the other question mark, Sky has been a bit of a must pick here for a little bit. But KO has been making that entry, has really been very strong in the past little bit. So I'm interested to see if we see any of that. And KO not on the cards here for at least one side. What about the other?
That'll be the chance. Very quick lock-in for the side of SIUE, Edwardsville. Gonna go ahead, lock in the Sky, the Jet, the Killjoy, the Astra, and the Sova fairly flawlessly. And then on the flip, also doing kind of the same SIUC. And we locking in that Jet, Astra, Chamber, Sova, and KO. So much better mix-ups than I was actually expecting. That's going to be, I believe, a 2-agent difference, if I'm kind of reading that right. Or is that even more?
No, just 2-agent difference.
Yeah.
You're right.
Okay.
Both teams picking up the Jet, the Sova, and the Astra. Those are, I mean, you really can't play. I mean, you could argue about the Jet, I guess, but the Astra, the Sova, you really can't play this map without. There's so much, information gathering with the Sova, and of course those nebulas and gravity wells and Nova pulses, all so good for the Astra. But I'm really interested about this Sova. The KJ is so strong here, but the lack thereof for SIUE is interesting, and we know that Chamber can be a very impactful agent as well. It's just that, well, honestly, it doesn't really lend itself to the map of Ascent all that well comparatively to the other Sentinels. So we'll have to see how that goes, but here we go, getting started.
We are going to go ahead and quickly watch as 2 hostiles are immediately suppressed. It is good information to have. SIUC going to go ahead and try and lay into this A site, or at least a little bit. As you can see, 3 agents stacked up. The other 2 sitting over in mid, looking at that catwalk positioning, so still a flank over. But again, you don't want to push your luck too quickly, as again, that Headhunter is ready to go, takes a shot, snaps into about 50% HP. Able, feeling pretty good on that edge. A chance move, though, as again, you did get information, and now you see a potential peek on the side as Swiftfoot might be making a little bit of a rough peek. Nebula goes down, and so far nothing more. It is going to be a mid-swing now, as the majority of SIUC are saying, well, A didn't work out. Next plan, let's go.
Well, they might be running into a bit of an issue. As I say that, Dristan going to be pushing forward. Nebula in the way. And the push coming forth through Market into the B site, but Mo Grogu still in position. And oh, wow. Old Doge, good for it. This is going to be traded pretty darn quickly, though. 3v3 ensuing very fast. KO and the Chamber still left alive, and that's a bit of an upgrade there for one of the retakers. But nonetheless, here we go. Chumpy taking this duel. Can't quite get there initially, trying to dodge out on the push. Toes take out the bot, though, so that's... But there's 3 players back here in Boathouse. This is a very interesting setup, and it feels like it could be a little bit better. But McGrow, good for the frag, going to be traded, but that's a nice lineup. Chumpy for the double. That's exactly the type of thing that is dangerous when you all 3 push into the same position.
Well done by SIUE, flushing out those positions, understanding that, hey, we could probably do a swing as all 3 are stacked in the back, and that'll give SIUE the opening that they want to go for that anti-eco. Well played to give themselves a leg up here in this scenario. SIUC Maroon are going to do their best to follow through. Again, picking up 3 kills spread out between Demon, Dan K, and Dristan is going to help out a little bit. You can see those ultimate charges slowly starting to come into play. No one above 3, so it's going to be about round 3 or 4 before we really start seeing some power plays.
Yeah, round 3 more than likely based on the buys here for SIUC. And with that being said, SIUE getting themselves a bit aggressive, finding some success, at least hoping to. It's going to be Demon pushing forward in mid, just kind of passively gaining this mid control. There's really no one there fighting it, so you know, by default you have it. And the rotation in towards B orbital.
This is a rotation, and it's a slightly interesting call. Again, being held off by LOL, though. It is going to be, yeah, this is going to be dangerous and cheeky. Recon Bolt goes out as well as the bird and immediately flip in, but that is going to be the spray down. Sova holding it down. Krauton able to help out with the second, or Crouton, and Magrogu is going to finish it off with the flawless. Crouton takes out Blurski. 2-0, solid play from SIUE.
Definitely is. I was a little worried about that positioning from Loldoj. It was not good, to say the least, and I think he realized that at the last moment. Rotated over to play more in the doorway, got a couple kills, fell back, allowed for Crouton to kind of jump in there and play those games for the secondary follow-up. But here we go. The gun round coming up, and it's against 5 Spectres, which is a very strong buy for a bonus. Nothing, though, to be fair, on the rifles perspective. So we'll see how that goes. 5 rifles, 5 SMGs. That's how it's going to go down.
Locked and loaded. Everyone ready to go, and Dan K unfortunately finds out LOL Doge is going to be pushing up into that B site. It does mean that this is going to be a full pinch into A. Swiftfoot is able to find Mugrogu, but they are stopped at the entry. This means that they only have a limited amount of time before they get flanked on. Dristan is able to find Chumpy. So that might give them the opportunity. 2 sitting in connector. They're going to go ahead and back in, not try and go for the pincer. Instead, taking the safe way. That might be a good thing for SIUE or a good thing for SIUC, depending if they do want to take that rotate. 45 seconds, you can still make the chance. Of course, the running will probably give it away. Nope, they are committing to this A site. A trade-in means Dristan gets the final shot down, but Crouton finds Dristan as the doors close down. Well played to keep it into a 2v2. Crouton takes out Swiftfoot. And Demon of O'Hara is going to get a nasty surprise as Dog takes out the second. 3-0 for SIUE as they go ahead and put on a march here in the first map.
Well, with that, I mean, what a huge win it is. You got to never underestimate the power of winning that bonus round. Not only does it give your economy the chance to just continue to stay healthy, you can see 6K on the back of Crouton there, but in addition to that, you also put your opponents into a real tough purchasing position. A bit of a half buy for SIUC Maroon on this one, as they go for the full Deagle half armors along with 1 Marshall. So not the full save, but they have a little bit of money to spare. And there goes the 0 point, but 0 point doesn't deny the gun, and Bluski is going to find that frag. Easy does it for SIUC as they make their move and actually find a man advantage.
In a round, it doesn't feel like they were supposed to. They do, but Mogogu says that's just a pipe dream. Sit down, wait for us to get our move on. And yeah, that means connector. There's a big chance. Up goes the flashbang, and no one's really spotted out. Dog on the other side takes out Dristan. That's gonna be the Sova on Sova mirror matchup going in favor of SIUE. Now with only 3 alive and 2 still pinched in the back, they are gonna regroup. SIUC Maroon taking a couple pot shots with that Marshall. Not really finding anything, though. 40 seconds left. A pretty dangerous area to be in. SIUC, the options are dwindling.
Slowly but steadily, they approaching this position. Nice adjustment there from Mugrogu. Gonna have the fragment out as well. Oh, up and over the top. Swift. Good for a good position, but it's going to be read easily by Chumpy. Mugrogu. Still in position, no command being utilized. That's maybe a bit of a questionable decision. In fact, now Blurski in a good spot, taking the duels. Ooh. Duels won by Crouton, and excuse me, lost by Crouton, won by Loldoge, who's going to close things out. What'd I miss?
Teammate didn't pick up Mogrogu, so could have saved the weapons over. Didn't get the weapons, unfortunately. Feels bad, man. I just laughed at it. Again, plenty of money. Mogrogu's not worried at all, but it's one of those moments that you're like, come on, teammate, you can do it. Pretty entertaining, though. Again, 4-0 start for SIUC. This is the team that is currently up 2-1, keep in mind. So right now, potentially just kind of flexing their muscles a bit with their solid hold over the first half of this round thus far. SIU, we do have a chance here, though. They do have, I believe, weapons hot. No, it is going to be that save once again. We'll see. Either way, they are going to take that chance again, setting up over in B. SIUE wondering who is going to push this time. Again, Dog gave him quite a scare last time over, pushing through B very quickly.
Very quickly. Indeed. Tristan in a pretty good spot. Is pushing forward. This B side's wide open. There's Andre's Fury, though, in the way. Doge's going to put that one down. And he doesn't quite find anything. In fact, pays with his life. Swiftfoot in position to try and get the heck out of there. He is going to find a way. Put down by Abel in return. Seeker's committed. Shot at initially. Blurski going to readjust for Mugrogu's death. So a 3v4 as SIUC look to re-engage. Blurski's in a really good spot. This is critical. And that win, even more so. Abel going down means that SIUC might as well just save.
Crouton says, no saving. I don't know what that means. Is going to see the gun barrel possibly coming out of the nebula. No, Blurski's still hiding on the side. No reason to push too quickly, but Crouton says, screw it, I'll take a shot. Gets one, might not get more, as Chumpy takes out Blurski, and the swing is good for Demon. That'll put it at 4-1 as SIUE finally find a round in their own advantage. That was with guns hot, so SIUC Maroon are going to purchase up once again. SIUE going to flush out the rest of their weaponry as they look to try and take back a couple more rounds.
A big win there for SIUE as they finally get on the board, but, you know, because of the fact that SIUC went for it, because they took some of the guns out of the hands of the of the offense, the buy isn't going to be perfect. You're going to have to pull the Blade Storm, or at least I assume the Blade Storm. See that pulled. Maybe I misread the scoreboard on who didn't have money, but either way, it looked like there was some less than perfect purchases over there. And seeing the operator taking some duels initially here at mid. Crouton asking for a swing, but he's not going to get it for now.
Well, Grogu on the other side is willing to try and tap strafe. Just give it a couple shots. It is going to be a quiet pull over towards A. SIUE just trying to bait out at least one or two more. With the knives hot, Swiftfoot is looking for the angle, but the elbow is spotted. Swiftfoot finds Abel straight to the dome. Well fired away. 4 knives left to work with. Swiftfoot realizes that pulse is not fun. Gets a little bit of a heal off. Their heals back up, I should say. With 40 seconds left, they're going to try and take that chance. A little bit of the nebula, the gravity well. Going to be giving opening for Chumpy, and Grogu falls to Dan K. Swiftfoot is going to try and chase in underneath Raptors. They go, and Dan K helps out in the plant. Well fought by SIUE as they make it a 4v2.
Oh, but that's aggressive. Dristan going to be dispatched early on through the window, excuse me. That's always a nasty bit of utility there. Impossible to deny because of the placement underneath Heaven. But still, 2v3, the position of at least one of these players known as well. Swing coming through. The spike, it's ticking, and it's been ticking for a while, so the time really not in the side of SIUC. And they're going for it, though. Little Doge underneath. He's going to get the shot, but again, it's not enough. And Crouton, he's already abandoned his teammate. Moldoge, more like, lol, you're dead, as Crouton runs away.
Oh!
Swiftfoot trying for the blades, but he's taken out by the spike.
Feels bad. I thought Crouton hit that one. It looked pretty good, but it won't be. So, still, you do knock out one more weaponry set. They are still going to buy up, though. And you can see Dan K, Swiftfoot, and Dristan, they aren't really able to save up as much as they would probably like, sitting on 200 apiece. Only one that has been saving up is Demon of O'Hara. Feeling great about that current setup. And now SIUC Maroon are the ones that are currently closed out of econ situations. They are going with the softer buy here. 2 Marshals can still get plenty of work done, and so can Doge. Unfortunately, Swiftfoot still gets the better of that trade.
Yeah, Swiftfoot doing some massive work in that last round, doing even more work in this one. Crouton with that operator, desperately trying not to be found out, and it takes all the shots from Abel's headhunter to find Swiftfoot and dispatch with him. 4v4, and there is some work to be done, but there goes a nice usage of the lockdown. The Seekers following it up, and Crouton in a bit of a weird spot. Gonna take another head with him before they go. That's massive work done by the operator. Double swing there. Crouton does fall, but Abel has a return frag. Now Dristan versus 2 has to find something, has to utilize all this utility to the great effect. Recon Bolt along with 2 shock darts ready to go, and the Hunter Fury on the cards, but the double swing is too strong.
That was a hold. That was a hold. That pushed Crouton to 8-4-2. Handed back that op. So lovingly cared for. And so well fought. 5-2, stuffing down SIUE before they can start ramping up their own econ. Demon of O'Hara going for that fancy purchase, and instead actually flips back out. So we did see the flick of, I believe, the Phantom, and now Low purchasing in with the Sheriffs, going ahead and saying, well, this is about the best that we can do here, so might as well play with the team. They're going to try and give it their best shot. Trailblazer is out. SIUC Maroon going to go ahead and prep over on this A site. 3 prepped up. Multiple stars are down, and Abel gets out by a sliver of HP.
Yeah, just barely escaping. 5 to be precise. Guiding Light going in there from SIUE. But still, not a ton to work with based on that big eco win last round. This jump peek there from Chumpy as well is going to just give the information that, hey, something's happening here today. It's not quite committed, but there's definitely something going on. And with that being said, now the commitment is forthwith to spray there. McGrogu fragging Chumpy as well. Adding insult to injury, McGrogu spraying wildly through the smoke. Finally able to close that down, and Crouton chiming in, involved for one himself. SIUC dominating in that eco round, a flawless victory.
It feels like SIUC Maroon are just in a comfortable position, right? Their fights aren't looking forced or anything of the sort. Their pushes aren't getting over aggressive. They're playing with solid. I want to say solid play. It's just, I don't know. It feels more comfortable than anything. It's just they're playing in their element, right? They're not taking too many chances. They're like, this is our tempo. This is how we always play, even though SIUE are kind of struggling in the early stages. Now, still plenty of time to work with. It is a full buy round for SIUE, so if there's any time to kind of swing it back and try your best to maintain an edge, it would be right now, right? You want to try and swing it back, try and tie things up at a 6-6. That would be great to have. Of course, that is going to be the Hunter Fury going out. Quick snaps and getting 3 targets, by the way. That was hitting 3 and getting a lot of damage down, but Doe gets a bit bitten back, as that is going to be the Nano Swarm flushing him out of position for the time being. It is going to be a plant, though, as the heal comes in. Blurski going to heal everyone up as well as possible.
Keep everybody healthy, but it's still only a one-man disadvantage for SIUC as they push back in here. They already have the Cosmic Divide. That's going to push back Boathouse out of this one. The good news is that SIUE's setup is mostly in front of the back Boathouse. Blazestorm over the top. Double up draft not going to connect, but Swiftfoot just dodging out. Now the push coming through. Dan K with a nice kill with the utility. 1v2 left now. Back Boathouse now out and over. Demon was there and has the connections. 6-3 now for this SIUE squad, pulling it back.
And what's crazy to think about, even right there, is that SIUE have to purchase SMGs. Even though they won the round, it was such a difficult battle that 4 members, outside of Demon O'Hara, who, again, has been saving up immensely, 3.3k, and generally is the last one alive, 2 of the members are sitting, 1 on an SMG, 1 on a Marshall. That's not what you always want to see, right? If you're winning, you want to see better purchases out, and just this one, you can't afford to. Crouton, unfortunately, misses that first shot, is looking for a reattempt.
He's got the El Clasico, the Dragon Op, you know? Love it.
I love it.
That's I'm still rocking it, so I gotta appreciate Grogu playing with fire here with that jump peak. People sort of doing the same. This one's a lot safer though. And everyone for SIUE cutting noise, denying info, and now rotating out from A to B. Grogu taking that time to swing mid, finds, hey, nobody's home, but maybe he spotted out in the repeat. Swiftfoot with the Marshall, too. A big victory as now SIUE move their way into B.
I don't think anyone was expecting that one. That was a snap on the head, and I loved it. Lol Dog, though, really wants this chance again, holding the perfect angle. Someone's gonna have to fast piece. This is gonna be painful to do, or you could just throw down in the middle. Really, really smart job forcing everyone out. Lockdown has been utilized, and they do have to give up space. Chumpy is gonna be in the back line. trying to reclaim most of the stars. Going to try and lay him down later on. But it's only about 10 seconds, so you might get the sprint. Oh, you see one. You get one in the back. No one checked Boathouse, and that might be the straw. Oh, it hurts to see. You don't check the spot. And Shumpy, for good measure, says you gotta check those back corners. SIUC Maroon lose one at the beginning and then flush out the rest.
Yeah, Chumpy, silent and deadly. Back of Boathouse, you can't leave it alone. You have to swing it. It's such an important position. And honestly, it's such an important post-plant position, too, that it's really just not acceptable for SIUE to be swinging that and not checking Boathouse. That is unfortunate, but nonetheless, here we go. SIUC continuing to find success here, really putting the economy of SIUE on lock, on notice. This Crouton's operator been a consistent factor here, and oh, he spotted a bit of an angle. Not quite able to find that frag, but it's against ecoing players. It's probably good that he falls a little bit further back.
Hoping to do so as Swiftfoot gets the shots off. You gotta love that peak if you're a Jet player, and you gotta hate it if another Jet does it to you. However, the entry is good so far. SIUE take 2. Can claim potentially more. SIUC are gonna try their best to enter in. Great shots go on the side. Chumpy finally gets it with barely any ammo left. Takes a second. Well shot, well fought. SIUE claiming to only have 2 more left, and Dan K, you gotta hit those shots. Abel and Chumpy finish it off to put SIUC up to 8.
Big whiffs there from Dan K, unfortunately, and Abel had a nasty little turn. Running headshot him, too. You hate to see it, but SIUC in control, in position. 8-3 the score here for the first half, and I got bad news. I want to remind everyone, if you're just joining us, SIUC didn't pick this map. It was SIUE's pick as well. So, from a first half perspective, this is absolutely critical, absolutely huge to pick up the final round. But SIUC have just manufactured themselves an opening frag via the tour de force.
This is a little bit out of control. This interstate rivalry is favoring SIUC Maroon right now. They played it to their own tempo and their own style, and I love it so far. It is clean, it's cut and dry. It is, you know, the standard that we like to see. SIUE have got to pull something out if they want to change things up. Their tempo has been relatively the same. A gentle push, try and find a peek. If you lose one, rotate to the other side, and they're going to do it here as well. How quickly do they move? How far can they go? They got 50 seconds, so a little bit to work with. And the Cosmic Divide will be laid down. That does draw SIUC Maroon a few members over to B. It looks like A might be completely open if they chase fast enough. Crouton, though.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he just split the difference. Shot between both of those players, but the null command going to make putting down post-plant utility pretty tough. So McGrogu doing a good job denying that. The plant is going to go through.
Oh,
the fragment. The spike goes down, sure, but the fragment finds everything. And McGrogu! Triple kill, triple spray, and the quad on the final round. Huge plays from the KO. 9-3 on the half as well.
You hit that clip to finish it off, and that just brings the morale to a sky-high limit. Oh, that was so good to see. We only got to see the back end of it, but McGrogu with the entry, so good. We were all focused on the top side, and I think SIUE were as well, right? That was them. Okay, we know 2 or 3 members are peeking in from the top side. We can't worry about McGrogu too much, and then McGrogu burst through the door. Phenomenal shots to be made, and now they get to choose the tempo, right? SIUC Maroon get to dictate where their fights go, and this means SIUE have got to be a lot more responsive. They have to be on the ball. They have to win these gunfights, and unfortunately, if the first half showed us anything, SIUE are just a hair fraction slower, and in an FPS, that can make all the difference. So right now, SIUC Maroon hoping to close things out with the next 4 rounds.
Well, that's all it is going to take is 4. So SIUE need to come up big here. The pistol round, not a necessity, but definitely something you would like to pick up if you are this Edwardsville squad. It's difficult if you don't find it to mount a comeback from that position. But a lot of poking and prodding early into this round. Nothing committed just yet. And as I say that, SIUC gripping themselves up at B. They're all sitting here in B main, and look at the rotations. A good read coming through from SIUE. They've got 3 players here, one on the site. That's Dristan. Oh, and that's the spot. That's going to be the moment. They got to push forward, but Abel connecting with the headhunter.
So good. So clean so far. Swiftfoot a little bit slow on the rotate to try and get the pinch, but the damage has been done. Dan K hoping to swing wide. Swiftfoot finds Abel. That was a great one. Crouton has got to swing back and does find the head. Swiftfoot is taken out. Around the corner they go, straight into the firing squad. Mogrogu finds the same thing, and it's a 2v3. SIUE on the cusp of taking this pistol round. They do find LEGDAY. Chumpy takes 1, but Blurski takes a 3K. SIUE do go ahead and claim this opening pistol round in the second half and feel a little bit better about their chances here moving into these pivotal rounds.
Yeah, and it was a big giveaway from SIUC. They made some massive mistakes there in the post plant. 2 players getting ultra aggressive for no good reason. And worse yet, they didn't just play a crossfire together. They played the 1v1s. They played individual duels. You never want to see that, and SIUC fell straight into that trap. It's unfortunate, but it is the reality. And SIUE rather take advantage of it in massive fashion. So with that, we see a defensive setup here. Standard, as you can see. No initial mid presence, but you got a player over in market here for the defense, and 2 committed A players as well on the site is maybe a little bit of an interesting thing to see.
Swiftfoot actually got peeked out there. Doesn't want to take that chance, so immediately falls back to the rest of the team. SIUC Maroon are going to go ahead and still spread themselves fairly thin here. You see the chamber still holding it strong there over there on A, along with a little help from the Jet. Just 2 or 3 shots could really even up the sidelines here. And it looks like they're going to flush over the spike as well, so they are going to try and make their way forward. This connector could be so dangerous. Swiftfoot backs up, and a great swing timing. SIUC Maroon get complete control of this entry. That is going to be the front forward, and the shots around the corner go, but you can't hit them. Crouton isn't able to get the kill on Dan K. LEGDAY was able to take 1, but it's still a 3v4. SIUE still with the man up.
Chumpy trying to find that shot. Nice no-scope right there. LEGDAY's trying for the second, but he can't do it. Dristan going to close down on one last player before it's Mogrogu. Left alive, 1-on-3, just with the classic in hand. And at that range, the classic is just so difficult to utilize against the Spectre. Couple kills, but not much more. SIUE closing that down with ease. And, well, now it's the big boy guns. SIUC, they have a lot to work with. And they are looking to play against mostly Spectres. A couple of rifles, a Bulldog and a Vandal purchased up by Swiftfoot and Co. But still, a big advantage. SIUC, this round is critical.
So necessary to be able to pull it away, move to potential double digits for SIUC. For SIUE, they want to continue this round. They want to try and do the same thing that SIUC did to them in the first half. It's a tall task to be able to overcome these hot-handed weapons. But no, Mogrogu is going to take this one quite slow. Again, walking their way in. But you should hear that sound. You should know someone's around that corner. Mogrogu's just waiting. Mogrogu says, hey, I'm holding it steady, but Dristan says I'm a bit faster on that angle. Takes 1 tap. Is able to walk away, and around the back corner they're going to go. Shots go out. Crouton is able to finish one off, and they flood their way in. Crouton, this time you do check the back end, showing SIUE how it's done. That quick pace in means SIUC Maroon go ahead and take a 2-man lead. 4v2, SIUE not liking their chances.
Yeah, Blurski, Swiftfoot, the two left alive. Upgrade there to the Bulldog. And it might be worthwhile just to save these weapons if we're being really honest about it. But looks like with the guiding light, they're committed. Abel, don't know where you're looking, my friend. Blurski going to find him off the back of that. Nice information from the Trailblazer, but oh no! Blurski simply taken out whilst in the Trailblazer animation. Brutal. And Swiftfoot now swiftly backing up and running the hell away. Doesn't want any part of those three remaining SIUC players. So, double digits as well. A huge round, like I said. Massive implications. The good news, of course, though, SIUE, they've got a group that can buy here. 4 out of 5 rifles ain't bad.
It's going to be better than what they were last round, of course. SIUC Maroon, we know what they can do, though, and it looks like they're going to take this chance. They're going to rush. It at least kind of feels like. Of course, Tristan is going to hold it down with that recon bolt. Just send it out, and it's immediately destroyed. So Tristan's like, well, now I got to take that chance. He's going to wait, 2, 3, and zap. Nothing. That was a very, very nice spread there. SIUC Maroon say, not today, not today.
Well, they might be singing a different song here in just a moment. They're grouped and ready to hit Tristan with a truck as they push forward. Here we go. Tristan. What? Where? Poor guy. He just got... I'm lost and I can see through walls. Crouton eventually going to take him out. Tristan honestly doing well just to find a single frag there. And now Abel in position to potentially deny the rotations from the back, but he's going to get caught out in the open. No, Swiftfoot on the whiff. Abel in position now. The Seekers are out. Denial, the push coming through, but 4v4, here we go.
Oh, this is a good pinch. Abel's not going to enjoy this one. Is ready for one, though, and Swiftfoot is going to walk right into the crosshairs. Oh, Swiftfoot wins it. That's 3v3. Now we're looking for a bit more. Again, SIUE still got to push into that site. Crouton hiding into the closer range angle with the heels going out. They know 2 back in Boathouse. Laldog, though, with a collateral on Blurski. And Swiftfoot, that'll be the round as SIUC Maroon go ahead and move to 11 rounds.
What can I say? They're gaming. You know, sometimes it's just one of those games. And Chumpy, Crouton, Lil Doge, everyone's showed up. I mean, it's almost unfair not to mention anyone. The whole team for SIUC really making their move. And on their opponent's map pick as well. We're headed into potentially what could be the fight for 12. And SIUE are forced onto the save. They've got some sheriffs. But that's not even everyone. Chumpy already entering into the fight, finding Blurski, who was getting a bit aggressive over towards the A site.
That's what we get for chasing, and around the corner to go. Mogrogu and Abel take one apiece. Heads for days as SIUE are sitting with just 2 members left. They go ahead and travel back through spawn, as that's going to be a little bit harsher direction to go to. It is going to be the A play, a nice little dash out to clear out those edges. And Demon of O'Hara is going to hide inside of those nebulas, just trying to make themselves as small as possible. Crouton was about to swing, but under the rafters they go. It's going to be a pretty big call out as Mogrogu finds them through the floorboards. Well spotted, well shot, and well finished off as they put themselves on match point with a flawless round hold.
You know, if the floor isn't safe, I mean, it's really got to be frustrating, right? like if there's one thing that you think is solid, the floor should be it. Unfortunately for SIUE in the heaven position, that's just not the case. I haven't seen this op in forever.
Oh my gosh.
Well, this is, I do like it. It's very nice.
Gives a sort of alien-y vibe to it.
I say
guess.
that. I'm not even 100% sure I've seen that up. Maybe it's new.
Ooh. Now we gotta go check, huh?
Yeah.
Go check the store. Quickly! What's quickly gonna run is a Trailblazer, of course, and it's immediately capped out. SIUC Maroon, not giving any information.
None whatsoever. That's going to be information. Unfortunately, only information, as Lurski runs to his death for the second time in a row. And this time it might be even more deadly because, hey, it's 12-5.
I like the Cosmic Divide as well. It gives great suppression techniques, completely capturing Dan K underneath. And they're just going to launch it in. That is the rude. I love it so much, but it's so rude to kill someone that way. Just launch every piece of utility that you got. Take him out without a single bullet. That's when you know you're in for a rough time. SIUE, working with 3 members alive, facing off against 3 ultimates that haven't even been used yet. They're just now pulling out that Hunter's Fury. Might as well snipe one down. Lol. Doge says thank you. And around the corner to go, Demon of Ohara takes out 2. 1 by accident, and Abel finishes it off. That is going to be map number 1 for SIUC Maroon. As Carbondale go ahead and take map number 1.
Dominant. A ridiculous map 1. And SIUE picked that, by the way. That's where Ascent was where SIUE thought they had the best chance of taking the map, only to get dominated. It's a rough way to lose your map and map number 1 of a best of 3 series. The good news, of course, we still have a map 2, but that one is SUIC's pick. I mean, it's just a little bit rough, you gotta say, Orbital. And everybody showed up. That's the scary part.
It is so scary, and to think that is what you're expecting. Fast-paced, well-trained, very accurate players is the best way I can put it. So the interstate duel will continue into map number 2. But please don't go anywhere. NECC will be right back with the continuation of our Valorant coverage.
Tell me what you're thinking, or maybe you will give me all the blame, but I'm moving on. I just have to make sure that you know. Maybe you
the thoughts in your mind, they're everywhere, and it's hard for me to bear. Cause I get so lost, feel just like a boomerang. Cause you change your plans every day, and you don't seem to care what I think or how it affects me. Since I laid my eyes on you, my baby, I just wanna make your dreams come true, my lady. If you're low, I'll lift you up. Just let me know when shit gets tough. Do you feel the way I do, my baby? Do you see me like I see you, my lady? I love you, but I don't need you. I only want true love, true love, true love is what I want, my baby. Like I see you, you see me. That's the only way to be right. Love, I move slow for you. Cause you are finishing my sentences when I don't know what I'm about to say. But that's what I like. We just like yin and yang. But sometimes I wish you would hear me out and listen to what's on my mind. Yeah, yeah. Since I laid my eyes on you, my baby, I just wanna make your dreams come true, my lady. If you're low, I'll lift you up. Just let me know when shit gets tough. Do you feel the way I do, my baby? Do you see me like I see you, my lady? I love you, but I don't need you. I only want true love, true love, true love is what I want, my baby. Like I see you, you see me. That's the only way to be right. True love, true love is what I need, my baby.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
And here we go. Maybe. Yes, we are here. I love doing the little call out, and hopefully anyone can hear me because it's very, very fun. Of course, we are here and ready to go for our map number 2. And the craziest thing, of course, is this interstate rivalry, if you will, as SIUC Maroon are currently up and dominating at that.
Yes, they are. And I mean, not one, SIUE picked it, and we still saw domination. SIUC didn't miss a beat, whether it was Trumpy pulling off some huge clutches, whether it was Crouton with the opening frags, or Mogroku picking up some massive spray downs. Everyone was dominating. And so as we head into the SIUC pick of Haven, I am worried about Edwardsville. I don't know that they're going to be able to pull it over the edge, but here's their chance on Haven to do just that, getting into the weeds to orbital. Who is there any individual, I guess I should say, for Edwardsville that you saw that you would like to see step up in this game to maybe give them a chance?
That's actually a really good question, because I did see some shining points, right? There were 1 or 2 players, which I will specifically say I know it was difficult because there weren't as many frags as normally you would like to see. Everyone was fairly, I think, around the same kill range. But Demon of Ahara and Swiftfoot, these two, I think, had fair chances. It wasn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but Demon of Ahara consistently was in the right place. There were times where they were the last ones alive pretty regularly. And in those instances, yes, you could say, well, they were kind of waiting on the back end. But I do see that as you make sure not to get yourself shot, right? You don't take a lot of those high-risk gambles, so play steadily. Hopefully we get to see something like that again, and maybe at a little bit better pace, you know, just hitting those shots or maybe setting up those crossfires, as Haven tends to have a lot of opportunities for those weird angle holds.
while we're getting underway. We'll be on the lookout for Demon of O'Hara or Swiftfoot, maybe to be the one to step up big time for SIUE. But we're already seeing SIUE lock and load. We're seeing pretty much the same composition. Big difference, of course, is Dristan. We're seeing the Chamber come out instead of, I think he was on the KJ, if I'm not mistaken. On the other side of things, Abel pulling the Chamber this time, and it's going to be, again, much the same, but Sky instead of KO.
This is going to be the test, right? This is absolutely going to be the test here. Full of the same compositions. Agents going to be mirroring each other throughout the entirety of it. And I can't wait to see it. Of course, SIUE will be repping that defensive side first and hoping to pick up a couple sets of rounds. SIUC Maroon going to be given the chance to really kick things off here. And taking a look so far, it isn't going to be a chase over to A or C. It is going to be the default spread, hoping someone takes a peek up mid. That gives me some hope because SIUE don't look like they're going to challenge it anytime soon. Of course, SIUC Maroon go, oh, well, maybe we want to take that chance on A. And I wouldn't doubt their skill at all of just chasing into A, guns blazing, kind of skill checking SIUE.
Oh, and Blurski, normally you're going to see a very early recon bolt. Blurski doesn't do it. So now, Abel with that frag and Swiftfoot falling means that there's very little information. Now the recon goes out, but Blurski, they know well aware where he's at. Crouton getting smacked in the face with this shock dart, but McGrogu around the right side, fragging well. 3v5 as SIUC dominate their way onto A.
It's domination, continuation, devastation, whatever you want to say. Dan K off in this corridor chokehold. It is going to be a painful attempt at a retake. I mean, you only have pistols. What more could you really fight for? In goes a little bit of a blind. Doesn't really catch anyone as the gravity wall slows everyone down and sets them up for the firing squad. An execution of a flawless round means SIUC Maroon do not allow any extra econ to slip through to SIUE side.
Absolutely. I mean, they just took a sucker punch to the face, SIUE. Unfortunate as it may be, though, they're going to probably get uppercut here in a moment because, well, they ain't got nothing. SIUE working with Zilch, Nada on the gun buy. They've got 5 classics, I think. I think it's literally 5 classics, maybe 1 upgrade. I mean, maybe the Chamber gonna have the Headhunter out, but realistically not a lot. Here's the little Doge looking to get some information. Does have a couple. 3 bullets in the Chamber for the Chamber, but down to just 2 now as we see the push towards C looking likely.
It's a well-fought round, but of course, as soon as you turn your attention somewhere else, they will come around the side. SIUC Maroon take advantage of the first shot. Find Blurski shooting out a bit of utility. Dan K is able to find McGrogu, and they are able to come from the backside. Crouton, though, takes out Demon of O'Hara. Swiftfoot wins that fight with a picked-up SMG. That'll be a nice one to carry over with the Spectre, but you got to find a little bit more in a 3v2 with HP bars bleeding right now. It doesn't seem like SIUE are even going to take the chance. They're willing to wait for those exit frags and take their chances from there. Well fought by SIUC Maroon to get that quick plant and to push themselves to a 2-0. Well, are they going to? You can hear the chase back. This is going to be a painful one for Dan K as Crouton just eats him up and Chumpy knocks him down.
I mean, I don't know if... I think you need to flip that around. I'd much rather eat the Crouton. For being really honest, Orbital. I'm just saying. Just throwing it out there. But SIUC, well, they've been throwing out haymakers, and they continued in that last round, but this one maybe less so. There's a big chance for SIUE to bring this back into contention. The first gun round coming up, and with the map advantage as well, SIUC definitely need to be punished in this one in order to get a decent start for their opposition. Lil Doge, once again, sort of standard for the last couple of rounds, getting an aggressive swing there with the Owl drone. But nothing found out just yet, and it's slow and steady.
Slow and steady does tend to win a race, but only if you're a tortoise versus a hare. At this point, it's more like you're up against a mountain lion.
Oh boy.
So a little bit harder of a chance here, as of course SIU is still right in the high of that first game win. They're going to go ahead and take a long chance. Blurski might get some information, but it said he's going to send out that recon bolt. Or not. Doubles back on it and finally sends it out. But again, the Trailblazer is already in, spotting everyone out. Swiftfoot gets a spray down to 1. Swiftfoot gets 2, and it looks like the turtle turns into a snapping tortoise. Is able to get 1, 2, 3. That's a total of 3. McGrogu is able to find Swiftfoot. Dan K finds McGrogu, and it's down to a 1v4. Looking much better for SIUE if they can carry over 4 rifles. And in the next round, that'll be something that they really, really needed. And they will. 4 back for SIUE, as it's only going to be a round difference. Well fought by the squad. It's going to be SIUC Maroon now fully buying up.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to give credit to SIUE there, of course. They did really well to keep all 4 of those weapons alive and kicking. That is a good vibe for the economy at the very least, but this is the even more important round for SIUC to win. Right? If they lose the bonus, oh well, it's not a big deal. They're not bothered. This round, though, they've got all the guns. They've got all the options. It's Swiftfoot going for an aggressive swing. He might just have somebody to go with him, and Blurski, in fact, getting aggressive as well. Might catch up McGrogu. Playing distraction there is Swiftfoot. Blurski is on the off angle. A nice off angle, and McGrogu falls. So the flash is no more. Shock dart towards Crouton, but Crouton dodging it. And I love this. I love that SIUE are falling back. They are not reaggressing. They're just playing with the advantage they've just manufactured themselves.
And that's been the bread and butter of SIUC Maroon, right? Not getting greedy for more kills, not chasing away when they feel like they have the advantage. So SIUE do the same. Now SIUC are the ones that are sitting there going, well, we lost a member. What do we really do? Where do we want to go? 45 seconds left means that their options are dwindling down, and if they go C, they're going to realize that they're going to hit a wall of utility, especially with 35. It does mean that they're just going to have to chase. They can't really stop. Once they angle in, it's going to give huge information to this squad, to Tristan especially. This is going to be the shot. In goes the recon. In goes the dash, and they immediately flip over. Well fought. Well shot. Doge takes 1. Crouton is not able to find it, but Doge taking a win, as that'll be 2 for them. 3v3 now as the plant goes down. Majority share of SIUE still trying to scramble for a regroup, as the retake is going to be shot. Oh, but Blurski gets a beautiful shot, and Abel turns it to a 2v3. Plant still went through.
Oh, Swiftfoot has an idea, but Lol Doge has already gotten a triple kill. Blurski, one of his own, and Swiftfoot around the backside. Huge plays, jumping, unable to clutch up this time. And Blurski even going to get one closer to a Hunter's Fury. So it's a double down on the rounds for SIUE, doing everything that they need to do to keep themselves in this early game. 2-2, and it's forced the eco.
A little bit of a rough time. Again, SIUC Maroon, though, on the attack. I do understand that that on map number 1, they could get a little bit more aggressive, had a little bit more windows of opportunity. For them, though, it does feel like all you really need is maybe 4 or 5 rounds. They given that air of confidence that even if they're down a certain set of rounds, they're not worried, right? Like, even this score shouldn't worry them too much. Swiftfoot again, though, tries to take the peek, and Chumpy with the lesser but better in this situation. Sniper is going to take that round. Around the corner to go. Trading the 1-for-1 is okay. Lol Doge gets a headshot on Blurski. Crouton picks up that op and is going to say thank you very much for that upgrade.
Oh, and they're evacuating this A area. The full rotation. All 3 of the remaining SIUE defenders are here, and now they're starting to realize that this is a bit of a ruse. There's nothing going on, and Seeker is going to be committed as all three of those go back towards B. Now the C commit is there. What great usage of the Seekers from McGrogu to give SIUC such a huge advantage. They now know what's going on. Now, there's, regardless of that trademark and the slow in the way, advantage to SIUC Maroon as the retake has to be forwarded. It's a big ask here for the defense.
Let's take the quiet route. Of course, McGrogu trying to find a little bit of information. The responding Trailblazer goes right back, and the shot is good. Crouton says, sit down, Dristan. Says almost one more to take a seat, but can't find it. Again, the blind goes out, and now they're going to be the swing. McGrogu getting blinded and kind of flushed out, but Chumpy is able to back them up. Remember, the trade for ones is going to help out SIUC Maroon so much more, but Demon of O'Hara definitely kicking it up a notch. 3 is going to be made, and the shock bolt takes it home. Well fought by Demon of O'Hara, but Doge barely gets out of the way and is going to claim that right to victory. 3 rounds to 2. This SIUC barely scraped past that tie.
What a terrific way to win the round for SIUC. I mean, massive economic damage, massive victory, and on an eco as well. I mean, it's almost the worst way to do it. Yeah, you've won a couple rounds if you're SIUE, but to instantly lose in that fashion is so mind-melding. And you never want to be in that position, but you are, and it was. You got to accept and move on. Bladestorm now out for SIUE. The same is available here for the opposition on the SIUC side, but not being utilized thus far, and that might be the ticket here for SIUE to get back in. But as I'm saying that, okay, Crouton putting that option to bed. The headhunter, no heads left to hunt, as he's taken out, but Swiftfoot, maybe.
Swiftfoot, Swift knife, not as swift as you would hope. McGrogu goes, no knives today. You're going to eat with the fork and spoon like the rest of us. Abel says Dan K doesn't get to chew anything. Blurski does get a shot, though. McGrogu is down. Still a 4v2 as Chumpy gets the plant. Very nice. Very nice. Let your bolt goes out. Shock dart. Not really going to tag too much damage, though, as Demon of O'Hara trying their best. Blurski able to find Chumpy. Can you find a bit more, though? From the garage, you can get a bit more.
So a little on the expensive side already.
Ooh, yeah, and Blurski takes a 3K. You're going to be pretty happy about that one, though. 4 rounds to 2. As SIUE, go ahead and say, all right, now we get a full buy.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. That those kills, they grant you a chance to break the economy here in the coming rounds, really. You can see even this round, the economy not perfect. Abel going to have to drop one over to Chumpy, and he's done just that. So it's definitely not the best key scenario. That said, this is a huge round because there's 7 ultimates available across the board. So if we see a lot of ultimates used and nothing gained, that's going to be massive. Hunter's Fury after that tag of the Owl Drone and Lol Doge saying goodbye. An early grave. He's 6 foot underground as it's a 5v3, and this is why it's so dangerous to instantly find the success. Now, SIUE, they pull their ultimates to try and come back, but unfortunately, Blurski finds little to no success.
Has to be the most infuriating thing ever. The opponent throws down that Hunter's Fury, gets a kill, and you can't get anything, and instead actually lose a member. Crouton is going to get stunned up here, but Demon of O'Hara loses their life as all Doge is on a rampage. That's 3. Shockbolt tags down Blurski, and Doge still finishes it off. The memes are alive, as that's going to be a 4K. 5 rounds to 2 as SIUC Maroon continue their rampage through this map and series.
I mean, honestly, though, that wasn't SIUC Maroon. That was Lil Doge taking a rampage to the entirety of the SIUE squad. 4 frags, the opener and the closer. That's a impressive resume. As 5-2 now the score, and it's back down to the force. No guns. Though, to be fair, I did see the judge. You know how I feel about that thing. It's a deadly weapon, we'll just say.
It's a very deadly weapon when you control the entire court. You get to decide who lives or dies, but unfortunately, you got to be up close and personal. They got to be right across the podium from you. Dan K, of course, setting up with that Spectre, ready to go to back up the teammates, and SIUC Maroon haven't gotten that much of a lead about what weapons are currently in play.
He's gonna get a chance.
Abel, yeah,
Give
Abel
it to
sees
me.
it. Oh, no, but you left your shoulder open. Oh, Abel says, thank you very much. That'll be the frag. Dan K gonna round the corner and take a spray. And unfortunately, gets stunned up, and Abel, with the pistol in hand, says, no thank you. I ain't dealing with that today.
Yeah, that was a really nice stun. I don't know. I assume it's a Nova Pulse that came in there from the Astra. So, no, nonetheless, a fantastic bit of utility. SIUE ready to play here. Headhunter in hand for Driston. And a little bit of a whiff on the guiding light, but with 5 players still alive at the moment. Things still looking good. 9 health to play for the Chamber of Driston. If Demon drops at the right time, this could be good, but he's put to bed. It's down to 1. And Lil Doge comes around the corner with the classic of his own. Right-clicking his way to victory. 6-2, flawless victory. And SIUC, they look good initially. And then I was like, okay, SIUE, they're in this game. I don't feel that way anymore.
It's as much as we want to root for them, right? As much as we want to say SIUE have that chance coming back, the odds are stacked against them right now. Taking a look at how they're trying to take these fights, SIUC just have their number. The constant little shifts in the plays, right? The exact changes just to eke out another round. Swiftfoot, again, one of the members that I kind of wanted to take a look at, has tried to play their best, has had some of those phenomenal shots, and the angles are being held as well. You can see it. Abel, Sixth Sense almost knows that corner is so dangerous, and not taking it gives such huge props. And that's how you see Maroon are going to go ahead, send out that Owl drone, not get too much, as it is going to be tagged out. Now Swiftfoot does have to chase away, as it's going to be the run-in for SIUC Marine.
Here we go. Crouton ready and waiting, but there's a crossfire. Nope, not going to be there. 10K down and out. And the push forward successful. Now, already all 4 of these SIUE players in position. Crouton going to follow in the Trailblazer, play around in the Nebula. Going to get found out by the Owl drone, but he's pushed forward. He's found success. Crouton looking the other way, dashing out, looking for more, and Demon finally going to find that frag, but it's at massive cost. They're hemorrhaging players. SIUE can't afford these types of losses. The push coming through. It's McGrogu, Abel, Loldoge. They're all good. 7-2. We continue.
When the attack has complete operations, when they have complete control, there is nothing that the defense can do. SIUC ensuring that the paths that they take always yield results. And again, it's that sixth sense. It's that knowledge of SIUE are probably going to play here. They played here last time. They're going to try and change it up. How do we play it out? How they have it pinched and prepped is going to be that default prep over there on A and B with the fade over towards C from a lurk. Swiftfoot, again with the Sheriff, is going to try their best to at least catch someone by surprise, but it's so difficult, right? It's so difficult, and with the Owl drone backing him up, it's going to push him off. Chumpy finds Blurski over there on A long, and it's a scenario, again, a 5v4 as SIUC Maroon smell blood in the water.
10K. Looking to defend himself, and he can't even do that. Poor guy. Sat down by Lil Doge. And it's 5-2-3 on the player advantage scale. Massively towards SIUC, and it's coming further and further in that direction. Driston has the tour de force. He's got to use it, and he nearly lined him up. Oh, that was close. Now he spotted another one. This is a good possibility. He's got help, got players to work with. Nebula trying to beat them out, but he's good for it. Driston trying to equalize, just one player away from doing just that. But the Nebula, it's got a lot of time left on it. He's just waiting. Looking for it. And Abel.
What?
Hey, my goodness. creating the opportunity. The Headhunter now in hand, but the Nova Pulse makes it impossible to follow up. The Team Ace is there. What an attempt coming through from the chamber, though.
I give that an 8 out of 10. That was Tristan taking way more members than I expected. That was so good to see.
Had 0. He had 0 before. Tristan, oh no. I just realized.
Hey, listen, it's a 300% increase, I think, in the
You're
number
right.
of kills that you have. So we'll take the positives somewhere. And it's a good way to get your morale back, right? You were sitting at you make a big play. It's the little things in life. And right now, you need those little things if you are SIUE. It's the small steps forward, right? You can't win overall, so you go for the small things. Get the kills, try and get the wins from there, and you're going to get the snap. Very nice job to fall back. Unfortunately, that does leave Swiftfoot and Blurski completely undefended. Crouton is now going to use this Nebula to their own advantage and find the peak. Crouton on a warpath right now, as I think that was a team shock pull going through. Crouton makes it a 4K and might look for one more from the team as Demon of O'Hara is able to stop that ace.
Crouton needs to be renamed to Your Team Gone as Grogu closing down that final frag. But Crouton with the quad kill. I mean, when you stack 3 at B and still lose the sight to one player, I just gotta be impressed. And sad, but impressed mostly. Because SIUE, I mean, they collapse like lawn chairs out there.
It's a little bit of a mental game here, and the mental barrier that is currently pressing down around them is SIUC's consistent play. There are no gaps in their armor, and their spear is relentless. They swing so hard every time they try and make a move. SIUE now setting up with a little bit of a crossfire section, but Loldo gets the electric kill on Swiftfoot. The opener has already secured a path into C if they so wish, but after taking that one, they know something's up on C, so they go ahead and charge on A. It's going to be a 4v2 here on the site if SIUE is not careful. Again, the aggression from this bolt is going to find Dan K in the back lines. A great blind, though, is going to give Dan K a little bit of time to reposition. Up goes the Cosmic Divide. Can you find a little bit more? Around the corner you go. You do get the blind, but you're blind as well. Crouton fires away and finds Dan K's life.
Dan K was trying to get a little bit ambitious right there, doing what he can, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough. Blurski's fighting back. Demon, Sheriff plus Judge. He's, most of the law enforcement system as he tries to push forward. Unfortunately, I don't know that that's going to be enough. The upgrade to the Vandal. As Blurski pulls the Owl Drone. There's one. Nice shot by Demon, but still, it's traded. Enable ready and waiting for the time. Enable not missing shots. Yeah, NT is right. Nice try, SIUE. Might as well apply that to the entire series at this moment because it's 10-2.
Cutting down the rounds won by half so far. Keep in mind, SIUC Maroon won map number 1, 13-6. They said that is 3 too many so far, or at least 4 will contain SIUE to 2 in the first half. If they continue this is going to be one of SIUC's more dominant victories here, I have to say. And if they can close this out at a 13-2, this will paint a very large target on their back for the remainder of the season. It will paint them as one of the teams to watch moving into the latter half of the season. As again, there are 8 weeks here in the NECC Valorant Leagues. You do have a couple chances as Grogu goes ahead and dekes out Demon of O'Hara.
Quick and easy. Grogu looking for something more. Trailblazer going to find the info. And here's the push. Crouton blinded up. Able to get back that sight in time to take a shot and fire it towards Swiftfoot. But Dan K and Tristan trading back well. Dan K on the secondary, and it's now Abel versus 3. 3 heads, 5 bullets for these Headhunter. He's going to swap up to a Ghost just in case that ain't enough. And here we go. Quick attempt to utilize that rendezvous. Oh, nicely done. But rendezvous now used. Taking shots, and he's able to connect only a single one before Driston puts that to bed. But at this point, a win is a win, and a pistol win is a big win.
Getting back a pistol does mean that you net yourself at least one more, right? Potentially, of course. SIUC Maroon are not going to purchase into this round. They have enough of a buffer zone. They have a safety net as wide as the floor itself at this point. Question, of course, remains what is going to be purchased up? Blurski going ahead and going for that Marshall, 3 Spectres, and then Bulldog, I believe, as the backup rifle. A little bit of a chance as this is going to be the full push. SIUC, of course, understand that they are outgunned. Might as well try and chase for one. Dan K takes a life, is going to get the blind. Nice dash out. As the finisher is made. Crouton does fall for a 2K. Ooh,
Oh,
3K.
Dan K. Yeah, looking for some
maybe a bit
more,
chump.
but yeah, Chumpy not going to let that happen for free. All the way through C, though, is the rest of the SIUE team. And a bit of a whiff shot there by Blurski. Going to give the information, though, that Abel's on the prowl. 1 bullet in that headhunter, and Swiftfoot is on a fast flank, the swiftest of flanks. He's got 1, making a double, and looking for the final player. That's Abel, who's been found out. Right-clicked, and good for Abel to find just 1.
Good start. Again, SIUE finding some ground to work with and making it a little bit closer, right? Getting shut out so hard here in the middle of the season. You're already 1-2. You don't want to go out without swinging, and I like it, right? Crouton and Doge, of course, manhandling the top spots, 18 and 14 apiece over on SIUC's side. Blurski and Dan K, though, 9 and 8 respectively. Going to look to try and push double digits. Of course, light armor for Dan K is going to make it a bit more difficult. SIUE maybe feel a bit more comfortable here. Options are open. That is going to be Magrogu trying to take out the Owl drone, but quickly spotted out. But information right back as Crouton spots 1 that tries to cheat over to the other side.
That's a very aggressive swing. That's really okay. He goes for it again. Talking about confidence, man. That's a confidence play right there. Abel doing some shooting through the door. Actually good for a bit of a tag in towards the jet. This time Abel, he's the one tagged up by Dan K. But 5v4 still for SIUC. And it's a very spread out offense. No decision made yet.
No reason to, right? Still a little bit of time on the clock, 45 seconds. Can work your way forward, but of course, Seaside is actually the weakest of the flanks right now, so SIUC Maroon going to be relying on Doge, who definitely can get it done. That's going to be a dash in. Swiftfoot already behind that box is looking for a bit more. But Doge says it might not be necessary as Abel goes ahead and helps out. Now says, all right, let's take that chance. Good swing to the left. He's going to get that kill. Doge takes a 2K. Looking for 1 more, and it is the clean 3K for Doge. Triple plus. That defuse is going to net. That's Sova. A fantastic, flawless round.
Yeah, nearing as well to the Hunter's Fury. But speaking of ultimates, only 1 of those online at the moment. Driston awful close to that tour de force, but not quite in that just yet. But those Seekers, we'll see if they can be utilized in a round like this. This one, I mean, this is for the game, essentially. If you think about it, SIUC, if they win, the money for SIUE broken, and then it's match point. So a big one. SIUE need it. And it looks like they might be going fast and loose here towards the A side of things. In fact, Magrogu going for the Trailblazer to find that information.
Rough chance as we go ahead and see this is going to be a larger push by SIUE. Are they going to just try and take the chase? That is going to be a great gravity well. Tristan is able to find Magrogu and they try and chase him, but Crouton unfortunately runs straight into his teammate's back with that dash. Didn't get as far as they possibly thought. SIUE do go ahead and successfully enter into the site and get that plant down. Now the question is, can they hold? What can they do? That's going to be a shockable up top. Does tag Crouton on the back side of the head. It's well fought so far. Blerski finds Abel. Great kill so far. Puts it to a 3v5. Are SIUE gonna do it? Are they gonna get their 5th round of this game? Around the back corner, Crouton goes. Can only find one. Nobody knows. Chumpy and Doge clean up a few more. And it looks like SIU will go ahead and take the round.
Yeah, SIUE able to pull that one back. It was off the back of those early frags. That's exactly what it was. And, well, time for SIUC to be the ones on the economic back foot. This round they have the money. Next round they will not. But again, when the margins are this small, it really is just one round here, one round there. And that's how you can win it back. Can SIUC bring it closer to 12 or make it to 12 more likely? Or will SIUE continue to fight their way back in here? Here's Crouton. Ready and waiting. An opening frag right around the corner. Spotted out a kneecap. Looking for the jitter peak. And he's going to hit the shot. Massive. And it's a heady.
Just so good. And they are crushing it down here. Again, SIUC Maroon keeping it on their pick side. It feels so good, as we said time and time again. We were wondering what they could do on their own side, and it feels pretty good. Still around the same scoreline, but looks like Demon O'Hara is not done with this game just yet. Takes a 2K, keeps it at 3-3. Blerski comes around the corner, or at least watches as Abel does, and Abel takes their head off. Now down to the Astra and the Chamber. Last two alive, chasing into A. Doge is ready to go. Sprays one, can only get one, but that's still enough. 2v1. Solid play as SIUC Maroon look to get this entry underway.
2v1 is necessary here to pull Dristan back. That's a very good setup at the rendezvous. Has a tour de force, not going to use it. Low HP player moving forward, but Abel still wins the fight. Abel, oh my goodness. Lights out. And SIUC bring it to match point.
Just like that. It's just that easy. SIUE getting pinched right now, are able to afford some weaponry and much better than really expected. And they have 4 ults in the economy to work with as well. This is going to be the tour de force, which Dristan is going to run. They're going to have the Cosmic Divide and Blade Storm on the back end. And then Blerski, of course, potentially trying to open up or get that plant coverage with that lovely Hunter's Fury. But it's going to be a dangerous one as well. Here comes around the corner. Shot 2-0. A jiggle peek. SIUC Maroon. That jet keeps their life.
Where the heck did that... I thought that was on target.
I thought so too, honestly. I thought someone died.
I mean, that was about as on target as it gets. Trailblazer going to go forward. Dan K finding just a little bit of information. There's a guy back there on the C site. On Swiftfoot. This is a good position. Jumpy could really get punished for this, and it depends.
Ooh.
But Abel's tour de force coming up with the victory, and that takes out the opposition tour de force. And Chumpy getting a little bit over aggressive, and Blerski finds McGrogu. So what was an advantage now turned the other way. As the entry here onto B is good, but Abel prepped and ready to give him the opportunity. He'll be here.
It's a dangerous setup. Abel walking very, very close quarters. 5 shots to work with. Plant's good. Who else is going to follow? Doesn't look like they're going to chance it with that Hunter's Fury. No reason to blow it here. Again, you have a wide safety net, but Doge with the beautiful flank. He keeps getting away with this. Crouton holding the perfect angle. Doesn't even know that they're lined up with Demon of O'Hara. Doge ready to go. Crouton takes out Swiftfoot, and Demon of O'Hara takes one back. 2v2 here as the spike ticks away. Abel is going to go for the fake defuse. Demon of O'Hara takes Abel, and Crouton sets it up perfectly to get taken out. Blerski wins it with 1 left alive. You're at 6 rounds where you were in map number 1. And that's more than what you could have hoped for. Looking to continue onwards as SIUC Maroon will go ahead and go into the econ.
Yeah, that's a big round to win. That's going to net you at least one more relatively speaking. Of course, we have seen SIUC just kind of dominate on pistols before, so that's always a questionable statement here. But, you know, all things being equal, a relatively easy round as Lil Doge gonna fall back. I really like this Sheriff. Fortunately, Lil Doge only gonna be able to utilize that for one shot. And Abel gonna rendezvous back into position, but Swift Foot, on the other hand, taking out Jumpy. What looks like a easy round on paper is looking like an easy round in reality as SIUE have a 5v3.
They're going to take their chances again. SIUE feeling good. Crouton, though, says you're not going to go without paying at least a little bit of the toll. Good flashbang to finish it off. Well, close to, as I should say. 2v4 still up in the air. Blurski might not like that chance and is going to finish it off again. McGroger and Crouton not able to find any more. 7 rounds to SIUE. Feels much better here. However, SIUC now going to purchase up. And again, this is the dangerous portion. Swiftfoot now going to go ahead and hang on to their own Vandal. It's Vandals across the board for SIUE as they continue their, hopefully, perfect comeback.
You said it feels better. I agree. But at the same time, of course it feels better when you've defanged SIUC for a round. They ain't got nothing to work with. Now, that's changed. They also have some ultimates, too. That Hunter's Fury, we've seen it be a deadly force. McGrogu going back to the old tried and true. And I was going to say he was punished for that before. He's gone for it again and punished again. So maybe some overconfidence coming to fruition. Regardless, the fourth player here for SIUC going to fall back and look for a full rotation. Wait for the players to come back in for V5 retake.
And that drop of that smoke screen is not one that you really enjoy. Again, that's a utility that you don't have in your own favor right there. However, Demon of Ahara is okay with this plant. Now they have a little bit more time to work with as well because that Cosmic Divide is going to branch out a bit more. Now they're going to call their own one down as SIUC Maroon are going to try and take the chances. Crouton is sitting on side of that set, but Chumpy helps out. Dan K is down. 3v3 left and in through that Cosmic Divide. They're going to chase. Crouton was ready for it. Dristan did not enjoy that rebuttal. That's going to be the Hunter's Fury crying out with a bit more damage. And again, Doge says, yeah, now I can tank it because that's the last shot that you had. Demon of Ahara runs interference, but does catch that one down. Crouton needs to go for the defuse. Oh, Bolt doesn't reach as far, and unfortunately, Blurski is going to watch as the defuse comes through. SIUC Maroon, go ahead and take map number 2.
Very, very nicely done. A nice little comeback there from SIUE at the end, but ultimately SIUC were the dominant figures throughout both maps, winning out the half both times. And, you know, with that said, you gotta give a lot of credit to Crouton, man. That guy had a great series. I definitely was amongst the leaders for both map 1 and map 2. So I definitely think a lot of that goes that way. But Lil Doge as well. The multi-frags were out of control.
This whole team was a walking highlight reel. I swear, from consistent play to all-star performances right there, right? And it's fun to watch, right? That's what makes it entertaining. Their shots are clean. Their entries are crazy fast sometimes, and they know how to juggle that tempo. So really well played for them. Of course, SIUE are going to have to try their hand at finding their second win at another time. They have plenty of games left to try and bolster their side. It's only a 1-3 score. And of course, that means that they could end the entire season at a 5-3 record if they were able to win the rest of their matches. So only time will tell how well they fare. Of course, that means that is going to be the end of this series, but there is more Valorant on the way as we have one more series coming in from the Champion Cyan division. It is going to be UHM Varsity Green versus CSUDH Cardinals, rounding out the final broadcast of this evening here on the main channel. That will, of course, be broadcast by Mick and Infernosis as they come in, so make sure to tune into that one. But, of course, for me and the lovely Vincent, that'll be it for the evening. Thank you so much for tuning in, and stay tuned for some more NECC Valorant action.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything.
Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable. Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable essay. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Honestly, not too shocked about this pick, except for the fact we have a Breeze and maybe the split, but that's still kind of a normal map to go to BO3.
Yeah, I think this map pool makes quite a bit of sense. I think Split was kind of the odd one for me. I was kind of assuming, Ascent was probably going to be picked, most likely, but I kind of do like this composition of the maps that we see for both these teams. And the fact that we have Breeze as the decider, hey, I'm all right with that. And I'm glad you mentioned it as well, fellow, because for UVic Black, a lot of their games have been really, really close. Even some games that have gone to the overtime extent. So it's not like they're getting blown out of the water, but they definitely are just looking to cross that finish line as much as they can. And maybe tonight will be the night.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to wait and see. I think we're actually sending into Icebox so we can take a look at the agent selection to see who's actually picking what tonight. I'm expecting some pretty default stuff. Viper can almost guarantee that. She was meta on this map before she was meta on any other map really inside of Valorant, so it'd be kind of silly not to bring her out tonight. But what are your thoughts on agent selection besides that Viper, of course?
Yeah, I think this pretty much makes sense. I think it's pretty much a requirement that you should have a Sage. In my opinion, I think that makes the most sense. Chamber, I think, has done a lot of really great things, especially with the Rendezvous move. That makes a lot of sense for me. So I think from what we've seen from, the left-hand side of the defensive players, I think this is a good composition. We haven't seen yet the lock-in for UBC yet, but I'm still liking everything. Nothing's really sticking out to me as a random thing,
Yeah, I think still waiting on a couple extra seconds. UBCO, I think if I remember correctly, they love to just pick all their agents at the very last second. Funny enough, we've got Molten potentially opting for the Yoru. I think that'd be the first time I've ever seen Yoru in play. He's not really a favorite by anybody. He is still considered the weakest duelist, as I don't think his update has gone in through just yet. My dates are I still think that is a hard confirm. He's still being worked on at the moment. And yeah, Molten's going to go potentially opt for that Viper selection instead. So everything is pretty stock standard. The only difference between these two teams is that we have a Chamber in the boot of UVic, and then across the pond, we've got ISP actually on the Sky. But both picks are absolutely phenomenal here for Icebox.
Yeah, I'm really liking these picks. The fact that we have a Sky, it's a good guiding light that you can use. The Seekers are really good information as well, especially with that ultimate. But I think all around this looks pretty standard. Like I said, having Sage is really important. Viper's pretty much a guaranteed must, right? All the utility in her disposal is really important. So I like both selections. So I think this is going to make a lot of sense. So we'll have to just see how this can work out here for UVic Black. They are going to start on the defensive side. So that's going to be a good note for them. But we'll have to see if UBCO are going to, play pretty brute force-ish, or if they can actually have a bit more tactics in this. Icebox, I think typically, and NA is a lot of full rush, full send, and just commit and see what happens, right? But we'll have to see what UBCO has in store.
Especially for the attack, I feel like Skya is much better for the attacking half. You can really get away with brute forcing your way into a site, especially those guiding lights, if they are timed properly. But also across the pond for UBic, the mobility on the side of Kevin, it's much better on the defense, unless you prefer being that flank watch kind of role as the Chamber, which some people aren't big advocates for, but because he's a very sluggish agent to play, unless you have that rendezvous, he's kind of a sitting boulder you don't want to deal with, but it isn't very agile. But hey, speaking of a duel, looks like we already have a B rush in full contention here. Kurt will go for a spike plant up in the top of that mid nest, and already in the post plant so early on, the retake game could be a potential, but that first blood and now a double down favoring UBCO as they already have a 5 versus 3. Hachi is very low in HP as well, so a brilliant start so far by the attacking side. This retake game looking quite choppy simply because of that man disadvantage. Finally, Hachi will try to swing things back in the favor of the defense. Bolton will join in on the fun as well, but it's still a 3 versus 3 with the time not favoring your side. Pickles, she'll be able to find a pretty important pick on towards that duelist, and now it's only the Viper and Sova. Both just kind of stuck next to each other, solidified pretty well as it's only Kree left to stand. They get rid of Kurt, but there's pretty much no time left, and Kree is only on 3 HP, so they'll eventually get finished off by the Sage, and round number 1 goes in the way of UBCO pretty effectively.
Last player standing.
I love the aggression that we saw from UBCO. The fact that they really just didn't delay it. They just put the foot on the gas and they just committed to that site immediately. I think that's a really good thing, and that's what we were kind of talking about, right? Do we see that fast aggression? Do we see the brute force tactic, or do we see kind of that slow composition? But UBCO, I mean, like we said, they're a team that do have a 1-on-1 record, whereas in comparison for UVic Black, I mean, they are 0-3. But again, I know we're breaking this down a lot, but they haven't been able to get a win yet. So I think this gives a little bit of a confidence boost for UBCO to really feel a little bit more, for the confidence on the fights. We'll have to wait and see. And even right now, they're kind of playing that default setup, but they're going to be able to commit together. And even now, Molten has to fall back, already taken down to 26.
Yeah, very heavy commitment inside of A because they didn't want to put all their eggs in one basket, but inadvertently kind of did, only having Viper as that one-man army. Thankfully, they have enough time to pivot back around, potentially have some sort of flank being afoot as well. Kevin deals some damage with that headhunter, sorry, but the spike still goes down, of course. Pickles now mopping up 2 there with the Spectre. Voltergeist gets 1 with that Marshall, but it's nothing but success still for UBCO as they clean house essentially instantly once that spike went down.
Yeah, another nice clean round. And now the gun round's going to come through for UVic Black. So a lot of investment put into this. And even you could see 2 of the players only have the light armor. So now this is a lot riding on this, because if UBCO can take this round as the bonus, this is not only going to give them the 3-0, but this is going to give them more weapons to have in the pocket. So there's a lot of pressure here for UVic Black to figure out something and try something a little bit different to see what they can find. But UBCO, they're really mixing up the playbook. It's only 2 rounds in, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, fellow.
Yeah, going for a back garage play round number 2, then basically full blitzkrieg side of mid, always being on some sort of adaptation. That's always been nice to see. And we're seeing another set of changes yet again. This time we've got the Sky kind of prowling about near A, seeing what they can find out with that Trailblazer. And also a push inside of Tube that allows Kree to get 2 beautiful picks. And there's no one else there to try to find that refrag. Although the Sova is low on HP, they'll get healed up by an orb in the hands of that Sage. Kurt finds 1, so that's at least something to open things up here for UBCO, but that man advantage is still in the pocket of the defense, and no one ended up retrieving the spike. I believe Chamber was able to spot that out, so plenty of valuable info here to boot for UVic. Still about 50 seconds to play with, but they are in a pretty substantial advantage, especially now that Kevin has won that 1-for-1 against Voltergeist. BiasT and Kurt now step up big, evening things up here on the playing field, and we'll potentially see an A plant here as the Sky has full control of that site, and the Jet can finally retrieve that spike to now go for that previously mentioned plant, Vass.
Yeah, we're back to a 2-2. So they're going to be able to get, UBCO will get in the site, the spike will get planted, so now it's going to be create. His teammate going to be close on by. They might be able to find Kurt off guard. The heal might be the sound cue. It doesn't sound like UBCO caught that. And now they're going to try to push on through. Recon Bolt will come in. Kurt playing the high ground. Can get this quick peek. An easy shot. That's going to be done. So now, just down to Starrock by himself on a 1-on-2, trying to find what they can do. A tough situation to be. We were talking about how critical this round is. It's very important. The tap on the defuse, it's going to come through. And now we just have to see. It's back to the 1-on-1. Can Starrock do this? Can he pull this through? He's got it halfway, so now he's still waiting a little bit longer. The time's getting depleted, and now the Sky's coming in, but I don't think there's enough, and now this is going to be a round for UVic to get this just in time.
Absolutely fantastic isolation there by UVic. The lack of coordination there at the end of the post plant was the biggest issue there for UBCO. They didn't actually try to go for that swing at a properly timed moment, so it allowed Star to actually manage to get 2 separate 1-versus-1s, like you mentioned, during the middle of that post-plant situation, Laz, and it actually managed to favor the way of UVic. And they did actually start out with that huge man advantage with Kree stepping up big up inside of Kitchen. So, hey, starting out on the right foot for once, they're not going to let UVic slide away with a bonus round in their pocket. So now these next couple of rounds between 4 to 6 are going to be much more even in comparison to what we probably would have saw if things were actually a 3v0 favoring UBCO.
Oh, look at this now. UBCO, they're just going to commit to this. The frustration's there. The round that they thought they had in the bag, they're going to push to us. Bladestorm going to be used. Kevin actually giving away his spot. He does get located. But sorry, that's Kurt now that's going to have to find this. He's the player in the hot seat, so he does have that ultimate engaged. Volt going to get taken down. Spike should get planted. And now the swing comes in. That's 1. Make it 2. Make it 3. This is huge. And UBCO now, they've swept the floor, and UVic have no sort of an answer.
Oh my goodness, a brilliant spray down by UBCO. Molten is just wondering what in God's green earth just happened to the rest of his team inside of the B site. Manages to isolate out one. Yet again, that timing on the swing wasn't there. Another dink for Molten, but unfortunately only having that ghost is not going to be great to outduel the Sky. A big round there for Bias T, now having the Seekers for next round, and UBCO, they'll manage to bite back almost immediately after we saw some sort of resurgence by UVic on that previous round as well.
What an amazing round. What a great amount of work from Bias T. I mean, you said it right. I mean, now I thought it was going to be Kurt that was in the hot seat, but no, I guess it's going to be Bias T that was going to step things up, and you feeling a little bit left in the dark. And now Top Fragment with a 6-2 scoreline, but we do have a full gun round coming back in for UVic, and they do have the operator in the hands of Hatchie, so this is going to be important. Hatchie will need to be able to find some good ground to work with. Already pushed up. That's some really good control, able to get the shot by his T taken out, so that's a big impact kill. That's great.
And no longer having those Seekers there and able to stave off that A push for just a little while longer. It's still mostly just feeler positions here for UBCO, maybe trying to get control of Kitchen perhaps early on. The repositioning though by Hachi has been quite nice. That can cut off some sort of rotation being in play by the attack, and really their hands are tied at this point. Now 5 versus 3, the Sova completely isolated, so they really can't do much if they wanted to go for a plant here. Molten picks up one, and Star Oak will follow suit on towards Pickles, leaving only Volt Guys. Thankfully is able to spot out Kevin trying to get cheeky there with an ult or grab, and we can at least confirm a post plant, but the retake game, it's just going to most likely be far too strong unless people just start swinging out Voltergeist single-handedly. That does happen, but a slow orb catches him in a pretty rough predicament. So plenty of time left to defuse. UVic will now take this round pretty well, to say the least. So at least they have a second round in pocket now.
I mean, the good thing for UBCO that round too, right? I mean, the fact that, it was like a 1-on-5, I think, at the, for Volt. So not the greatest situation, but getting the spike down, the money situation is really good for them, but it still adds more layers, adds more funds, which is really, really, really important that we see from the UBC squad. So you can see there's full investment. I think it's just Pickles that is the one player with light armor. But again, that's to compromise, the purchase that you can have for your utility. So this is a good note. And I think even the operator still is in the hands for Hachi. So that's important for UVic to kind of bring back some rounds. We talked about the importance of having an operator on defense. We saw the last round, the aggression on Pipes, able to dash out. But now we're going to see that'll be a switch actually going towards B. But right now, UBCO, they're putting the attention towards this A site.
Having to deal with potentially 2 ops. It's only going to be 1 in the hands of that Tour de Force by Kevin, so not that big of a concern. The Seekers get popped out as well, so plenty of information and space now being created as well here for UBCO. They could try to go for that plant situation now. Kevin gets spotted out, is able to dance around that Hunter's Fury though for the time being. A smidge of intel being gathered by that, and now we actually see a Viper's pick up into fruition, but Kree, a massive Hunter's Fury to now get rid of that ultimate in the middle of A site. No more control left near that spike. Things have completely turned on a dime here for UVic as they are in a very pristine condition. The only thing they need to worry about is potentially some lineups in the hands of those shock bolts, and maybe also time not being that favorable as well. But Voltergeist, he's got to step it up here. It's a commit by Star. The op finds one towards Kurt, and Molten waiting near elbow can help clean things up with the assist of Kree. Yet again, a 3K to their name, and that Hunter's Fury did way more damage than what UBCO probably would have expected.
Yeah, that was big. I mean, the fact that Create was able to find the double with a Hunter's Fury, yeah, if you can pick up 1 kill, that's amazing. If you can get a double, yes, please. So the fact that he's able to find 2, huge in the amount of way that they can gain some more control into that site, whereas UBCO, you could see they were playing in the back, near Nest and kind of just in the back of A main. So they were really going for the post plant situation, but then everything got bombarded right after Star Oak was able to throw the Sage wall too. And that's the beauty of Sage. That wall can just create a lot of problems against you, but a lot of big benefits for your team.
So many ults spent up on that round too. Not even a win for UBCO as well. That must be such a huge upset, as they're going to have to be on the back burner, at least in terms of the ultimate department, but not in terms of the kill department. Kurtz will be able to get that first blood. Kree, though, drops AUS. Thankfully, Pickles is actually there to potentially get a refrag, but it's not going to be the case. Hachi's waiting patiently with that op. Down goes Kurt. UVic now still having plenty of pressure established near the top of Kitchen. Kevin strikes on towards Pickles and lands a clean headshot. 2 versus 4 now. UBCO, once again, not really in a proper position. Kevin strikes yet again. They're second in this round, leaving just Bias T in the middle of the site. We've seen them find 4Ks before in brilliant plays, but that's not going to happen a second time here on Icebox just yet.
Yeah, Create's playing a really phenomenal game right now as a Sova. I mean, getting already 10 kills, that's big. And now getting even closer to getting the Hunter's Fury locked and loaded again. But the thing for UVic Black is they still have 3 ults available. They have their res, they have the Blade Storm, and they do have a Viper's Pit. So even the Viper's Pit, kind of even to use it, to lock down the A site, you pretty much are saying, UBC, you can't come here at all. So you're going to have to try another site, which then you can lean the other players towards that other location as well, or the other spike site. So that's really important. But UBCO, we see them have a good start. Now it's starting to get a little bit shaky. We saw before when they group up and kind of execute as a team going full force, that's where they've been successful. When they kind of split things around and lurk a little bit more, that default setup, I think that's where we're starting to see it crumble just a bit.
See, and you mentioned default, Laz. I feel like one of the biggest issues for UBCO is not having any intel for when they're going for more of like a non-default take, having a big emphasis on kitchen that last round, yet we didn't see any guiding lights, no owl drones, no nothing. They just kind of ran in and expected it to be kind of free map control, but the exact opposite happened, and they lost a lot of their player base in that one portion of the map. I would prefer to have a bigger emphasis with BIAS-T and Voltegeist with their intel, because I feel like that's the one thing they have in an advantage against UVic, not really having any full flash players, and once again, not really having a lot of intel besides that Sova pick. That could really be a huge step up for them, yet they keep falling for the same mistakes over and over again and just keep playing into the strengths of UVic so far.
And now UVic, they're starting to get that confidence built up. Even Hachi going to be able to push up, finds the timing where he could get some kills, but no, Kurt's going to be able to win that. Just a little bit off on the timing. It's a tough angle to go for, but I like the mixture that now we're seeing. So now UBCO, they're going to split this around. So this is what we were talking about. When they play the default, like you said, they want to make sure they can get some kind of information. Kevin, I don't think he's going to expect this. Look how close this is. Oh, man. They're so close on by, but the screens player's now made the location. Chambers able to rendezvous out of that and Create now able to pick up another kill. So now UBCO, they're putting a lot of this attention towards the B site. The spike is making its advancement. We'll have to see, can they get this thing down? Molten, he's close on by.
Ooh, Kevin gonna fall now. Top of kitchen. Lance being attended by BIAS-T. No one's here to contest. And yes, you may have that operator, but you no longer have that man advantage. But apparently I've been wronged. I've been duped. We have Molten and now Star going big. The Resurrection now equalizing things in that 3 versus 3.
Oh,
Piggles
no.
will not be able to outduel Kevin in that altercation. This reposition is going to be much better for UVic. The only thing they might have to worry about are those shock bolts, but they get popped out at a relatively early manner. Still get rid of Kevin, but you no longer have to deal with them. There's still Guiding Light and Pocky potentially throw that
that's
out.
amazing.
Brilliant shot there with the use of that recon bolt to gather some ample information. Molten now fully blind. No one here to punish though, but they have to fall back. No more pressure established on that spike, and Voltegeist with a brilliant long angle will get the last pick of the round. Things evened up once again, 4-4 going in round number 9.
Okay, we got to talk about this round from UBCO because there is like the littlest details make the biggest differences. So not only does BIAS-T throw the Guiding Light to allow his teammates to swing and get the kills, but then you also have Volt goes for the recon bolt, which allowed BIAS-T playing on yellow box, able to find the Sage that was trying to creep on through the Viper's wall, and he was able to get an easy X-ray kill. So I mean, just these little details, they pay off massive dividends, and that was a good amount of work that we're seeing from UBCO. That was some good communication, good coordination, which has been a little lackluster these couple rounds, and now we're starting to see it kind of come into full flourish now.
Yeah, absolutely, and looks like we have Hachi now in their redemption arc. So BIAS-T's gonna be the first one to die here. Most likely not going to see it. A Bush potentially, or maybe I could be proven wrong. A Resurrection does get popped by AUS. Kevin will manage to find sort of retaliation pick. Molten joins in as well. So it's still UVic on top so far, having a really strong opening engagement here for this 9th round. And now we've got AUS just kind of prowling about, trying to face check anything that they can inside of A, but I don't think they're aware of Star. Thankfully, they're going to still win that first gunfight. And now that the Seekers get popped, this should set up for a pretty comfortable post-plant position here inside the A site for UBCO. But once again, that retake game will probably be pretty strong simply because UVic, they've got that man advantage to boot.
Yeah, and even Volt's in middle. Oh no, but Kevin actually wins the better of it, that duel. So now they're down to a 2-4 situation. BIAS-T doing a lot of great things. The Seekers have been burned already. There's no res available. BIAS-T swings. He's not able to find it, so now it's just down to AUS. He has to come alive. He needs to do more. He takes down one. The defuse is coming in. Not able to find it as Molten will be able to save his life. And now we have UVic Black going to be able to take this lead by 1 with a 5-4.
So for the most part, by UBCO, they normally end up winning a lot of their rounds simply by that overt aggression. When we have UVic just a tad bit more reserved, waiting a few extra seconds to go in for that first blood, that's what ends up giving them that huge upper advantage. I mean, a great example was the round where we just saw, I believe it was Kree net a huge double pick there. Not just a Hunter's Fury, but a few rounds before that where he was just comfortably waiting inside of Kitchen for UBCO to make that first move. So being able to kind of force the hand of UBCO constantly has been such a successful thing for UVic. And once again, just that patience game also playing into the retakes as well during that post plan has been marvelous for them. But hey, we'll see a bit of overt aggression here with that mop, or pardon, with that operator. My mistake to give Hachi that first blood, but unfortunately, nothing more